guess we got the repeat on. Might as well hear it again. Be right with you. As long as you're on my side, on my side, on my side, on my side. It's a homicide, homicide, homicide. On my side, on my side, on my side. It's a homicide, homicide, homicide. What's happening? Benton here. Apologies for the double intro. Had some technical difficulties on the laptop over there. I forget I have this VPN I log into so that I can download from BitTorrent. And if I don't manually disconnect from the VPN and then I shut down the computer, the next time it starts up, it will not connect to the internet. So I just sat here typing in StreamYard.com, wondering, why won't it connect to the internet? Oh, yes, finally it dawned on me. No comments coming in yet. I guess they're done with me. I took one day off. They're done with me. See, I had y'all trained to be here every day. Indeed, I did. My apologies for not going live on Sunday. I'll get into that in a moment. New music to me by Nate Noface, N8 Noface. If anybody wants to check out Nate Noface, it's interesting what we can just stumble upon, cruising through YouTube. Pretty cool stuff. Interesting. Oh, I'm feeding back. Hey, 12 in the house. All right. At least some folks here. I think maybe my chat's not working. Who knows? Anyway, if somebody could let me know that I can be heard, maybe just a fuck you in the chat. Hey, there it is. What's up, Mr. Pie? What's happening, partner? Indeed. Good to see you, sir. Up all night, I presume? Not that there's anything wrong with that. And I guess I should have stayed logged into the StreamYard. YouTube 8 Smith, 6079 Smith W's comment that he enjoys my thumbnails. Thank you, sir. In fact, that's the only thing I managed to get accomplished this weekend. Other than I did do a broadcast on one of my 2 days off on Saturday. But yeah, the plan was to work on the soundboard and other issues, maybe begin the process of curating some of my back catalog. None of that happened. My body said, oh, wait a minute. You mean you're not going to stream 12 hours today? And it just went into rest mode. Yes, the physical body here went into rest mode, which for me looks like and feels like exhaustion. And this is something that maybe developed during my many years of living out of a backpack, traveling the country. Not exactly sure. And then it continued into truck driving, in which I have seemingly unlimited energy. I don't feel tired. I don't mentally identify as tired or fatigued, generally speaking. But as soon as my body realizes, oh, we're not going to do that thing that we do 7 days a week for months on end, then it then feels exhausted. So I spent the entire weekend physically exhausted, which was not necessarily a bad thing because I don't even attempt to push through whatever that is. I just shut it down. Ate a lot of food. I'm eating insane amounts of food. I had 2 watermelons and at least 3 papayas yesterday. in addition to the regular regimen of a total of 6 egg yolks. No whites, folks, no whites. The whites are horrible in my estimation. I stay away from the whites. We go for the yolks. That's where the nutrition is anyway. Yes, even protein in the yolks, believe it or not. As well as 6 cans of tuna. I don't want to hear nothing about no mercury. We're out here bombarded with God knows what chemicals directed our way. Not worried about the mercury. It's just not a concern. All right, good deal. Thank you, Mr. Pie, following the following orders. Not that I would give orders, but Mr. Pie following instructions with the FU. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Indeed. You probably owed me one. Let's be honest. And on Friday, was that after the broadcast? Probably on Saturday, I would assume. I attempted to go to the what I call the fruit stand, the fruit and vegetable stand. It used to be a wholesaler. And this town floods anytime there's heavy rains. And Arkansas, we do get the big thunderstorms. So I'm assuming the skies dumped several inches of rain. Physically impossible. Could not physically drive to the to where the fruits and the vegetables are. Impossible. Fortunately, I stocked up on eggs. They do have halfway decent eggs, so I'm stocked up on eggs from last week. But and then every time it rains over there on that side of town, there's people that try to drive through the tall water and they hydro lock their engines. So not interested in any of that. But we made it to the alternate, the grocery store and got what we needed. They've been having some excellent papayas. So I bet you I've spent $200 on papayas of late. That's not an exaggeration. I've been putting on weight. I might be creeping up on 135, folks, which is fairly close to the bottom end of what I'm supposed to weigh. What's up, Mr. Baxter? I got your email. Sometimes I just don't really know how to respond, but thank you for communicating all of that to me. I hope folks understand that I don't always reply just because I don't always know what to say. Maybe I should just start replying and say, I got your email, but I don't know. I could make excuses, but maybe I'll reply now. Me and Gary have established this thing where I don't reply and then I come on the broadcast and I start trying to explain myself and then I realize, well, maybe I should just go ahead and reply to his email. So perhaps I'll do that, Gary. Good to see you, sir. Not feeling well. It's not even that I'm ill. I think that my interpretation of what's going on is that I've been receiving some accelerated healing of late. And by the way, portions of the audience claims to be praying for me, right? Which I never have liked that phrase, I'll pray for you and all this. Always seem very condescending and patronizing. But, whatever healing, energies may be directed my way, perhaps that's bearing fruit. So, I'm going to do my best not to go beyond 6 hours on any of these broadcasts. I can see now that the 12 hours, several days in a row, I think 3 or 4 days in a row, that's just too much, 11 to 12 hours. Yeah, it's not going to work. So 6 hours will be good. That way, if I play some video I need to edit out, we can do that. I've heard Art Bell before. I was not a huge fan. I've noticed many folks were big Art Bell fans. Who was the other guy? I think I've heard more of the other guy, probably. I can't remember the other fellow's name, but yeah, I know that Alex Jones referenced Art Bell quite a bit. I'm trying to think of who did I like on the radio. Not anybody specifically. I've always been a big fan of talk radio, though. But in Arkansas, certainly the talk radio options would be limited. A lot of it being sports. So I grew up certainly on some sports radio, especially after the Razorback football games. Yep, there you go. Prayers equals vibes. Well, and I pray because it works, by the way, folks. This is, I don't pray because the book told me to or Jesus said to. I pray because it works. And the same thing with the, confess, repent, ask forgiveness, am forgiven. That works, whether that came from the book or not. That works for me. Therefore, I do that. I do that thing. Although probably the best thing to do would be not to commit transgressions that would cause me to have to confess a transgression and repent and then seek forgiveness. Yeah, George Norrie. Yeah, I think I've heard more of George. Because Art was the first guy, right? And then George came along second. I believe I've heard more of George Nuri, or Nori, however you say his name. Well, we have copious notes, of course. Why wouldn't we? And since the broadcast has been Paul Enslaved focused, I guess realistically the whole way through, right, for the most part. But I want to play some of yesterday's Paul Enslaved. I have not reviewed it yet, but I just happened to randomly pop in to a certain point that seems like it will be interesting. We will have some of the miscreants to go in on, like, what's his name, Tarek, and then, of course, Timmy. Flow State had the Timmy takedown, and I participated in some of that. Although what I did was yell at Tarek about the e-thugging. I'm over the e-thugging. E-thug.txt. Like, these are dorks, man. Anybody that leads with, you wouldn't talk to me like that if we were, in the room with me. It's like, yeah, I'm not in the room with you. So why would I talk to you metaversally the way I would talk to you in the room? Meanwhile, I don't know that I'm that much different, but those are two completely separate things. Why are we e-thugging? You look like dorks, you fucking bozos.
93 fucking cases.
Oh, wrong one.
Hello?
That's what we're looking for. Yeah. I figured out I've only got a few buttons I can actually use on my keyboard for drops because most of the other keys I use on a regular basis. Surprise, surprise. Or they do things. Good to see you, Jay. Shout out to T4 lovers in the house. If you go to Bex's channel, by the way, Jay, if you haven't been there, she does have some videos up on the channel you can watch if you're so inclined. Well, I don't even know what these notes mean at this point. Yeah, I do like 2 hours of mental preparation for the show, and then it's like, what does this even mean? Just me complaining in my notes mostly. Well, and truck driving is still in play. This could, and I've threatened this for like 4 straight months now, so, I am the boy that cried wolf, but it does seem like budget-wise, this will most likely be the last month in the motel. I have enough money to hypothetically do this month and another month, but then I would be almost completely broke. I do try to, not that I'm trying, look, if I'm going to go broke, I'm going to go broke, but, it would be nice to set some money aside in case I need to purchase some specific things. And as far as making a bunch of thumbnails over the weekend, I'm realizing that at least in the short term, my whatever my creative, artistic leanings are starting to go more visual. But I don't mean video editing. I'm not into making videos necessarily. So I think I'm finally going to buy a cheap point-and-shoot digital camera. I've never been a fan of using a phone for photography. I like to have a separate camera. So I think I'm perhaps I'm finally going to snag one of those. I used one on eBay and go take some pictures. Although the light, that's more of a summer activity if you think about it, with the direct sunlight, but that's okay. Oh, and I did meet with I can't reveal anything about the person themselves, but I did meet with a potential live stream producer who knows what they're doing. So look for that possibly being some collaborations in the future, maybe some upgrades, and possibly a change in the direction of the broadcast, maybe more IRL stuff perhaps. But the truck driving, as much as I don't want to go back to it, I could see the benefit of going back to truck driving for a few months, fix the car up. I have set of tires and need some clutch work. And I've just had I have the money, by the way. I've just had absolutely no desire to spend that money on my car. And that would also allow me to keep most of the things that are in the motel room will fit in my car. So that would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Just things I'm mulling over in my mind here. Probably a new eyeglasses prescription at some point. I can't even see the laptop. You have patnas and patnettes. And the ladies are getting their beauty sleep, though. I haven't seen the ladies yet, but that's okay. They usually come along a tad bit later. The lemon in the coffee has been a game changer, I must say. Although I drink black coffee, so your mileage may vary. If you're putting a bunch of, if one is putting a bunch of sugar and creamer and non-dairy creamer and such, perhaps stay away from the lemon. I don't know. I like coffee, so I drink it black. Oh, and I did finally make an Amazon order, and thanks once again for all the donos, by the way, folks. It's made a big difference. I now have a Cash App debit card, and so the donos bought me some ginseng, which I've been off of for a while. So I'm looking forward to going back to the ginseng. It definitely helps with the old noodle here, the nootropic effects of the ginseng. The energy is okay, and that's a bit overstated in my view, but. Yeah, good times. Good times indeed. What else did I get? Ox bile, of course. Have to have that. This is what I mean about my memory. I don't even what the heck else did I order? Oh yeah, more magnesium. That stuff's expensive, but it's worth it. Magnesium, an Ethernet cable. I'm going to try to see if it makes any difference plugging directly into the 5G home internet, T-Mobile home internet, which is. I don't recommend any of these services, but between my phone and the home internet, $115 total. That's not too bad if you think about it. I used a terabyte in my first month of the I looked it up online. My first month was like right at 1 terabyte, 999 something. Maybe I went over it, and maybe it just cuts off at $9.99 on their counter. I don't know, but yeah, we. The live streaming, 12 hours, averaging 8 hours a day or whatever it's been of 7 days a week live streaming. It chews up the old dater plan. So, what's up, Big Stank? How are you, sir? Good to see you. Let's get that off the screen. Where's my chat? There we go. I can feel my body just wants to go back to rest. It's like, all right, man, shut it down, partner. So I don't know how long or short this will be. Heck, again, we're the Z pre-show in like an hour, right? Hour and 15, we become the Z pre-show. So we might just let old Z take it today. And I can always come back later with the icon and just ramble if I need to, right? Tommy had a pretty good broadcast yesterday. I did not hear it all. I went to bed at 3:30. Yes, I laid down at 3:30. I probably listened to YouTube videos till about 4:30. Did that Saturday and Sunday, both days. Laid down by 3:30. Yeah. How about you? Oh, and somewhere in the notes, 2 nights in a row, dreams of ex-wife number 2. Interesting. And we're still within that 7-year window. I don't know if y'all are familiar with this idea, and who knows? It seems like it makes sense to me, but this idea that we continue to exchange energy with our romantic partners for like up to 7 years after the split. So we're still within that 7 years. And what I've found is I don't think about her a whole lot. I mean, I do, just intellectually, but usually when this happens, just I can tell energetically she's thinking about me. I'm pretty sure is what's going on there. But you never know. But curious, she hasn't showed up in the, and not sexually, just showed up in the dreams the last couple of nights. And I've trained myself to find I don't think dreams mean much of anything, personally. I used to do the dream journal, the lucid dreaming, all of these things. I was like 14 years old and found some lucid dreaming book at a yard sale or a book sale, and read the book, taught myself to lucid dream, the whole thing. And in the last several years, I've come to understand that there's just this idea of trying to decode and get meaning out of dreams. For me, it's pointless. I just see that as my brain is doing whatever it needs to do, to defrag. Although there's exceptions, of course. There's certainly exceptions. But, yeah, good times. But thank you to the audience for the Amazon order. I'm looking forward to the ginseng. That's supposed to be here Thursday. Probably won't start taking that till Friday, I assume. Oh, and more B vitamins, of course. Yep. Big Stank doing great. Good to hear it. Glad to hear it. Fantastic. Hope everybody had a wonderful weekend. I don't do a whole lot of small talk, but why not? And I'm wondering if I've been running into some version of adrenal fatigue maybe for months now. And one change I've made within the last couple of weeks is first thing in the morning, the first thing I do now is I drink about 32 ounces of water, distilled big drink tea, if you're around. 32 ounces of distilled water. And again, none of this is advice. This is what I'm doing. I don't recommend or unrecommend anything in particular. This is not advice, folks. YouTube, stay off my ass here. This is what I'm doing. And then approximately a teaspoon of potassium. I think it's potassium or sodium potassium or I don't know what the fuck it is. I'm not a chemist. Potassium, right? The salt substitute from Wally World, from Slave Mart. Unfortunately, it has some chemicals in it that I would rather not be ingesting, but it is what it is, folks. So I'm doing around a teaspoon of that, and also a teaspoon of the pink salt. So that's probably helping with the healing, because for many, many, many months, for most of the last year, I couldn't tolerate pretty much any amount of added salt. Whatever sodium was in the food, that's where I was getting my electrolytes. So my body's responded to this well. My kidneys seem to be doing pretty fucking good compared to again, most of the last year. So that's a good thing. Things are looking up. Coast to coast all night. Oh, okay, good deal. Yeah. My thing is, I don't really listen to the radio anymore, unfortunately, because of YouTube and podcasts and all of this. I guess I would have to go just to the Coast to Coast website. I'm assuming there's an RSS feed somewhere, right? I'm guessing. I gotta have all these notes. I don't even want to cover half this stuff. Oh, but yeah, and I know I'm all over the road as normal, so thank you all for bearing with me. But yeah, the T-Mobile, between the home internet and my handset, my phone, I get 100 gigabytes of premium data, and the T-Mobile, unlike Verizon and AT&T, it actually works in my area. Nothing against AT&T or Verizon. They don't work in this area for some reason at all. Not sure why that is. At least not in this building. 100 gig premium data with 15 gig hotspot. So I'm pretty much doing pretty good on the data plan. Yep. Oh, I've studied almost everything, Big Stank. Not trying to be a dickhead, but I don't listen to videos to learn things. I read books and articles. So I've read extensively in my, I would say up until about 2016, I pretty much read just about every day of my whole life. Big, voracious reader. So I actually studied, I formally studied diet and nutrition and working out. When I started, I'd gotten significantly overweight in my late 20s. And then after me and the first wife divorced, I learned all about nutrition and supplements and things like adrenal fatigue. I also learned firsthand about adrenal fatigue from living out of a backpack for 6 straight years and traveling around the country, sleeping outside. And one thing I learned about that is, the major key to that is whatever I do, make sure to rest enough that I'm never switch over to using adrenaline as an energy source. Although it did happen. And in fact, I eventually reached complete physical exhaustion, which I've come to understand most folks have never reached complete physical exhaustion. And what I did when I hit that point was, and I mean, I was so exhausted I couldn't stay awake during the daytime. Like my body was shutting down for like 2-hour naps in the middle of the day against my will. And I don't, take naps ever, pretty much, except for truck driving. So I decided I knew where I could go camp out, and I had food stamps. So I went and gathered, and I got some cannabis, of course. So I gathered all of my supplies, downloaded I might have had phone service. I'm trying to think. Probably didn't, though. Probably went and downloaded a bunch of podcasts onto my phone to listen to. And I went to my camp, and it took 7 complete days of rest to get back to normal. So that's what I mean by physical exhaustion. It's fascinating how that works, right? But yeah, I don't. I've already filled my head full of the knowledge, sir. But for other folks who might need to learn things. And some folks learn through listening to YouTube videos. I don't learn from listening. I learn from reading. I'm highly visual that way. So I listen for entertainment. I don't listen to learn. Yeah. No, I'm saying information, sir. I'm talking about information. I'm talking about information for my brain that I can act on. That's what I'm talking about. So please don't. Can we not have a Monday morning cranky old man argument about the nature of information, if that's okay? Yeah. See, I convert it into information. Because if I'm going to learn about adrenal fatigue, I don't learn about adrenal fatigue through sound frequencies. Now, some people do. Some people learn through sound frequencies. I've already learned. I already know my learning style, and it's highly visual. So I take in information through the written form, sir. But thank you. Much appreciated. That's how I learn. I learn through reading. Many folks I've come to understand learn through hearing. I'm not one of those people. Yeah, but I understand the difference. But what I would do, see, if I was going to try to learn through hearing sound frequencies, I would still convert it into the exact same type of information in my brain. Unfortunately, that would be very inefficient, because I had nearly a photographic memory as a young person and a natural speed reader. I've never learned speed reading, but I was a natural speed reader as a child. Yeah, it just came naturally. Yeah. Nice. Mr. Pye decided to get buff when his uncle called him the pride of Ethiopia. That's funny. But yeah, good to see you either way, Big Stank. But I didn't read all those books to just go and watch a bunch of YouTube videos this late in the game. Yeah. And in fact, you may not know, Big Stank, I'm the originator of the thousands of books meme. And then later, Archaics came along and claimed to have read all these books. Well, I was the originator of the my thousands of books meme. Because I've literally read thousands of books in my time. Entire books. Yeah. Whole books. I've come to understand most folks are just not readers and just don't appreciate reading. And it's funny, at a certain point, I stopped reading. And I used to write. I no longer write either. It's bizarre. Now I talk. And listen. It's funny. I guess my learning is over as far as intellectual knowledge. And I'm joking, of course. But hey, what's up, Tupelo? Thank you for the thumbs up. I'm trying to see who I can annoy in the audience. I think right now it's Big Stank. I'm attempting to annoy him, if at all possible. And yeah. Interesting. I will sit here and not go cranky old man, though. I refuse. In fact, I just don't have the energy for it. I just don't have the energy. But yeah, adrenal fatigue is certainly a thing, folks. Of course, we know this doesn't help any. The coffee doesn't help any with that. It's just so good, though. It goes with the streaming so well. And then as I have these conversations with folks, such as the person that could potentially, serve as a producer on the show at some point, as a way to convey a specific idea. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Are we getting? Hey, we're getting donations. Thank you, Mr. Pizer, for the donation. Much appreciated. And maybe we're getting emails. Hey, I like that sound. Did you hear that? That was the sound of money. I like money, by the way. I was going to change my... Well, and for the person that just emailed me, I found it very humorous as well. I was emailed a video that I just assumed someone made and posted on a Discord. I'm assuming that's what that was. And no, I found it very humorous myself. Spent the entire weekend in Exhaustion, and yes, indeed, Big Stank. Me too. It's so wonderful. I found I'm less cranky, though. My mood is better overall if I'm just not having any coffee. But it just goes too well with the streaming. Same thing with the truck driving. But to the person who just emailed me, yeah, it's not you, it's me. How about that? It's not you, it's me. Oh, man. Goodness gracious. What are we going to do, folks? Well, we're going to review some videos. I've got a list of videos. Aphrodite Rose Starfire apparently is going to remain in Southern California, I'm assuming. Somewhere in California. Not exactly sure. I don't ask a lot of personal questions, so somewhere on the coast of California. Apparently she's going to go work as a physician's assistant. And maybe we'll play her video. I'm not sure. She did a live stream that I participated in. So I guess she's talking about renting an apartment. So it sounds like she's going to be making quite a bit of money per hour. I'm guessing. I'm just going to guess around 50 to 60, somewhere in there. I don't know, somewhere just guessing 50 plus an hour, which sounds like a lot until one goes and tries to do things like renting apartments in Southern California. But, you know, either way, she is trained in the medical field. You know, I have my own opinions of medical and, you know, the medical system, but that's all well established. So, and that's sort of a thing, you know, can we separate, you know, my own personal feelings about the medical system to someone who I do consider my internet friend to some extent, right? You know, now I do yell at her from time to time. We've had a couple of times we've gone at it, but overall we seem to get along pretty well. And, you know, I can hear her, I can be happy for her, you know, getting a job. I can separate my own feelings for the medical system itself. I don't know. I've noticed many folks are not able to do that for whatever reason. Yeah, she is spunky. I agree. Well said, Mr. Pye. Yeah, very intelligent lady. Also, very book smart, and I'm sure smart in other ways. But that you know, living in a bread truck, that ain't for everybody. And like she pointed out, it was more of a doable thing when she had her boyfriend or her partner, whoever that guy is. What's his name? I can't remember his name, but apparently he's fallen by the wayside to some extent. Anyway, none of my business. Shout out to 27 in the house. Good to see y'all. Looks like I'm doing my thing here. Mondays are slow. I don't know if y'all have noticed this. Mondays and Tuesdays are both pretty slow, especially in the mornings. And nobody's harassing me about the Tommy drama yet, so that's good. That's another reason I didn't go live Sundays. Is I said, man, that was all the Tommy stuff was cropping up as I was going to sleep Saturday, and I was getting emails about that, and it was just like, look, I'm wore the fuck out. I'm going to sleep. I don't know what to tell y'all. And then, you know, Sunday I would have done an hour or two, probably an hour. I mean, what are we talking about? I would have done probably 2 hours. Sunday, but it's just like I don't even want to talk about this. Like, I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to go ahead and put it out there. I don't give a fuck. You know, we all know what Tommy is by now. We understand our friend Tommy, or our enemy Tommy, as it may be. He is polarizing, but you know, I'm not responsible for what he says. If the community wants to hold him responsible, I mean, the community's shown virtually no ability to hold anybody to account for their behavior. I mean, what I would say is just the fact that Mitchell's permitted to be around. You know, you're pretty much going to have to tolerate Tommy. You can run Mitchell off, and then I'll listen about Tommy, right? You know, to me, Mitchell's is sort of a litmus test, and I didn't learn that word from listening to YouTube videos. Big stink. I know these words, right, from reading books. Okay, litmus test. You know, to me, the Mitchell's behavior is the litmus test, and I'm not even calling for this. It seems to me like it's just no holds barred. People can just do whatever the fuck they want for the most part. These communities are quite tolerant at that level, right? But then, and nothing against London Man. I mean, London Man's free to try to organize some sort of witch hunt against Tommy, and you know, I understand why certain folks would find those comments to be disturbing. The problem is, if you actually dissect what he says, you know, he's not delivering the message that people are receiving. That's the problem. Is Tommy is super fucking adept at, structuring his especially in the written form. He's super fucking good. Well, and with speaking, he's really good at structuring his communications in such a way that it's going to be, hard to actually get him in a gotcha moment, right? That's going to be tough. But and I don't think, me personally, I don't think any of the criticism is unwarranted. That's not even what I'm saying. I'm saying I personally don't care. It's like I don't have nothing to do with kids. I'm not involved with kids. I don't have kids. I've got a nephew and a niece. Hell, they're all almost grown. I think I got one niece that that I haven't been around since she was probably 6 or 7 years old. I'm guessing she's a teenager now. I mean, I'm not that close with my family. I'm just going to go ahead and call it like it is. My immediate family, we've, managed to stay bonded and not, irrevocably, damage our own relationships. Right. But, beyond that, and I used to be really tight with my mom's mom, and, both my dad's parents are dead, but, yeah, I'm just not. I'm not that guy, man. I'm not a family man. I'm just not. So, yeah. I mean, I'm not the one to come to about having an opinion about Tommy shooting his mouth off on the internet potentially. But the problem is, I'm reading the comment, and what I didn't like is that was on my channel. I don't think I even noticed it because I was doing the live stream. Then you can see like one of my comments in fucking yellow, so it's my channel, and then it's right underneath what Tommy said is Moose saying my name. So it's like, of course, when people see that on the screen for however long London was live, it's like, well, they're going to be thinking about me. I get that, but I hope y'all realize that has nothing to do with me. I'm not involved. Me and Tommy don't necessarily get along all the time. The fact that I even need to say any of this is kind of ridiculous to me, but, it's like it's kind of like Timmy with the, trying to blame us for genocide because we pay taxes or whatever. It's like, yeah, number one, it doesn't work that way. Number two, I don't care. I just don't care. And I know nobody asked, but me, I'm going to speak on it either way. That's just my style. But, just my opinion is it would be better if he didn't mention anybody's kids. I mean, that would be better, probably be better for everybody. But if you actually, and this shows me that a lot of folks, their discernment is lacking, because if you actually read what he wrote, it's structured in a very specific type of way. Just like, I'm reading Paul's chat, and M. Davis is saying things. Oh, Benton said this and Benton said that. And it's like, no, I didn't say that. I said something along those lines, but I added key phrases to hedge my bets. So what people do is I say things because I'm speaking extemporaneously off the top of my head for long periods of time. And me, I talk about just about everything, right? And I'm not holding a lot back here. So if I'm thinking about truck driving, right, then I will mention truck driving, but I always hedge my bets, okay? And the fact is, here's how you'll know I'm probably going back to truck driving. I probably won't tell anybody because I know that most of the time when I hear somebody say, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z, that's how I know they're not going to do those things. Same thing with me. I know that the best way to get some shit accomplished is just shut the fuck up and do it. Or even better, write it down on a piece of paper, because that is a real thing. Written goals are way more easy to accomplish for some reason. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Gary. Well, but I would say a person doesn't have to actually be pedantic. And I know you're doing a thing there. So now I'm being pedantic about you using the word pedantic. But that's the thing is, can people train their minds to actually listen properly? I have, because when I talk about that my learning style is visual, believe me, it never came naturally to me to be able to hear what people are saying and then to say, okay, they're using specific words for a specific reason. I've taught myself to be able to zone in on what people are saying. And I know that a lot of folks are just going by how it feels. So if I'm feeling some type of way about truck driving and then I say some statements, but then I always make sure to put the key phrases in there to hedge my bets. Well, I understand why the message the person takes away is, oh, Benton says he's going back to truck driving. Was it? No, I didn't. I said it's starting to look like that's the most likely outcome. I didn't say that I was going to, right? Typically what will happen is I'll just start looking for jobs, and then I'll say, hey, I'm looking for jobs. And then people will congratulate me on my new job. And I'm like, well, that's not how truck driving works. Truck driving is I apply for a bunch of jobs, then whichever ones I'm interested in, I text them a fucking picture of my license and my medical card, and they hire me. Like you don't interview for the job. You see what I mean? It's like I meet the qualifications and they hire me. That's how that works. It's not like a normal fucking job seeking process. I can have a job today. Well, yeah, I could have a job today, like 100%. Or at least I could have a drug test scheduled, and then once they get the results of the drug test, then I could go to orientation. I mean, that's how truck driving, for especially long haul, there's no congratulations on your new job. It's just like, okay, well, now he's back in a truck, which I'm just over it, man. I like the driving, but I'm just over it. Yeah, Timmy did get smoked, and I'm glad to see that, by the way. And that might be what we watch first. I'm not sure exactly, but I do want to ramble as long as possible, obviously. 42 minutes of rambling. So yeah, let's keep rambling. Yeah, don't be overly scrupulous. Exactly, but let's be a little bit scrupulous, Mr. Pie. See, I understand I'm too much that way. Like so my balance is trying not to be as pedantic. But for some of these folks, it's just like, can you pretty please with sugar on top tune in long enough to actually understand what I'm saying? And meanwhile, I'm a direct communicator. Like if I'm going back to truck driving, I'll just say, hey, I'm going back to truck driving. But the problem with that is I realize that generally when somebody tells me they're going to do some shit, that's how I know they're not going to do it, right? So when Bex was talking about, she was going to do this, that, and the third, it's like, well, that's how I know you're not going to do those things, because you're telling me you're going to do those things, right? Almost anything I've ever accomplished, I just shut the fuck up and did it, and I can remember of all the times I've just told some people I was going to do some shit. It was like almost never happened, if that makes sense. But yeah, Timmy, what a bozo. And Timmy, more and more, I just see him as somebody who's intentionally derailing things and intentionally, takes the contrary position. And I'm still disappointed in myself for having him up here that day that we had Machine Lies on and we were talking about Kaczynski. And part of that, though, was that since I need money and I like money, let me change this. I like money. Let's go. Edit name and headline. I like money. Yeah, don't talk about it, be about it. That's right. Well, and here's another thing, Gary, about the pedantic and all of this and people not paying attention. And I can't raise folks that are grown, right? But I can be annoyed. I can critique. I can have an opinion, right? And again, and I want to bring this to the Paul enslaved, because he seems to be, sort of going back to what I call the on the land commune optics. This idea. I think he was talking about tiny houses and, having, I guess, but it was unclear. It was sort of left unclear as to who would own this land. But, some notion of there being, I guess, maybe plots of land next to each other that different people owned. Again, it was unclear, but each person that wanted to live on the land, and this was my understanding. I'm not speaking for it. This is what I took away from it. Okay. I'm not in the fucking chat M. Davis style saying, well, Paul said there's going to be individual plots of land and people are going to build fucking tiny houses. No, he didn't. He didn't say that. He was doing a thought experiment and discussing it. See, I'm not going to come on here and say, well, Paul said. If I was like M. Davis, I'd be sitting here right now telling y'all, well, Paul said that they were going to do this, that, and the third. It's like, no, he didn't. He didn't say that. There was a discussion of that potentially being a thing, right? But I do see it's interesting to me, because certain folks do seem to kind of be, aligning themselves against the drama, right? But the fact is, almost everybody in these communities fucking responds to the drama, whether they want to admit it or not. Like Drew says something about you guys say that you don't like drama, but the the analytics say otherwise. Well, the shit, the numbers on this channel are never higher than when it's drama time. Hey, it's Flo here. Cool, man. Good to see you, brother. Oh man, no, I only ever show up as me, Flow State. But yeah. And here's where my egomania and my megalomania is, dude. I think my shit is so wonderful. I want y'all to know it's me. I'm only ever here under my own name. So, but yeah, I know there's a lot of people that do that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm so arrogant that it's like, yeah, no, I'm only on here as Benton. But yeah, that's a fair question. Now I don't know who that was. And I like that kind of stuff. I think it's funny. I've had people over here with fake names, and I've had people come on the StreamYard with a fake persona, and it's been hilarious. So, yeah, I'm happy to do all of that, but I'm happy to facilitate all that and host it. But I'm not interested in me doing it. I had something about I remember I made a mental note to say something to Flow State if he showed up over here, and I don't remember what the fuck it was now. Shit. Is that, maybe that's in the notes somewhere. Surely I wrote this down. Good Lord. Maybe not. Well, and to finish up on the Tom stuff real quick, Tom has to alienate himself. He argues with me every time I say this, but he has to alienate himself from the community. He just has to. So I'm not saying that's the reason why he said what he said. I'm saying that he has to fucking... So the fact is, when he starts becoming more popular, and when he starts, people are like, hey, I love your videos. And man, now I'm complimenting on him on his live streams, and he had 60 people on Friday, I think. No, 80. I think he topped out at like 87. If Paul hadn't gone live when he did, I think Tom would have hit triple digits on his live stream. I think that was Friday. Might have been Saturday. I don't remember. Might have been whichever. Might have been Saturday. Yeah, I think it was Saturday. I'm bad with remembering when, but when he starts getting all this popularity and these positive vibes and all this, I'm telling you, he has to alienate himself. He will disagree with me. He will argue with me. He never accepts that but he does this. I've watched him long enough. He has to alienate himself. He just has to. So of course he's out there, potentially causing controversy. Of course he is. How could he not? But yeah, I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was, Flow State. I can't remember. Yeah. But yeah, I feel like we had, not that I did anything, but, and I want to go back and watch that probably. I feel like Flow State handled it really well. Although I wasn't listening for all of that. I don't know what I was doing, but I was doing other things on my computer at the time. But I did come in. Oh, I was live. That's what I was doing. And then I came in, it must have been Saturday morning. Then I came in and yelled at Tarek about the e-thugging. I'm over the e-thugging. Wait, what happened? Oh, good. Yeah, please have at it. And in fact, I wish more people, and this is sort of, let me complain now, is, I'm a little disappointed that, certain folks, not you, Flow State, just other folks want to compliment, my, and I don't know what that sounded like on your channel. See, I've got it on my stream, but it's got my, OBS audio. So whatever Tarek was saying, I couldn't hear any of it, realistically. Yeah, the e-thug seems to trigger. That's right. Well, I mean, people look like dorks. Don't they understand that this is the internet? The internet was at least started by nerds, right? So there is a culture. There's an internet culture rooted in nerds, and it does become Revenge of the Nerds, like the actual movie at a certain point, where it's just like, that was in the movie, the nerds were portrayed as dorks, right? But the fact is, this is in the online space, the jocks look like dorks. It's like, don't y'all know, Tarek, when you come on here with the e-thug, you look like a fucking dork, right? I mean, it's just like me going to the mall or something and meeting people in real life and like challenging them to online gaming or something. Like, oh, really? Are you scared? You're scared to play fucking, I don't even know what the games are called anymore. Whatever. You're scared to fucking get in the Fortnite arena with me, buddy? What's wrong with you, Aren't you even a man? I bet you wouldn't talk to me like that in the fucking Fortnite chat. It's the same fucking thing. It's like, what are you talking about? It doesn't even make sense. It's like, yeah, Tarek, you guys are doing the reverse of that and acting like it makes sense. No, it doesn't. Doesn't make any sense. No sense. Yeah. Yep. Nerd power. That's right. Oh, demonetization. That's a bummer. Yeah, I'll never get ad revenue. I play copyrighted music pretty much every stream. But I get super chats at times. But yeah, I've gotten zero ad revenue on here. But I've had several videos where I guess I just never got around to playing copyrighted music, and they send me the email that I can be monetized. And I don't know, is there just never? I guess there's never enough. I don't know how it works. I have no idea. I really don't. I don't know how it works. Last night. Oh, did something else happen? See, if you went live last night, didn't even see any of that. Maybe we should watch that. Oh, good. Oh, fantastic. Oh, machine lies. Yeah. Good job, Flow State. Yeah, and I'm such a bozo because like I say, I don't think I'm special because I've been here since '94 on the internet, but I have a different perspective on things. So I think I just assume that everybody understands the e-thug dynamics, and it finally dawned on me, oh, these people are so latent. And I don't mean you guys. I mean people like Tarek, and even Paul to some extent. They're so late to the internet that they just aren't aware of these dynamics. It's like, no, there's a thing called ethug.txt. There's a fucking website for it. Like, it's a joke when people, and it's more of a text chat thing, right? Because, the idea of live streaming and, panels is still relatively fresh and new, right? So it's historically been more of like prepared YouTube videos. And even that isn't even that old if you think about it. When did that really start? 2014, as far as, just commonly it being common for people to watch prepared YouTube videos. What's up, Heidi? Good to see you. Shout out to Dick. I see he's entered the building. All his videos upload to restricted. Oh, okay. Wow. That's fucked up, dude. Yeah, my thing is just, I'm not going to fight these people. And I just I just take whatever I get. I don't know, man. That's not advice, clearly, but I just do what I'm capable of doing. And that ties into something else I wanted to say. Oh, you brought NFT brass knuckles. Fantastic. Is that a Sam Hyde thing? Or I've been hearing about these brass knuckles. I don't know what these mean, though. Oh, okay, cool. Sometimes that's fun when there's no context. Well, you're not really late, though. It's complicated, man. It's complicated, but yeah, it's a thing, man. It's a thing for sure. Yeah, it's a real thing. And I think, I've had these experiences where I know that something's a real thing because I've been around so long on the internet. Because it's funny, because when Paul was going in on me one day and he was like, I don't know where you people are from, but where I'm from, yada, yada, yada. And he's already e-thugging, but I'm like, I'm from the internet. And I didn't tell him that, but it's like, I'm from the fucking internet is where I've been here my entire adult life. It's like, yeah, as a human being, I'm from Arkansas, but I'm from the fucking internet. I've been here literally my entire adult life, just about every day for 30 fucking years. I'm from here, man. And I'm telling you, the fact that it's like, yeah, e-thug and it's a fucking website and it's a meme. So when people talk about memes, we might think, well, that's a visual thing but really it's an idea, so back in the olden days, all we had was typing. There was nothing but typing. There was no pictures. This is how it was when I got on the internet, Flow State. And now that Flow State's here, people get tired of me hearing, I know people get tired of me saying all this, but when I first got on the internet, if I wanted to look at an image, I'm just talking about a picture of anything, I had to type in commands. I had to type in text commands and tell the client to download the JPEG or the GIF. Or GIF, whichever one, I forget. And that was a big thing early on. Is it GIF or GIF? I think I was a GIF guy, but I had to type in a fucking command, and then you waited for the fucking JPEG to download. Yeah, And if you've ever seen like in these, if you've ever made like images in like Photoshop or GIMP or whatever, you know, if you make a GIF, there's an option to interlace the GIF. And the reason for that is in the old days, the JPEG the image downloaded so slow that you would get a pixel, you get like a pixel at a time. It'd be like pixel, 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 pixel. Then they'd go to the next line, pixel, 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 pixel. Like you're just watching the pixels show up. So eventually you're looking at like half the picture. So the interlaced GIF it would give you a portion of the entire, of each line, basically. It would give you like portions of each line interlaced so that you didn't have to watch it populate from the top of the fucking screen. That's what that is. And I was there in those days just like looking at the fucking thing. So if I'm on ESPN back in the day and was just like, oh, I'm reading the sports scores, and then it's like, hey, I bet this is an interesting picture. I had to wait for the fucking thing to download. And I had to type in a command to tell it to download the picture. So I don't think folks have any concept of the internet without pictures, especially there was no video and audio. That was just not a thing at all. There was no video and audio. Now, I'm sure if Tribe was in here, he'd say, well, actually, there was. Well, okay, I wasn't nerdy enough to find it back then. Oh, I agree with that, but I'm not here to hold people accountable for fucking street life. But it's funny because when he wanted to e-thug with me, you know, I just started going in on New York. I said, New York's bitch ass. Arkansas's 49th in violent crime, y'all. We're like 47th in public safety, for fuck's sakes. So when I go out here at 3 a.m. like an idiot doing a live stream, of course it's dangerous. Are you fucking kidding me? We're 47th out of 50 for public safety. I might have this backwards, but we're like 49th for violent crime, meaning second, only to Alaska. So it's Alaska, then Arkansas, then like Louisiana for violent crime and, public safety or whatever. So it's like, yeah, it's dangerous. This ain't, by the way, just Google most dangerous cities in the United States. None of them are in the Northeast. Not one. And by the way, that's the part of the country where they don't let them have guns. It's like, wait a minute, I'm not. People say, an armed society is a polite society and all this, but I'm not even trying to get into the gun debate. I'm just saying, and I know some people have guns up there. That's not what I'm saying, but when Paul says things like, I've heard him say things like, America's, special because this is, the last Western nation where you can have firearms. It's like, yeah, but not where you're from. So where you're from is not even America, Paul, if you think about it. If your definition of America is the last place you can have guns, you're not from America. You grew up in a different place than America. I'm an American. You're not by your own definition. Yeah, and he fucking timed me out in his chat for that. But, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, there you go, Flow State. Missouri not doing too good. Missouri's pretty high on the, or low. Missouri not doing great on the public safety either, you can be assured. And this is nothing to be proud of, right? This is not, you're not supposed to be proud of the fact that, and all large cities are dangerous. I mean, we know that. All big cities are dangerous, but yeah, this is nothing to be proud of here. But it's just like, yeah, it's fucking bitch ass New York. It's not tough. It's not the mean streets. This isn't the 70s with Martin Scorsese making movies in New York or whatever. That's over. It's over and done with. Meanwhile, yeah, there's nothing to brag about when being from a shitty state with a lot of crime, but it's like, yeah, of course I'm running into criminals every time I leave this place, especially at 3 a.m. Yeah, I did, huh? I didn't mean to, but yeah. And I'll say this, man, for about the millionth time, since now I'm going in on Paul for some reason, but there's a lot to admire with Mr. Paul, I'll say that, and how he handles the chat is not one of them. You might want to tighten up there, Bubba, for your own sake. But anyway, now I'm just insulting him, so let's not do that. I try not to insult people as much as possible, or gossip, But yeah, I hear you, Flo. I think that makes sense, though. About the that's what I wanted to tell him. Something about the health nut stuff. I'm not a health nut, sir. I got chronic illnesses. That's why I can't eat anything approaching junk food, or I get very, very ill. No candy bars, no sodas, no fast food. It makes me very ill now. So yeah. So yeah, definitely not a health nut, but I do eat very healthy out of a necessity. But yeah, I hear you on these health nuts, man. It's one day it's eat egg whites, and the next thing it's like, oh, egg whites are bad for you. It's like, wait a minute, or people want to tell me that fruit's going to kill me. It's like, no, man, I've been eating a ton of papaya. I'm pretty sure it's helping me gain weight. I don't know what to tell you, folks. Pretty sure it's a good thing. Yay, that's right. Benton's back. Yeah, egg whites are disgusting. Yeah, they're just gross. And I have another problem where my kidneys can't necessarily deal with a lot of protein, and I'm already on 6 cans of tuna a day. And yeah, I know mercury, but I'll just deal with the mercury. But yeah, I get plenty of protein for my body weight. So, and there is protein in the egg yolks, believe it or not. But yeah, egg whites, especially eating them by themselves, terrible idea. Terrible. In my opinion, this is not health advice. So for me, it's terrible, I should say. I don't know what's good or bad for y'all because I'm not qualified to make those determinations. I'm already on a medical misinformation, as you can tell. So yeah, hopefully I'm all right. Good to see you, Pineal. Peace, prosperity, and pineal power, Bentonites. Here's to a great week ahead. Be blessed. Indeed, sir. Blessed up. Yeah, Mr. Pie settling into a dad bod. There you go. Might as well. I don't eat chicken anymore. I used to eat a lot of chicken. Well, and the chicken and the tuna is probably pretty much the same fucking thing. Because the tuna's not a fatty fish, so it's got the olive oil. It's canned with olive oil. So I need fat for my brain. My undiagnosed fake autism. I need a lot of saturated fat and just fats in general. So that's why I have the egg yolks, by the way, for the fat for my brain, so my brain will work. Yeah, Heidi eats the whole egg, shell and all. She's a wild one. Indeed, Heidi. Wow, 39 in the house. We're now the Z pre-show. Yeah, Z usually starts talking around 5:30. I'm assuming he's going live today. I hope so. Butter, yeah. Certain things are difficult for me to digest, Joseph. I'm still a little scared of butter, but I'll get back to it potentially. I'm going to try it out here pretty soon. Yeah. Well, I go by what doesn't make me sick, Sean. Or Pineal. That's the thing for me is with my issues. Sometimes the food makes me sick. Sometimes I feel completely fine and then I eat and I get sick. So it's like, yeah, if I need to be at my best, I just don't eat. But I eat every day, right? So as much as Mitchell wants to accuse me of having an eating disorder, I don't have an eating disorder. But yeah, that wasn't an egg; it was a butt plug. Nice. Anyway, trying to get off the diet stuff. Oh man, it's almost time for more papaya though. Although maybe another cup of coffee. Yeah. So let's play. I want to play Paul from yesterday, actually, or do I want to? What do we want to do first? Hang on. What can I play while I step away is the question. We had Bex from Truth or Rehab. I'd like to get into some of that, but she's. I'm going to need to be here for that, I think. Let's see. Oh, I got one. Well, this is tough. Because some of this stuff I can only really play with a certain composition of the audience. What will the Z pre-show apply? What will they respond to? Let's see. We got the ultimate Sam Hyde Tinder experience. Although he blew my ears out. He yelled into the fucking microphone. He's got a bad habit of doing that. Then we had, did you guys see Tommy on yesterday? Or that was yesterday evening, I think, wasn't it? I think we'll go with some of that. Let's do that. Do Tom from yesterday. He can hold it down, and I'll be back shortly. Uh-oh, he took it down, and did I download it? Oh, fuck, I didn't download it. Fuck. Tom, you fucking bastard. Because he said he was leaving it up. God damn it, Tommy. You motherfucker. Fuck. Oh, no, it's still there.
Right now,
I must have copied the... he didn't do anything. I must have copied the URL down wrong. Because I copied and pasted the URL into a document. A notepad. I was about to get pissed off. Almost got mad at Tommy. Oh, I see what happened. I missed... there's an O on the end. Somehow omitted the O on the end. That was a close one. I'm glad he left it up, though. All right. Here we go. Tommy from yesterday. Maybe. Maybe. Come the fuck on. All right, let's do this.
right now, he's
Really? Is this my internet? What's going on here?
really quite simple, guys.
Oh, okay. It just does not want to play from the first. Come on. Come on.
Look for Yeah, what's up? I know everybody's walking around this truther community claiming to be truth. But if you look for truth, you'll find truth. And that brother Paul, he claimed he's truth, but I know he ain't truth. And then this nigga fucking London boy, he out using my name. That boy's got every way in the world to contact me. And I happen to be YouTube enemy number 1, motherfuckers. I'm sorry. I've got a podcast. I've got a broadcast. Because I only started this shit for these shit-talking motherfuckers. Want to run around talking everybody's name. And then when they show up, what do they got? Oh, they got mute buttons. Oh, they got backstage buttons. Oh, the Christed individual ain't got time to be confronted, does he? Oh, the London boy that they all come to correct, did he come here today? Is he right here? Is that shit right here? Because I don't see him yet. And I picked this time because he be streaming a lot at this time. I know that London time ain't sleeping right now. I know that baby mama might be a cow. I didn't say shit about that dude's kids. And I'm kind of heated at these fucking community members coming at me like, oh, what did Tom say about London's kids? Oh, it's absolutely atrocious what Tom said about London's kids. You know what, London mad? London's mad because I showed him his responsibility. And that's when he gets like Drew. He gets real confused when he's shown his responsibility. Yo, cut that music before we get a copyright strike. Thanks, Puff. Shout out to Public Enemy for Puff making the fire cover. I wouldn't be surprised if Polyboy rolling here fucking restreaming so he can pause and talk his shit over top. We all know how he does. We know how he does. You either show up in his house, he's gonna mod God you, he's gonna keep you from saying what you got to say. He's going to keep himself from the truth. And there's no his truth, my truth, your truth. There is the truth. There is how much of the truth you're aware of to beat that old horse. I've seen the Tic Tac, y'all. Saw the Tic Tac in 2008, 2009. Can't tell you what it is, but that's the truth. I seen that Tic Tac. And like I'm saying, man, what I said about London's situation not only was pertaining to me, but it was all too obvious what I said. and we're just gonna give him a couple minutes to see if he shows up. Because here's the thing, y'all. Here's the thing about putting these pull-ups out there. It's up to the community to cite that if one of them motherfuckers could have showed up and they don't show up, quite simple, will we hit 33 before I complete this sentence? No, okay, we passed it. It's really quite simple, guys. Mentioned Cunthia before you. God damn, Moose, I've never seen somebody travel these streets for so long just looking for a place to call theirs. Because you know, when you open your own, you get like 6 viewers at best at any height of your live. It's because even my enemies see your bullshit, Moose. Everybody knows what tip you're on. God damn, these emails blowing up. Guys, I'm live right now. You ain't got to email me. And no, that's not Paul or London. Oh, God help them if they email me during the live that they're titled to. No, Cynthia, this is what you don't get with your games. There's not much love to me from you and not from me to you. I'm sitting right here explaining the game that you and other weak-ass people are on, and I'm tired of it holding weight. Like, if you want to front, oh, yeah, Flow State got me. I know he does. I mean, Flow State did a good one on Timmy, and on that good one on Timmy, it showed the bullshit of Moose and Tarect, and he is Tarect by my hand and many others. Hold on, taking a sip. Man, and I don't want the Mexican peoples to get anything twisted when they see how I treat Cynthia. True Mexicans already call Cynthia coconut, and I have to give the Mexicans out there listening, as I give the ones in my community, the nod that one of the greatest contributions to America by the Mexican peoples has to be that Mandarin Jarritos. That man, let's not a sponsor. Not a sponsor, but a support from this channel. That Mandarin Jarritos, crisp, refreshing when you've been in that summer labor or any kind of dry mouth situation. I reach for nothing less to the Mandarin flavor of the enjoyable, the crisp, delicious, a cold Mandarin Jarritos. Back to the hate. I hope Yolanda's Mexican so she gets that, so she knows them props. Yolanda, the 4th lost member of the past group, 3LW. Shout out to 3LW. I used to dunk on fools in Winchester, Virginia. Fools stepping to me on that NBA Street first edition. Oh, I bring 3LW and they'd be like, what you doing with this 3LW shit? I'd have them little 2-foot girls like slam a jamma in them faces. Oh my God, those were some good times. Good. Well, maybe it was PS2, but it was the first NBA Street, y'all. Check that shit out. Even if just to see like 3LW slam a jamming on that shit, there might be some YouTube footage. Back to the rage. So yeah, man, this is a specific time, not just for 3:30 my time. Illuma Tommy confirmed. But this is the time that London would always be streaming. The time that I'll show up screaming. So don't let him say, oh, and it's possible he missed it. If he missed it, this will just sit there. He can review. He can still come correct. But just off my own possibly flawed assumptions, I would say he's probably going to skip it. I'd say whenever you're known for the Tetsuo, the Kaneda, the Tetsuo-Kaneda dichotomy, I don't just have to spike and vicious on my yin-yang tip. I can Tetsuo Kaneda. You ain't going to take this shit from me. I will own it when you try. Shout to Carl. Carl, not being American, he felt the mistake and the damage of trying to bring that South Park tip against a Colorado resident. Nah, it didn't work out too well, did it? Anybody that saw that collector's edition video, I privated it whenever Carl privated that channel. I was like, okay, respect. I don't know why he and the basement saw it fit to completely invisible both their channels. I know Basements was very...
All right, I reset the router. restarted the router. We're going to try to switch over to I was on my phone. We were hot spotted off the phone there at the end. So apologies for all of that, folks. The internet connection has been so solid. So I think I'm just going to have to start cycling, restarting the router before I go live every morning. But we're going to switch over now. So you will lose me briefly, but we shall return just after that. One moment, please. We make it back. I think we did. I think we're here. OBS says we're here. All right. And I'm going to make some coffee. We'll be right back, folks. Thank you for thank you for your patience.
Very much by my hand. She can't say it wasn't. The more I said it, the more she shut up about it. And now I don't even see her showing up in my chats, my chitty chats, chitty bang bangs. Thank you, Tao. And I know to shout to Tao there. Been looping my vids since yesterday. He's on that assignment tip. And I know some of you have, because overnight I've seen those watch hours go considerably up. And I'm also watching that for the YouTube shenanigans, because what YouTube says my view hours are up to is not what is displayed in my analytics. I know sometimes they're waiting for a mark point to pass till it all gets added on. And sometimes it's just some BS, because I know I hear everybody talking that BS they see. Only made one mistake on my account for that in the past. That, like Cynthia Moose, that was not a shout out. You are consistently staying punk ass. Even in that thing Flow State did about Timmy, just because you aren't in the title, Producer Moose, doesn't mean you're not showing yourself to be punk ass bitch in that production. Y'all go give Flow State's Timmy's being a bitch video a view. It very much shows that Timmy is a product of the cult, like Moose, who is producer, not producer. Well, there's unlisted and then there's private, Moose. I'd have to consider which I did, because I think I've only unlisted one, and that was because I reposted it with the sweet edits and the basement flashback. And it's funny because that basement flashback that I used in the 10-17, well, you guys know what I'm talking about. That flashback is the only clip I have from that stream. And she claims she deleted that stream, but she used footage and audio from it that popped up probably not 2 weeks ago compared to when it was deleted almost a month or more ago. And she used that footage to make me sound like I'm racist, when it's just one of those times I was dropping N-bombs, not directed at any individual. I think I agree with the social order of not punching women until they're like beast enough to be throwing down on you like trucker women. As far as just hitting women in general, I stand against that with y'all. As far as calling African Americans N-bombs, I stand against that with y'all. But to tell me I can't make phonetic sounds with my mouth, to tell me I can't experience the joy of recreating Chappelle skits or dropping in bombs for the reasons I've dropped them, nah, that ain't freedom, y'all. That ain't free speech. That ain't freedom of equality. And if you call your best friend that word and have it every other word in your favorite songs, I would be careful about how much of that speech you stand against. Oh my God, we're going way off the two names that are cited, but it happens. You know how we do over here. Everybody's always free to comment what things I don't touch on enough in these rants you'd like me to revisit. I know I've walked away from a few things I wanted to elaborate on. So, I assumed that Polyboy was just going to stream on and on and on, because when I showed up today, he seemed to be on a wrap-up. And I noticed on that wrap-up, he was doing his typical, there's a burp coming, y'all. Forgive me if I don't catch myself. There it is. Okay. That fucking crisp Doritos, man. It can't be crisp without those tiny bubbles coagulating, conglomerating, and assembling in your stomach. So on this assumed wrap up, he was talking a lot of poop on our community man, Jay to the Talcott. And I've had my beef with Jay Talcott, but I don't assemble y'all here to hate on Jay Talcott. And I noticed, like myself, Paul's going around his room, letting everybody have a chance to beef on Jay Talcott. And I'm like, I think I should get up here and disrupt this, because even one of Paul's newest members, it's some dog name. Forgive me, I forget the dog name. I ain't hating on him, but I noticed he's new. That's why I can't remember his name. And right now he's got his opportunity to be that smart new guy as he goes, why are we sitting here hating on Talcott? Why are we always talking about Talcott? Exactly. And I gave him that props from the backstage, both to give him the props and because Polyboy was going to let me sit in his backstage. Here's the thing I want to give people a little heads up for when you got those haters. And even if you're one of my haters, if you find yourself in the backstage of a hater and you're there to stick it to them, throw them a backstage mention and screen clip that. That way you can prove they knew you were in their backstage, or they were, yeah, I said it right. You were in their backstage getting ignored. Been there, y'all. Been there. That's why I'll get that screenshot of any time or whatever I say to acknowledge that I'm there, because they get the signal. Sometimes I'll be rambling and forget mine, and if I don't see my signal, I'm always telling y'all, hey, you backed out. I didn't see you. Come on back. Yes, the art of war. The thing I feel I've done more in these streets than anyone who's cited that book. I don't think I've read it cover to cover. I was kind of bust on Z a little bit, like he's doing his separation from Polyboy, but he's doing too much separation in the context of you gotta give me room, man. I didn't know. I might have nodded it. No. Z he went hard out of the We Are Awake crew. He did a storm out. He did a bridge burn almost if they weren't acceptant of him coming back. And then he showed up to Paulie back in those days saying, damn it, Paul, I want to do some Art of War shit. And I was kind of sitting there already in that fight before Z ever got there, like, hey, then get with me, bro. So, Paulie boy, you're probably streaming as we speak. You were free to show up with your restream, because I would have watched you as you restreamed and took note if you started pausing and talking that shit to your people. And it only hurts them, guys. If you're only showing up for Paulie and only viewing through the screen of his stream, you're getting it twisted out here. It is mended, Yolanda. I'm just mentioning, and I'm not trying to bring his past up on him. If they get it mended, that's fine. But he's not going to pull that stuff with me if he wants to rewrite the past, memory hold the past. I'm the type of guy where I rectify the past by acknowledging and moving on, and that's what I've done. Anybody with a problem with me that has it squashed, that's what we've done. Anybody that still has a problem with me probably don't understand what's going on. And then you got your absolute seekers and reachers, which is the section we're forming of the Cynthias, the Mooses, the people that have even been handed that and still smacked it down and said, nah, I'm going back to my old shit. And that's where we get the once a thing, always a thing, it seems. Taking that sip. Yo quiero Jarritos Mandarin, sí. Oh, for Cynthia, the Mexicans, that I want some Mandarin Jarritos, yes. For the non-Spanish, I don't speak Spanish either, Cynthia. I'm still running circles around you with the Espanol. I'm still muy habla Espanol compared to Cynthia. Okay. I'm also down at my local Barrio store, informing the owner of what's up with the fiat system and why they're retracting his ability to wire monies back to their families. I'm like, well, sir, it is bad for your business. You're going to lose that money wire tip, but all your customers will just be doing it them damn selves with their smart El Phone. I like saying the L things. Like if something is L this, I like to call it the L thing. So it's like saying the thing. God, the first Saints Row, second Saints Row, good games. Good games. And I still didn't get to play the one where they're like, what's your plan to handle whoever the end boss is? They're like, well, first I'm going to blah, 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 then I'm going to take this. But that's not a plan. That's a goal. I love it in this, whenever they take like street thug jackasses and then make them say smart stuff, it's so choice for my fucking funny, but that's not a plan, that's a goal, because they don't really do that. I love that shit. All right, so let's wrap up London Man real quick, and then I'll get back on this Polyboy rant. Bottom line is, guys, I've always allied with London when he was in the right. You saw me show up on the Z weekend, the LZ weekend. That's the Z weekend. That was when the alleged community came to have Z's back whenever he was being pursued by the polyboy he had broken free of. And I did take it straight to them that my problem was you guys restrained me. You kind of treated me like a bitch, coming out to help you with that. And spoiler alert, new people, I've always been Paul's Bane. I've always been his Joker. I've always had the key to his demise right in my front pocket. And it's like by order of God in the universe that when I come to you with that and you deny me it, I have to go, okay, that's your free will. And I step back and I watch you fail. And I ain't mad at you. I don't really make fun of you. I might point it out a little harshly, but I don't know why it's taken y'all so long to get it. And no matter what Z and Chuck want to say, the last time they showed up at We Are Awake, took the stage, said a bunch of stuff that got them lots of props, that was secondhand props to me because they were repeating me, if not word for word, verbatim. And verbatim isn't word for word, guys. Verbatim is what you guys want to use more often. Because when I see y'all use quotation marks, which in grammar means word for word quoting, and you do that shit to me, you're getting it wrong. And so then I'm not only offended that you are misgrammatizing, misgrammarcizing, I'm offended that you're trying to say something I didn't really say. Oh, I am right, Cricket, and it shouldn't blow your mind. I do this a lot. No, Chuck, you were not. Because the reason you catch so much flack from channel to channel is because what you speak in your yokel form is a lot of bullshit. It's a lot of in the moment. Sometimes it's cheerleader. Sometimes it's looking to acquire like minds. But Chuck, you are not consistent, nor are you sought after, glorified. You're OG cult. I grant you that you escaped by your own hand. No one had to help you escape, Chuck, but you ain't what you see in the mirror. Oh my God, I dropped it as you chatted it, Chuck. Tell me I'm not on fire. I don't need to look in the mirror, Chuck. I do it in real time, as sure as I'm in speakerphone with my Skyfather 24/7. Oh, here comes that Doritos. Hold on. Let's give me Spilkas. Chuck, you can just easy on spamming my chat. You're not, I mean, I've given you your truth. You're not worth more of any of my chat spam or my time. So, London, you better watch at least this far. I know I've gotten off track a couple times. Brought plenty to your panel you forget about. I can always just put it in a mix until you start memory holing your stuff like Polyboy's been doing his ever since he realized that I am legit with the time travel. Like his first description of my time travel is, oh, you mean when people go back at my old videos and look for things? Like, yeah, that's exactly what it is. And why you try and take the weight out of that, I don't know. Anyone that at one time claimed they're Christed shouldn't have a problem with us looking to your past words. Because the only mofo I know of that was Christed, which is the Christ, he got no problem with us looking back on those words from back in the day. So, oh, Chuck, you very much have. I mean, we can only do so much to each other verbally, but what we can, you've done it. So, kick rocks, yokel. Anyway, nice C44. Thanks for turning out. I'd say 37 of you probably hate watchers. Anyway, so London, I'm actually saying this for you and the community that showed up and for who will hear this. Bro, you've always been able to contact me. And I heard y'all from speaking your stuff to Axis Ratblood in his time of need, and shout to those people that did that.
Well, I do think it's funny that people want to continue the old jokes of the lot lizards and all of this. I don't know if y'all know, but the internet got rid of all of that type of thing, right? Like anybody that wants to meet up for nefarious purposes, everybody meets on the apps now. So there's nobody meets in person. There's no foot tapping or whatever the fuck that senator got in trouble for. That's all. All of that's a thing of the past, folks. None of that exists anymore. People find each other online. They find like-minded deviants. Whatever a particular person's arena of deviancy is, that they find those people through the computer and through the internet. So all of those old jokes around glory holes and fucking truck stop bathrooms and lot lizards and rest areas, no more. None of it exists anymore, folks. It's gone. It's a thing of the past. I got my truck was knocked on one time in the entire time I drove a truck. Just once. It's just not a thing. It's all over with, folks. The smartphone has completely retired all of those dynamics. So folks might want to update their jokes, because those jokes, they just don't, they're no longer reality, right? But yeah, I almost never even go into the truck stop, believe it or not. I park at the truck stop when I'm working as a truck driver. It's been several months now, but yeah, I rarely go into the truck stop for anything, because I can't eat any of the food, number one. Although the fruit, on occasion, I can have some of the fruit, I guess. But hopefully I'm not paying $2.49 a gallon for water if something's gone wrong, if I'm in there buying gallons of water. Well, I guess an occasional shower, but that's not very often. And in fact, because of the showers, the free showers, if God forbid I feel like I need to use the bathroom at the truck stop, I actually use one of my shower credits, and I go have my own private fucking lair. I go into the shower where there's a toilet. So yeah, I can't do the truck stop bathrooms because there's always somebody in poor health, heavy breathing in there. Can't do the people who are heavy breathing. I got the hypervigilance. I can't concentrate and focus when there's people in there with the heavy breathing. It's too fucking strange. Yeah, make truck stops great again. No, it's pretty much over with for truck stops. Realistically speaking. As far as that goes, I guess the foreigners maybe use them. I don't know who uses them. There's people in there, but I don't know why. I guess the owner-operators typically have to go in there and get a physical receipt for whatever reason, like a fuel receipt. But, yeah. Well, the truck stop, I'm not even saying the bathrooms are bad. I just can't be in there with another person because there's, and in fact, what y'all may not realize about truck stops is that almost all the independent truck stops have either been bought out by the chains or they're in the process of being bought out by the chains. So Love's and Pilot and all the major truck stop chains, they cater to the people who are traveling in their cars. See, that's actually the bulk of their clientele, believe it or not. But then, part of the business is truckers, for fuel, right? Because another thing y'all may not realize, they charge way more for fuel at those truck stops. But then, the bigger companies all have fuel discount agreements. So when I started with Snyder, we mostly got fuel at Pilot Flying J because that's who they had their discount through, if that makes sense. And all of the smaller companies I've ever been with they were like, hey, you can't, like my first company after Snyder, it was all Love's. We only fueled at Love's for that, presumably for the Pilot Flying J is the same company, Gary. Yeah, Pilot Flying J, same company. But yeah, that's how that works. So most of their business, like Love's and all that, especially Love's, because theirs are newer, cleaner, less dirty, right? They're usually cleaner. They're catering more to the person who's on a car trip, if that makes sense. Yeah. But almost always, when I'm truck driving, I always have shower credits. So I can just go in the shower. As long as, well, if it's the wrong time of day, there's no showers available, of course. But yeah. Yeah, truck driving is, I'm sure, Notch. I'm sure it's off the chain. And Americans, you may have realized, Notch, as an American yourself, I'm presuming we now claim you, I'm guessing. Let me get, hang on, let's get Tommy off the screen there. And apologies that you guys missed most of Tom's rant because of the technical difficulties. It's a bit of a bummer, but it is what it is. And in fact, that derailed my entire break because I'm hurriedly eating papaya, throwing papaya down my pie hole, and trying to. I was just about to begin the process of making the coffee when I saw. Well, actually, I heard it on my earphones that the stream stopped, and unfortunately, what usually happens is, but usually if the stream dies on the OBS, meaning it says like kilobits per second, right now it's 62, 67. Well, if that goes to 0 and the stream stops, usually it comes back. So some of that was just me looking at the screen thinking, I wonder if this is going to go back and come back. And then eventually it's like, well, man, I really don't want to unplug the fucking router and restart the router and all of that. But it has been a while. So then I got hotspotted off of my phone. That's when we finally got the stream back. And then while that was happening, I went ahead and unplugged and, plugged back into the, after the router came back up, then I connected to it on my phone and, did a speed test and then switched back over. So, all of that, that was like 20 minutes, probably 15, 20 minutes just doing all of that. So, I didn't even get a break. Where's my break? But we did manage to make some coffee. So, there is a bright side, folks. To be sure. Shine on, you crazy diamond. But yeah, these other countries, America, the fact is a lot of Americans just are germaphobes, and they have this, for whatever reason, they have an unrealistic idea of hygiene and cleanliness, which I find interesting. And then especially with the events of the last several years, the fake pandemic, now it's weaponized germaphobes, and this idea of everything's sterile. But well, number one, no, it's not. Number two, a human can't exist in a sterile environment. The fact is, hygiene was not a priority. Hand washing was not a priority. And I lived in the streets for many years and never had a problem. Although I guess when you look at how I look today, maybe don't take me as an example. But, that's all, specific digestive illnesses. Not caused by pathogens, in the environment. At least it's not as far as I know. Anyway, I'm not a doctor. But that's right. We should not be ashamed of our lives. Well, and the fact is, Notch, is that people online... And I don't know if you've been here for my hoarders rant, Notch, but the fact is that I used to love that TV show Hoarders. And one thing I noticed was, so basically at a certain point, the hoarder is just their living space is in a pile of garbage somewhere. Maybe there's a couch underneath that pile of garbage, but they're in a pile of garbage. So it's just, and a lot of times they're overweight. So it's like it's a overweight, obese hoarder shut-in. They only leave the house long enough to go bring new items in, to hoard. And so they're just laid back in a pile of garbage, but there's always a computer there. So at a certain point, I'm like, oh, these people are online. So some of these folks who are preoccupied with like cleanliness, because lest we forget, according to psychology, hoarding is rooted in perfectionism. I know it doesn't seem like it would be, but I did read a book about this. It seemed to make some sense. And in fact, that's why they're not able to organize their space, because they are perfectionists. I know it sounds nuts, but apparently it's the case. And so in their mind, a lot of these folks are predisposed towards, hand washing, germs, fucking organization, perfection, right? Being seemingly repelled from. So some of these folks, let's just call it what it is. Some portion of the audience is hoarder shut-ins. I'll be friends with a hoarder shut-in. I don't look down on a hoarder, but some portion of the audience is hoarder shut-ins, and some of those are the same people making jokes about lot lizards and truck stop bathrooms. And I don't mean Jonathan Montiero specifically. I just mean generally. Like, this is the sick psychology, right? So when a person in the live chat is putting themselves forward as a certain type of person, based in perfectionism, and they do everything properly, but then the streamer, the person running the channel and running the broadcast is just talking about his life, warts and all. But then I'm supposed to believe that some portion of the live chat leads these lives of perfection where they can't possibly be criticized. They never commit a wrong action. Bullshit. The fact is, some of them probably are ashamed of their lives, and that's okay. Well, I shouldn't say that. I think their lives are probably fine. Right. Well, they're in fucking shambles, but so is everybody else's for the most part. Right. I mean, come on, let's just call it what it is. To varying degrees, most of us in varying degrees. Right. It's just my life's in shambles to some extent. I would say that extends to much of the audience, if not all. I mean, if we're all such great, happy, well-adjusted, successful people, how do we have all day how are we on the internet all day? Like, how is this a possibility? Like, I just don't. So you're never going to convince me that this certain people who type certain things are trying to put forth a certain image of themselves. I just don't believe you, right? And I never have, and I never will. But I'm willing to sort of play the game and play along and be a good sport. But then when I get too many out-of-date truck stop jokes, it's like, well, wait a minute, can we face the reality that nobody's trying to meet up, nobody's trying to meet strangers for anonymous liaisons at truck stops, rest areas, bathrooms, parking lots. It's a thing of the past. It's all on the phone now. It's all on the phone. So it's gone away from the public space. Although apparently on the West Coast, they've now decriminalized prostitution in California. So apparently there's streetwalkers everywhere. But so it's just weird. It's this bizarre combination, right? It's like, yeah, okay, it's all of the things that were underground, but people still sort of knew about somehow, or a lot of people knew about somehow. That's all gone, but then now there's just literal streetwalkers in many parts of the country. It's just bizarre. It's a bizarre combination of like both things here. But yeah. I'm assuming Z's going to start talking soon. How I got off on this, I have no idea, but you're welcome, Z pre-show audience. The pre-Z audience. Pre-Z. Yeah. Oh, good. A new one. Yeah, that's probably the one where I yelled at what's his name about E-Thug, I'm assuming. So maybe we'll watch that. Although I have the better audio version on my stream because since the OBS, I get it. My microphone sounds a lot different, or somewhat different, on this stream than it does on the other side of somebody else's StreamYard, if that makes sense. But yeah, we'll see. Shout out to Flow State, by the way. I do want to watch the Timmy stuff. We'll probably do that right about the time Z starts talking. Looks like he's still playing the piano. I'm not wired for jealousy. I do admire people that can play the piano. It's one of my few regrets. I should have. And by the way, I got the hands made for fucking playing the piano. For fuck's sakes, I should have made myself play the piano as a child. We had a piano also, obviously. Yeah, Tarek, exactly. Yep, Tarek with the E-Thug. I'm just over the E-Thug, man. It's just ridiculous. It's just absolutely ridiculous. And I hope I wasn't rude just popping on to Flow State, yelling at Tarek and then leaving. But, you know, it wasn't going to get any better if I'd stuck around. Let's see, Flow State channel. And again, this is a repeat from this stream. But we'll see what their version looks like. I like it. Full Benton 668 drive-by tongue lashing. It's only 1 minute and 46 seconds. Hang on, I gotta leave a comment. Oh fuck. Just gonna post an emoji. All right. Share this tab instead. All right. Let me drop a link to this, by the way. Flow State video. Actually, let's just do his channel. Flow State channel. Copy link address. Oh, yeah, this is on his channel. Wow, I had no idea this was this short. It's funny, I could talk for hours and hours and hours, but then I go and yell at somebody, and it's only lasts a minute and 46 seconds. Anyway. I guess we'll try to... Yes,
I left you alone. You're the one that...
What's with all these dorks e-thugging lately? Don't y'all understand on the internet that e-thugging, you look like a fucking dork? Like, if you went out in public and behaved like a fucking nerd, that people would be like, hey, what's this nerd doing? When you dorks come on the internet and e-thug, it's the exact same thing. You look like fucking bozos. I'm wondering, why did we get to ethug.txt on all these panels? Do y'all not know what ethug.txt is? You might want to Google that shit. There's ethug.txt generators. There's a fucking ethugtxt.com. Tarek, you're an e-thug bozo dork. Don't you understand how the internet works? You look like a fucking moron.
Mr.
Ben,
Ben.
Find out. Find out the culture, sir. No, you don't understand the culture, sir. The culture of the internet is you're doing e-thugging.
No, you said you're a man and you were speaking to somebody earlier. Didn't you say that on your broadcast?
E-thugging.
I know, but didn't you say on your broadcast earlier that you would see a man-to-man, face-to-face?
Yeah, see, this is probably better on my stream because I'm talking over him on my side. In fact, his mic sounds a lot louder than mine, but that's okay. The internet, sir.
You said it your word,
the
right?
internet.
Those were your words. You're replaying for you. You said you will come up and see me man to man, correct?
No, I never said that.
I understand, Ben.
I don't talk about seeing people man to man. I don't ever talk that way. Never. You know why? Because I've been here since '94, my entire adult life. I know that this is the internet. It's got nothing to do with man to man, sir. So no, I've never said that.
Those were your words. You're replaying for you. You said you will come up and see me man to man, correct?
You look like a fucking
I understand, Ben. You hurt and you bought her. I understand that.
It's like going
I totally understand your butt, but again, you said it earlier on your show that
no, I
you
didn't.
come and see a man to man, face to face, looking at straight in the eye.
No, I said I would get in a room with Paul, meaning I would shake his hand. If he would shake my hand, I would look at him in the face, and we would have a face-to-face conversation. That has nothing to do with man-to-man, right? There's no... Man-to-man implies that I'm going to go, like, fucking settle his hash or something. Like, I'm going to try to hold him accountable for his behavior. It's like, no, I'm just saying I would go have a meeting. That's what I'm saying. Everybody looks at you like stop with the e-thug.
Ben, you're more than welcome to come with me to have the same conversation with me, bitch. And I'll pay for your flight too.
If you want to fly me out to meet with Paul, that's fine. It's just we're not going to fight. We're going to have a meeting. I'll talk to the man. He'll talk to me, and then I'll leave. It's like he'll say what he's got to say. I'll say what I have to say. We'll probably like each other on some level. You know, I am somewhat charming, believe it or not. So, and as is he, I'm assuming. So, yeah. Put her there, partner, and you know, we'll just make fun of each other a little bit, probably, and that'll be the end of it. Yeah. But it just doesn't translate to the online space, y'all. Although I guess if it was going to be clipped, I wouldn't have given him the last word there. But yeah, let's go into the I actually never saw all of this, the Timmy stuff.
Do-nothing bitches are vampires of other people's joy. Instead of living authentically, they feed off masking their true selves, doing nothing and criticizing others who actually put themselves out there. Do-nothing bitches can be highly manipulative. So here are some gold standard clapbacks when a do-nothing bitch starts with their bullshit. When they start to claim you're too much, offer them a mirror and tell them to look for less. Draw a diagram that identifies where your business is and where their business is to visually show them they're in the wrong area. Remind them of the ancient proverb, to fuck around is to find out, and the more they fuck around, the more they're going to find out. So the next time you encounter a do-nothing bitch, hold your head high and know their obsession with you is masking their jealousy of your confidence, your freedom in your self-expression, and most importantly, your authenticity. And also, fuck them. They're toxic.
I'd just like to welcome Timmy to the stream. Timmy is a very intelligent being. He is frail.
Before you get ahead of yourself, don't get ahead of yourself. What's up, Timmy? Why are you here?
Oh, hi. Oh, do you not want me here? I'll go.
I mean, I'm just surprised to see you here because you're kind of always a shit-talking douchebag. So I'm just surprised that you're here.
I was trying to say how frail and pale he was.
Great. I'm a shit-talking douchebag. I was just curious how many of you guys, if all you guys do is just gonna bitch about other people, or like, I was just looking at, you know, the
you see, he's in his feelings this morning, folks. I can break this down to you.
I was just interested. All you guys are like big, awesome truth people. Like, how many of you guys are not paying income tax and capital gains tax? I'd be really interested about that.
Or drama?
Because I just see the genocide going on, and then I want to press you guys.
He's sitting in Thailand right now.
What genocide are you talking about?
Oh, in Gaza. I'm just wondering how many of you are paying income tax and capital gains tax over the US that's doing that. So
I actually need more trigger words for me to respond coherently. More trigger words.
You're all paying income tax and capital gains tax.
Wordless. I pay all my taxes. Alpha, beta, zeta, male. Give me more, dude. Give me more. That's just like
Timmy. We're gonna sit around and gossip about people a lot. In fact,
I know, but I just like to bring it back to something that matters.
Timmy, I'm gonna talk about people for the rest of the fucking stream.
And you can't stop us.
However long that goes.
We're paying taxes. What does it matter to you if we're paying taxes? Do you work for the IRS?
I think so.
Oh no, but if you do, you're supporting the genocide and slavery of people all over Earth. You fund
that dude with the bumper stickers.
Well, and I want to say this. Let me introduce you to deficit spending, Timmy, in which what the U.S. government spends every year far exceeds the amount it takes in. So, number one, you can't even demonstrate that I'm paying for genocide. Number two, trouble in the Middle East has been a news item for literally my entire life. I became aware of the nightly news probably, I don't know, age 10 or so, maybe earlier. I started reading the newspaper probably around that time, mid-'80s. I've been a news reader my whole life. So my entire life, it's been trouble in the Middle East. Okay, the fact is genocide was occurring before I got here. Then I got here, genocide has continued, and then presumably I'm going to leave this place and genocide will most likely continue unabated. Please demonstrate to me again how I'm responsible for the genocide. It's just not a thing, folks.
Timmy, how much money did I make last year? What level 4?
I can only hope that genocide comes to wherever you are.
I mean, Timmy.
Hey, really? Why would you say
that? Better in rounds if we don't pay taxes?
Timmy.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
If we don't pay taxes, does that somehow make it better?
Timmy.
The war's going to happen regardless.
Okay, so you're just going to fund the terrorist and you have no...
Absolutely.
I funded it. I didn't answer that question. I didn't answer your question about taxes because that's none of your business.
I don't know what's going to happen if we all, the people...
If we all just stop paying taxes, wow, that'd be great. That'd be awesome.
What about Gaza? What about Gaza, Hank?
No, I don't know why. What's the problem here?
I could not give less of a fuck about Gaza. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I don't give a fuck. You can't make me give a fuck. I'm not going to give a fuck. And part of the reason why I don't give a fuck is because I've been paying attention to the news cycle. Although now I don't, by the way. So the Chinese balloon, I finally tapped out. I used to be a news junkie. I've been aware of the fucking news cycle my entire life. I really don't even understand what's going on in the Middle East. I never really have. I really never even gave a fuck when it was on the nightly news every night for years on end. But I'm just going to go ahead and figure that trouble in the Middle East equates to the status quo, business as usual. Maybe I'll go to the library and we'll just go look at the microfiche and the microfilm or whatever. And maybe I'll just pay for the New York Times fucking subscription and we'll go through the archives and we'll just Maybe that'll be the broadcast from now on. We'll just have a segment where we just read about trouble in the Middle East from like 1986 or 1978 or whatever. The fact is, no matter what I do, no matter how I live, there's going to be trouble in the Middle East, y'all. I ain't got nothing to do with it. I don't give a fuck. I don't live there. I live here. People could say, yeah, but it's a one world system. What happens there affects us. Well, I'm pretty sure the powers that be are not open to my input until they're not seeking my opinion as far as I know. Don't care, and you can't make me care, Timmy. Don't give a fuck.
Why can't this be like just a natural conversation?
Why can't you talk about what I want you to talk about, Flow State? Why can't we?
Oh, you guys don't have to do anything. I just brought it up.
Hot. You come in here hot and in bad faith.
Timmy, bombs. There's bombs everywhere.
I'm not in bad faith. How is it in bad faith? How is it bad faith?
Hold on, don't fucking yell over me when I'm talking. Timmy, it's always in bad faith, or at least pretentious faith.
How is it bad faith? Just because
how do you survive without paying taxes?
I don't pay income tax and capital gains tax because I'm not involved.
Do you have no income?
I don't claim to have.
Well, I want to say this again. From what I've heard Timmy say about his own status, it seems like the United States government most likely views Timmy as a taxpayer, whether he agrees or not. So, folks, they still are going to expect to be, they are still going to expect him to pay taxes. Right now, regardless of how he chooses to conduct his affairs, there's a very high likelihood that the IRS is going to expect its fucking taxes out of Timmy. Now, who knows what's going to happen? That's none of my business. I don't even care. But what is this, by the way?
Have the definition of what income is, which is something involved in a corporation, in my understanding.
No,
so I haven't
Why
been
are we
paying these
talking
things.
about Gaza right now?
I haven't been paying these things for 10 plus years.
Okay,
Because
that's awesome.
I don't think it lies to lie.
I get it. And
I don't file, Flow State.
Okay,
I don't file.
that's fine.
Yeah, me
Do you pay
neither.
sales tax? Do you pay property tax? Do you pay rent to somebody who pays property tax? Do you have somebody else pay for your food for you so you don't have to pay sales tax? Either way,
Timmy's in Thailand, I'm pretty sure. And my understanding is that he's not able to return to the U.S. That's my understanding. But I don't know that for a fact. That's I've heard him talk about it. I've heard people say it on a panel when he was on the panel, and he didn't say anything. I mean, I don't know, but I don't know for a fact. But, my understanding is that he's fucked off to Thailand, and I don't know that he's ever planning on coming back to the U.S. It's funny how these people, some of these folks who want to come say these things are in other countries or have been in other countries, like that Beauchene bozo. Remember that guy?
Your resources are going to
93 fucking cases.
Oh, wrong button.
Hello?
Hang on.
Praise God.
taxes, you dumb fuck.
Well,
Where's
first of all,
the yes?
all I
I thought I
said was
had a
income
yes
and
on
capital
here.
gains taxes, which is I think are the biggest
I don't.
sources of funding that the federal government gets. Now, sales taxes and excise taxes and tariffs and stuff
Do you know what
is
income tax?
different.
Income tax goes to interest payments. So we're paying off past.
Yeah, most of our income taxes literally go to pay the bankers. The vast majority of everything everybody pays at just a regular person income tax, almost all of that goes to the bankers.
Wars, current wars, that's all leverage.
You can say that. I mean, if you're
That is
gonna
how it
like,
is.
I'm not sure
That
that
is how it
you
is.
know that for sure.
He was in
Yes, I
banking.
do. I do. I have a fucking economics degree. This is an area of interest for me. I worked in
Well,
banks. for
and I
fucking
don't
decades.
know
I
he's
know
in
about this shit.
Thailand,
You
by
don't
the
know
way.
about this shit. That's why you think that you
Okay,
cannot
so-
claim income and not pay taxes.
And here comes Shrek to back him
I
up.
don't
Watch
have
out.
it.
Even the Joker doesn't screw with the IRS.
Oh, I'm coming for you, boys. Don't worry.
But
Hold
hang
on,
So,
Mood,
but
I
Mood-
knew you were
American
coming
way.
for me, you fruitcake. I have nothing wrong with that, though, by the way. If you want to come for me all day, that's good.
So
No, I'm not
here's-
coming for you
here's
that way,
a
Freak.
suggestion, like the last one you made about how instead of paying for a stamp, you should. What was it? Say it again.
dude, it's,
What was your
called,
solution
it's
to the
called
stamp thing?
FedEx. It's a private carrier.
That makes sense,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
FedEx, that doesn't bother me.
Why is it so complicated? FedEx makes their own stamp when you send something via FedEx. They're not getting a postal
No,
But they use
stamp.
a shipping
Why
label,
is
but
this-
yeah, I
And that
understand.
isn't even what you recommended. It's still a bad idea because it's way more expensive. But what you recommended was private couriers.
Timmy's
Or
going to
Yeah,
FedEx
that's-
himself back into the
Yeah,
Well,
country.
FedEx is a private courier, though.
Yeah,
FedEx
they
or
are.
a hire myself is the same thing, Flo.
Yeah. So you could pay a whole lot more money to get something done.
Oh, Vietnam,
sense,
thank
doesn't
you.
it?
Yeah.
I'm just saying freedom. I want freedom.
Well, that's
I
what's
don't
funny.
wanna be- I don't wanna
It
know
is
about-
interesting that, I think I had heard that too, actually. And but then I heard Moose say Thailand, but Moose probably thinks he's making a joke. So, yeah, my bad. Thank you. Thanks for letting us. Yeah, Vietnam makes more sense, actually.
what's the thing to get a free stamp?
So are you going to
onto
bitch
the
and nag
postal
at
vote?
people? Is this how you're going to get freedom, by bitching and nagging at other people with stupid fucking suggestions? Why don't you all spend money on stupid shit so you're more broke and have less impact?
Hey, Timmy,
That's not the
you
point.
have
The
FedEx
point-
talking
That's
to
the
you,
outcome.
FedEx, you're trying to make some money.
That's why I'm shit talking you, because that's the outcome. It doesn't matter if it's the point. Your point and your outcome are separated. You're ineffective, basically, is what I'm taking away from this.
I think Timmy,
Well,
can I just say that
the
Timmy
point-
didn't answer your question?
Hey, do
Well,
you see
and-
that? Do you
And
see
something
that?
else about Timmy is he's never conceded a point in his life. Like, it's just like once he's in opposition to something, he will never. Nobody can make a point against him. He will not. He's dug in. You know, I will never live in this world where the other side can't make a point. You know, that's just not possible. Especially if the other side is somewhat intelligent. Like, yeah, they're going to have a point some of the time, Timmy. It can't just be like, just we reject any and all fucking. No, Flow State made a valid point there, sir. It's okay to just be like, well, yeah, you have a point, and then maybe find another way around. I don't know.
That
Question?
dip in his chain.
You didn't even notice that he asked you a question.
Which question?
But he asked you a question which you didn't answer, which Flo reacted to it, and now you don't even know that he asked you a question. I mean, that's just 3 concepts ago, dude.
Yeah.
It's not even that much. Timmy, what?
Well, and then we get into
I don't
Timmy.
know which one
Is he dumb or is he lying? And I think he's not dumb. So it's stupid or liar, sir.
Referring to, but
Oh,
my point is that your suggestions are ineffective in the real world. All you're doing is grandstanding on a fucking soapbox that really is
No.
detached from everything practical. You're not trying to do anything in the real world except for stroke your own ego and virtue signal.
How do you know?
Exactly. And
How can
to
you-
top it
how
off,
can
you
you
don't
know
even live
that?
by the laws of Moses.
How do you make a determination like that?
How do I know that?
Because your suggestions are all stupid, self-centered, and judgmental. They're all stupid, though. That's the key component.
Yes.
Nothing you
How is
suggest, none of your thoughts have any applicability to the real world. You just say them to make yourself feel better.
Well, imagine, and then he just says, "How is it stupid?" It's like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? It's like, we know Corky from Life Goes On or whatever that show was called. Yeah. Well, how is he retarded? Well, he has Down syndrome, Timmy. That's how he's retarded. So it's like, but just continuing to ask how that's not an argument. It's just like, yeah, we can continue explaining and describing the stupidity, but that doesn't make it any less stupid, Timmy.
Right? And
I
He
think
ran away from America too, folks. Just to be clear.
I never ran away.
When we all stopped paying income taxes, did you think that was going to happen?
I'm just making the point that if you pay income taxes, you're funding what's
So
going on.
why did you make that point, though?
Because
Well, and it's not true. It's simply untrue because the fact is, the government is smart enough to know that if it's up to us to wait to the end of the year and turn in our taxes, but then the people see all of these things happening across the world, and if it was true that the United States government could only spend the money they take in, which is not the case, then the people could just be like, hey, we don't want to support that, so we're not going to send you our checks until you knock it the fuck off. See, this is not a possibility. The government is not funded based on the money we remit to them. That's not how it works. Please, Timmy knows this. He's not dumb. He knows this. He's playing on the average person not understanding these things. You know, it's called deficit spending, Timmy.
I was just looking at the
Because
Gaga stuff.
right? Because you're virtue signaling yourself. Yeah,
It's not about me.
It is about you.
I'm
You
pressing
can sit there
ignorance.
and say, I don't pay income taxes, and you think that means that you're not funding the war because you're fucking stupid.
Okay, so
And the
the
fact
government
that
takes
the
money
government- the fact that
and then
Yeah, Timmy, that's how it works. The government doesn't. The military is not paid from our income taxes. That's yes, correct, Timmy. That's what we're saying, and that's the case. The fucking no bombs are built from our tax receipts, sir. That's just not how it works.
and then these
the way
people
that
are
our
paying
wives have
the debt.
Hey, can you not
Look,
talk
aren't
over
these
the
people
lady,
paying
please?
the
It's
debt, the interest
disrespectful.
payments on that debt from
All right,
the
what
Fed,
about
that the
Gaza?
government?
We don't have a choice. That's what we've all been signed up to, Timmy. See, that's the thing is, it's not up to me. I'm not consulted at the level of the what the federal government chooses to do with its fucking balance sheet. They didn't come to me and ask my opinion. Okay, and the fact is, we don't have a representative government. Where I'm electing senators and then they're fucking balancing the budget. That's not the case, man. We have this thing called the Federal Reserve. Do I need to explain the Fed to fucking Timmy here? Or can I just trust that he knows what the Federal Reserve is and how that works?
Borrows money from and then goes and buys weapons from the defense industry. Isn't that how it
I mean,
works?
what happens
What
when the
about
government
Gaza?
doesn't have enough money to buy the things they want to buy.
By the way, the government and the defense industry is the same thing. The defense contractor and the government is just different fingers and fingernails and knuckles on Benito Mussolini's helicopter hand, sir. It's all one fucking thing. Arguing and trying to, compare and contrast what the various entities of Benito Mussolini's helicopter hand are doing, what's the point?
They print some.
They borrow it from the Fed.
Yeah.
And then these people are paying the debt. So how are they not directly?
No, they don't. The Fed buys the debt. See, he doesn't even know what's going on.
Connected to that.
It's going to get bought either way. What happened? The faster that we borrow, the faster we devalue our currency. Do you think that wars stop when when our currency collapses?
No, so you don't let me ever finish the point. I'm not saying.
Yeah, but you don't know what you're talking about, Timmy. And the reason why you don't know what you're talking about is because it runs contrary to the point you're trying to make. So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, whether that's willful or not. These are the facts, sir.
Nobody else
I don't
talk.
think that the wars.
Go ahead, Timmy.
I mean, to be
Finish your
fair,
whole
that's
point.
the same thing his wife says. You never let me.
It's not that.
So let's just go ahead and backwards. Let's start in the reverse. So let's start from, okay, let's make Timmy correct. So here's what needs to happen for Timmy to be right. Okay, the first thing that has to happen is the government has to stop, full stop. It cannot spend one penny beyond what it takes in. That's the first step, Timmy. That's called balancing the budget. Clinton claimed to have done it in the 90s. I don't know that he did, but that was the claim, was that he balanced the budget. But that's just for literally 1 year. So here's what has to happen, Timmy. The federal government has to have a balanced budget every fucking year, which, as we all know, ain't gonna fucking happen. Because the only way for that to happen is for the government to get control of its own spending, which is not going to happen. So this is all happening based on the government always growing larger over time, right? It always grows larger. The budget always goes up. Now, it does get cut back. Defense spending gets cut back at various times. But the overall trend is upward, 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 upward. So step number one, Timmy, balanced budget every year from now on. Okay. And then even paying off some of the debt, right? Let's pay off some of that debt, which we all know is not going to happen. Because the way the government is structured, it's always going to borrow and leverage to the maximum amount of possible. That's just how the financial system works. It's a boom-bust cycle. In every market, it's a boom and a bust and a boom and a bust. The bubble inflates, the bubble fucking contracts. The bubble inflates, the bubble contracts. So much so that now the powers that be are talking about this stakeholder capitalism that Machine Lies covers, and you have elected officials and apparatchiks, administrators who are just openly talking now about managing the phase of contraction, which some people are interpreting as, oh, they're crashing the system on purpose. Well, not really. It's just that everybody can see by now the balloon inflates, it contracts, it inflates, it contracts, it inflates over time, no matter what. That's how the system works. So, of course, the system itself more and more is going to directly manage the contraction phase. Of course it is. That's what they're talking about.
Just that, I don't think that the wars would even really stop. However, my argument always is about the other side. What do I do? What do you do? What do, quote unquote, we do with that extra, 20 to 30% that...
Well, yeah, and the thing is, Tony, they can fund whatever they want to fund. See, it's unlimited money for whatever the government chooses to fund. Whether if I restructure my life so that the United States government is not getting any of my... it's not able to convert any of my labor into fiat and then keep a portion of it, right? It continues on unabated, right? What I do or don't do, and this is, by the way, this is what it means to be an American. Whatever I do and this is a corporate structure, whatever I do individually has absolutely no impact on what's happening at the larger levels. None. And I mean none. It just doesn't.
Most folks are paying. And also capital gains tax is huge. It's a huge tax. So what are we doing with this resources, this funds, this energy to not continuously put it through the B system to end up in these insane maniacs' pockets, and then therefore, to continue.
You've got people in the truth community. You have a person, a RT, who was a huge fan of my podcast at a certain point, who doesn't fuck with me anymore because he defended the financial system, and I went in on him, and I offended him so strongly that he doesn't fuck with me anymore. But that's how much I believe in the evils of this system, and at least facing it as it is, Timmy. Like, Timmy's seems to be operating on this premise that, well, it's just, if the common American just stopped participating, that's not going to happen, Timmy. That's not going to happen. The common American is under motherfucking brainwashing and mind control. They pay taxes because they're told they have to. It's really that simple. They pay taxes because the IRS does have guns. And the fact is, if they don't, the IRS will show up and take their shit, take their belongings. The IRS will take their house. Well, at first it'll try to put them on a payment plan, of course. It's not unreasonable, right? But once all those means are exhausted, it just shows up and starts taking things, okay? So you understand that these folks are brainwashed and mind-controlled to absolutely do as they're told at the level of being taxpayers, capital gains taxes, whatever, Timmy. Again, until they balance the budget, none of this even matters anyway. You got to do that first. So, Timmy, if you really want to do something that might have a chance, if I was Timmy and I really believed what he is espousing, which he doesn't even believe, by the way, he doesn't even believe what he's espousing. But here's where the efforts could be directed, Timmy, is make the federal government balance the budget, which we all know ain't going to fucking happen. And even if it did, looky here, the Federal Reserve is still going to just create money out of nothing in conjunction with the fucking Treasury. And it's still just going to do whatever the fuck it does behind the scenes, because it's also in the corporate structure of the financial system. It's just going to do it off balance sheet, right? It's going to still do what it's going to do, regardless of what it tells us and what we tell it. It's just how it works, man. There's nothing that can be done at this point. And I mean nothing. It is what it is. It cannot be changed. It cannot be reformed. And let's go back to Kaczynski, who, if he was real, was one of the smartest motherfuckers ever, who wrote very intelligently as to basically saying all revolutions will necessarily actually just reinforce the system. So anything the people do to try to change all of this, it's just going to make that thing even stronger. Surprise, surprise. So forgive me, Timmy, for not going along with your bozo premise that I'm somehow morally responsible for what's happening out here. You fucking idiot. It's not me. I'm not responsible morally for what's going on with the genocide. The genocide was happening. I showed up. The genocide continued. Presumably, I'm getting the fuck out of here at some point, and the genocide's probably going to keep on going. So show me again how I'm responsible for the genocide. You can't, because I'm not.
Continue to fund that system. I don't get why that's such a horrible concept. Isn't this
not horrible. Your end game's horrible. Your end game's horrible.
I have a question for Timmy.
That's not going to happen.
Who do you think the government makes more money off of, FedEx or USPS?
What?
I cut for 5 seconds. Can you ask again, please?
Yeah, I don't know. I've been streaming for too long to want to deal with managing. It probably wasn't even on point because he doesn't really probably know the reference of what we're talking about. Okay, so you came up here to make a suggestion that nobody's going to adopt, that because it doesn't make sense practically.
I don't know.
Are you trying to generate conversation? Is that what you're saying?
I want folks to go back to not being slaves to what they say is a slave system and to generate their own shit. Run their own organizations, run their own town, run their own court, run their own postal service.
And you're doing that by bitching at people on the internet and being a little pretentious douchebag. You know you're not accomplishing shit. You're just grandstanding.
How do you know that? Why would you say that? Why do you just randomly say that without what are you basing the speculation on even?
Tell me, how many people here do you think you could?
And real quick, I was trying to step away, but I don't think I'm going to be able to. Yeah, Timmy, I understand you want those things. You have no power to make that happen, sir. And by the way, who is you? The fact that you want these things, what does that have to do with anything? Face it, Timmy, we were all born into a slave system. Okay? Now, until you show me, Timmy, how it's even possible to change the slave system, until you show me that it can be done, I'm just going to go ahead and assume that it's literally not possible for me to transform the slave system. And remember, folks, last week I delivered several discourses about how my only power is within myself. All unslaving is necessarily within myself, on behalf of myself, for me. That's it. I can't unslave the beast system. So Timmy's in trying to make us feel bad because we were not granted the power individually to unslave a system of slavery. Fuck you, Timmy. You disingenuous piece of garbage. That's trash. You're trash, Timmy. You're trying to make people feel bad because they haven't acted on something that they don't even have the power to act on. Meanwhile, most people who act on these ideas are probably like a Brian O'Shea, who might very well be in jail. Nobody's heard from him. We don't know what's happened. Oh, yeah, take the license plates off your car because you're letting men fucking punk you and you're letting men in uniform punk you. Yeah, and apparently they punked him all the way into a jail cell. Okay, my car is registered. I'm about to make a fucking insurance payment, and I got tags. I got licenses and tags on my car. You damn right I do. I ain't crazy. You kidding me? Fuck is this, man?
Convinced to not pay taxes.
Hold on,
I don't
Timmy,
want
I'll
to
say something.
convince other people. I don't want other people to. I don't need to or want to convince them to not pay tax. I just simply asked what they were doing, and if
Why
they
did you
understood
come
or
here to
realized,
ask that? Why did you come
Because-
ask that?
I thought it
What
was
are you
more
doing?
important to this discussion is more important than like talking about OTW's horrible
But
broadcast
it's not
for another
important.
hour.
It's not important since we know that nobody's going to leave here and do anything because of what you.
False premise. False premise. Kunta Kinte. False premise. It's got nothing to do with me, sir. See, you have it backwards. You're taking the external and you're pointing it at me. So you're saying, oh, you must be a this, you must be a that. It's got nothing to do with me. If I was never born here, things would be exactly as they are. If I leave here today, things will stay just as they are. See? Now, are you stupid, Kunta Kinte, or are you a liar? That's the question. Because what's happening out here has absolutely nothing to do with my leadership abilities or lack thereof. It's a false premise. It's a psychological attack. It's a spiritual attack. I won't have it on my watch, sir. I understand that a lot of these bozos out here exist in a state of confusion and they have things ass backwards. I don't. My power to unslave is inside of here. My leadership is inside of here for me, on behalf of me, for my own purposes. Why, sir? Because this is a wholly individual experience. My salvation is not your salvation and vice versa. This is all about me necessarily. Now, I understand humans are social creatures and we do work together and come together. But we didn't come together and create a slave system. We were born into the slave system, sir. So the slave system doesn't exist because of my lack of leadership. That's a false premise and a lie. Why is that lie being perpetuated by people like Paul Unslaved, by the way? Because whether or not he subscribes to that notion, people have heard him say things, and now they're running around. People like Timmy, people like Kunta Kinte are running around trying to point something at me. It ain't mine, sir. The genocide was already happening when I showed up. The slavery was already happening when I showed up. I'm not responsible for it. I'm responsible for the slavery within myself. I'm responsible for the genocide within myself. What extends beyond about the reach of my arms, I am not responsible for. I'm accountable to me, for me, on behalf of me, within myself. None of this has anything to do with me. I didn't create it. Nobody asked my opinion, and I don't have the power to stop it. Now, if that don't sound like leadership to you, I don't know what to fucking tell you, because I'm pointing my leadership abilities where they have the possibility of bearing fruit. I'm leading me, sir. Nobody called on me to lead other people. Okay, now if you think I'm a follower, just keep watching. Just keep watching. But the fact that so many of y'all, and again, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. The fact that so many people in these communities, now I'm just trying to act like they're not agents, right? I'm trying to give Timmy the benefit of the doubt that he's not an agent. I'm trying to give Mitchell the benefit of the doubt that he's not an agent. Now, he doesn't have to be a formal agent. He can still be informally acting as an agent. But I don't have the power to change these things. So here's how I know it's not my responsibility to unslave the slave system is I wasn't granted the power to do so. But I was granted the power to unslave myself within myself. So I'm assuming that what I will be held to account for at the level of karma and at the level of maybe a judgment, I'm assuming what I will be held to account for will be the things I have power over, meaning myself. I'm pretty sure that the things I won't have to answer for is all the things out here that I don't have power over. You fucking idiot. Do better. Because when the person telling you you're an idiot and when the person breaking down the flaws in your own thinking sounds like me, is from Arkansas, you done fucked up. Let's just call it what it is.
You said. So it's not more important, is it? It just
how do you know that? How do you know that?
Yeah, it's up to them.
How do you know talking about OTW wasn't important?
I'm
maybe
pretty
we
sure
can prevent other. Maybe somebody's going to watch this who's on the path towards being a little bitch when they grow up, and it changes them back to not being a little bitch. You don't know that.
Hey, Timmy, I like
to. I'm just
lost.
giving my perspective.
Timmy's lost in a double
something.
In a double negative.
What am I lost?
You're arrogant and you're self-indulgent. You're not doing anything to help shit. Go fuck yourself. You can stay up here.
No. I mean, I'll just go, man. I just thought we could have this conversation.
You thought that you're going to be well received. You thought that we'd ever had a good conversation.
Well, and to give Kunta Kinte further logic, your opinion doesn't mean anything because this is only an individual experience. What I feel and think about myself is of the utmost importance because that's going to have a lot to do with how I'm able to act and how I'm able to think and how I'm able to interact with other people, sir. Right? But your opinion, Kunta Kinte, is meaningless with respect to me. It means nothing. See, that's where these folks don't understand because ridicule is a powerful weapon. And I've read Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals, sir. I'm familiar with the lefty playbook, and a person doesn't have to be a leftist or a communist to utilize those tactics. See, what this is this is an appeal, an emotional appeal at the level of ridicule to the fickle feelings of the peanut gallery. Let me go ahead and tell you this, Kunta Kinte. If your opinion is that I'm breaking out my checkbook and I'm paying my masters, if that's your opinion, that's fine with me that you feel that way and think that way. I can't feel bad because of your opinion. Because why? Because within here, I apprehend truth. Within me, I apprehend truth. See, I'm experiencing truth within myself, for myself, on behalf of who? Me. That's who I trust, by the way. Do you trust yourself, Kunta Kinte? That's the question, because I trust me some me. I don't trust you. I don't trust these other people. I trust me. See? So the fact is, I don't give a flying fuck what it looks like or what it sounds like or what other people think or feel about your statement there, because that doesn't have anything to do with me, sir. And I will not be made to feel some type of way. I will not be manipulated on how other people view a slave system that I was birthed into. Until you, Kunta Kinte, can reconcile the fact that I was born in 1975 into a motherfucking slave system. You can't reconcile that. The only way any of this works is if I was born here into just everything was fine, and then during my lifetime, people like me made a series of incorrect choices and we transformed freedom into slavery. That's not what happened, sir. I was born into slavery here. I was born into it and signed up to all this corporate nonsense by my parents when I was a minor child. Until you can reconcile all that, fuck you. You're either dumb or you're disingenuous. Either way, I'm not interested. If you're really this stupid, I'm not interested. If you're really this disingenuous, I'm still not interested. See how it works? So fuck you, buddy. How about you? Oh, pressing the wrong buttons.
Before, and you're going to be well received here. Is that what you thought?
I don't know why we never have a good conversation ever. You always think you always.
It's a lack of self-awareness.
It's the way. It's the way you angle. It's the angle that you drop in.
It's just I ask specific questions, and then everybody goes, "So they're going to do the war anyway." Like that's bullshit.
No, it's not about.
What is that? That arrogant.
It's about your angle. It's your arrogance. It's the.
Does that change the question or matter at the end of the day?
Totally unfriendly.
But you can't make me care about writing the check. Number one, I don't write a check because that's called I don't file an income tax return. I haven't filed an income tax return in well over 20 years. So I don't write a check, by the way. Here's what happens is when I work for a corporation in a corporate structure, you know what they do, Kunta Kinte? They take their money off the top. I don't pay them anything. I go get a job as a truck driver, which I may very well do in another month or so. I go get a job as a truck driver. And when they give me my paycheck every week, they give me a pay stub. And on the pay stub, it tells me how much money the government kept for itself. Is that me writing a check? No, it's not. It's them taking a portion of my paycheck, sir. Now, guess what, Kunta Kinte? Here's where I destroy everything you're saying. I don't care that they do that. I would prefer to keep it. I would rather keep the money. But I'm clearly okay with them keeping a portion of it because I am the one going off to work, right? So that I can support myself, so that I can buy things. Number two, I don't give a flying fuck who they're blowing up. I would rather they didn't. I'm not willing to view them as America's some great country and, you know, they're over there blowing people up for my freedom. I've never believed that bullshit. What I'm saying is I don't care that they're doing that. That's the people over there's problem. I'm not participating in it, but you can't make me care about trouble in the Middle East when it's been trouble in the Middle East my entire life. I care about what's happening here, sir. That's what I care about. I care about what's going on in my home country. And guess what's happened in my home country in 48 years? Almost nothing's actually happened here. Isn't that fascinating? Isn't that fascinating? So you want to talk about karma? Why are all these other countries getting blowed up and nothing's getting blowed up in my country, right? What's happened in my lifetime? Mount St. Helens, 1980. Katrina happened at a certain point. Oklahoma City, oh, that's a false flag. 9/11, false flag. A couple of financial crises. What else has actually happened? Oh, the oil crisis of the 70s. Excuse me, the Great Depression. I wasn't even here for that, right? Hell, Vietnam was wrapping up by the time I came along. So nothing's happened. So you're not going to fearmonger me and make me feel like, oh my God. And Paul Unslaved is one of the worst at this. He tries to say, oh, you guys are getting involved in all this drama, but it's World War III and, you know, it's a financial crisis. Yeah, Paul, and you're also doing the same thing. You're also involved in drama. You can hold yourself above it, but you're also involved in it. Meanwhile, Paul doesn't think about it. When he gets involved in drama, he doesn't seem to stop and think, well, wait a minute, it's genocide and World War III and financial, the financial system's in shambles, so I better not engage in this drama. He doesn't seem to let that stop him. Why would I let it stop me? Right? Rules for me, but not for thee. Is that how that works? Is that how that works, Kunta Kinte? See, because my logic is superior, I can destroy almost all of this stuff. And at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck what's going on in the Middle East. Not my problem. Not my problem. I'm going to worry about what's happening here. That's what I'm going to worry about. So you show me a problem out here that I can get involved with to solve, I'll probably get involved with it and solve it. Until you can show me what I can do to affect change locally, I don't want to fucking hear it. Fuck you.
Totally unfriendly.
I don't have to be friendly. We're talking about important concepts about
if you want to do something, if you want to make a positive change like you claim you do, falsely, then you will be as effective as you can possibly make yourself. That means getting rid of your little cunt attitude if you're trying to send a message. That matters. But it doesn't matter. That's why you're cunty.
Dude, it's coming from you. That's rich.
Facts.
You're in pretentious mode 24 hours a day, man.
Bro, just go. You're such a Debbie Downer. Go.
Full state. Let me ask Full State something. Full State, so you're saying that you have to. It's a must issue to pay for something and pay sales tax on it and put it as an income?
When you say not to real motherfuckers, that's an appeal via ridicule to the fickle feelings of the peanut gallery. I don't give a flying fuck about the fickle feelings of the peanut gallery. I'm also not wired for ridicule. I can't feel some type of way based on what you're saying. Now, I detect ridicule, but see, you can't imply that I'm not a real motherfucker because of these things. I'm either a real motherfucker or I'm not, and you ain't the arbiter of that, sir. You're not the one who decides if I'm a real motherfucker or not. See how it works? Now, you can always appeal to the fickle feelings of the peanut gallery via ridicule, and to me, that's representative of nothing. I place 0 onto the fickle feelings of the peanut gallery. It means nothing to me, and you can't make me care about that, just like you can't make me care about the Middle East. Again, superior logic carries the day, sir. I can do this shit all day long because my thinking is superior to your thinking. Until you can outthink me, I don't know what to tell you. And when you can't outthink somebody that sounds like me, that's a you problem. So I would suggest maybe going back to the drawing board at the level of your ability to think and reason through a problem, because I am demonstrating vastly superior skill level at being able to think through a problem and being able to utilize logic and use it in the moment. I am displaying a superior ability to do that. You're not on my level. Get on my level. Maybe one day a worthy opponent will appear. Hasn't happened yet. But the fact is, a worthy opponent will not try to battle me in these areas because there's no leg to stand on. There's just not. Sorry. Let the Middle East sort out their own problems. Let America sort out our own problems, see? The fact that the corporate fucking one world system has built up the U.S. military to be able to use the U.S. military to go all around the world and murder people has nothing to do with me. I didn't create it. I didn't make it that way. It was already that way when I got here, sir. Yep. I can do whatever I want. Why do you hate my freedom? Why do you hate my freedom, Kunta Kinte? Do I not have the freedom to talk about anything I want? I thought I was a free American with the freedom of speech. Don't I get to decide what I'm going to do? Don't I get to decide who to talk about and who not to talk about? See, you sound like a communist right now, Kunta Kinte. Why are you a communist? Are you suggesting that I can only behave in specific ways? That sounds like tyranny and authoritarianism to me. It sounds to me like you're suggesting that I am beholden to specific behaviors. So let me just say to you, Kunta Kinte, how about you give me the list of things that I can do? How about you give me the list of things I can say to be a good comrade? And then if I choose to live up to all of that, I will. But I'm going to tell you this, I'm going to need some specific what? Benefits and privileges? I'm going to need some specific rewards because I can be bought, Kunta Kinte. I'm not one of these people who's just like, oh, America, freedom, rah. You might be able to buy me, Kunta Kinte, but what's in it for me, number one? Number two, where's my list of topics, approved topics? Where's the list of approved talking points that I need to know specifically to what ideology do I need to subscribe? Because why do you hate my ability to talk on whatever I want to talk about, however I want to talk about it, AKA freedom? Are you an American? Are you in America? Why are you talking like a communist? That's what I'd like to know. You sound like a communist right now. Interesting.
Those are
I'm
two
just
different
wondering,
types of
I'm
facts.
wondering how you see it.
What I'm saying is that everything that's produced, aside from personal like services, like somebody who mows my yard doesn't produce something new, but every dollar in circulation, every good that goes through a corporation, every piece of real estate that owns, all of it is taxed. It doesn't matter if it comes out of your pocket or your mom's pocket. Somebody's paying tax for it.
Okay, I agree. So how about gold that's been taken, say, from 100 years ago that's not taxed? How would that go with your assessment?
How about the Titanic?
Shut
Did
up,
you hear
no,
about how it was
we'll stop someday. I'm talking to a flow state, not you.
It doesn't matter because nobody's buying shit with gold.
No, I'm just saying, say you had it from 100 years ago and your parents gave it to you like from generations and wasn't taxed. And they say Timmy's parents had gold as well from 100 years ago and they gave it to him and it wasn't taxed, right? And say me and him, for example, we have a promissory note saying, hey, you give me apples, I'm going to give you a car, for example. Would that still be in your eyes as tax?
A promissory note?
Yes, since you're a banker. Because I'm the dumb one here, like everybody says. I'm the dumb one.
But do you make good on the promissory note?
Depends how you see it. What's in the promissory note? What's in there? What's it disclosing exactly?
The promissory note is just a loan. It's just a loan document.
I understand that, but what's the loan on? Based on what? Gold that's not taxed, or is it based on property that has been through the system?
And look here. Let me answer that a little bit more thoroughly because even if you're just dealing in cash, it's taxed through inflation because they can print it at any time. Anything that you use a dollar for as the value number or I just lost the other or. But anytime you use dollars, you're contributing to the system as well. Not directly, but indirectly at least. So would you guys like to hear the results of the poll?
Yes, please.
Is Timmy a cunt? Number 1 is yes at 52%. Number 2 is he's such a bitch, it's unbelievable at 21%. 15% of people said no. 15% of people said no, Timmy's not a cunt. And 10% said he doesn't mean to be, he's just dumb.
Oh.
Can we get back to what Timmy was concerned with? And that's
hey, John, I'm glad you brought this up.
What's that? Brother Timmy, isn't your concern that paying taxes is guilt? You're going to be guilty through association?
Guilty of what?
Timmy's worried about Gaza. He's worried about Gaza.
I thought we were talking.
Timmy's being cunt for all the right reasons.
Then go over there and fight the war. They're deploying motherfuckers right now. Go over there. If you want to do something about it, go.
You're the opposite of what I'm saying.
And if you don't want to contribute, just don't. That's the only way that's the only thing I can say is just don't. But other people are either going to fall in line or they're not. That's just the way it is. There's nothing that you're going to say about taxes that's going to convince people to not pay their fucking taxes. They don't want to go to jail.
That's just the way it is. Oh,
Well, the point,
things will never be the same.
The point is the soapbox, right? And grandstand, and it's backfiring, I think.
I just bring up a point, and I'm fired up about it because it matters to me.
You're fired up about it because you woke up in a bad mood.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
And Moose, you're a bitch. Stop sucking dick.
Just if I come into
I'm gonna have to, if you keep making these claims, you're gonna have to prove it.
Shut the fuck up, Moose. You little fucking bitch. Shut up.
Jimmy, I want to hear your excuse, dude. I want to hear your excuse.
Excuse about what?
Right.
I'm always.
Go ahead, Timmy.
Give me your excuse. I want to hear why.
Okay, my internet cut for 5 seconds. Say it again.
Think about if nobody reported that.
Thank you.
If none of us knew that was going on right now, and it was going on, but none of us knew that it was going on.
Can you ask again? Boy, I didn't hear you.
What if we didn't know it was happening? What if they had never reported it, and you didn't know it was happening?
What?
And people, what's going on over there? What if they had never told us? What if it was going on, but we didn't know? Over here on this
that's
side.
nonsense because like anybody.
Timmy can't play this game. He's not.
Can I answer the question? May I answer the question? May I answer the question?
What about Gaza? What about?
Oh my God, let him answer the question, right?
Stop jumping in.
Like
So
it's a bit of a ridiculous question because anybody with an internet connection can look up what the corporation that y'all are paying taxes to. Again, you want to say that, oh, I'm not directly paying them, I'm paying the IRS, and the IRS isn't, lending money to, the US and NATO and the UN. Like, come on, give me a break. You guys can all see, everybody knows what these organizations have been doing for hundreds of years. So it's like, it's ridiculous to say that, oh, it's only because they reported or didn't report. You know on record what they've been
Your
doing for
emotional attachment to this is ridiculous.
My emotional attachment to supporting financially what seems to be terrorism and genocide and slavery, instead of actually keeping your property and reinvesting it into your own community with better.
But you haven't lost anything, and nobody you know has died yet. So stop it.
Help us in our country. Make that math make sense, bro.
Ben, this is exactly what I tried to explain to him a bit ago, but he insists that he insists on grandstanding on stupidity. Continue on, Timmy.
How am I? See, I think that you have this defeatist mindset that nothing can be changed. So you're like, what's the
Just
point?
answer the lady's question, sir.
I just did. Did I not?
I'm trying to give you a possible solution to that problem.
You are not coming here with a possible solution. All you're doing is coming here with a criticism to soapbox on, because you think falsely that by passing through the taxes on whatever you consume to other people that you're not contributing. But if you're consuming shit from the regular economy, guess what, buddy? You contribute.
But Flo, a lot of people pay 20 to 30% of their property out to this organization, and all I'm saying is, wouldn't it be better if they didn't do that and then use that property to reinvest into something beneficial for themselves, their family, and their communities? Why is that so complicated, though? I don't get why that's so crazy, and I'm grandstanding.
It's not complicated. You're just ineffective. Ben says it well here. He's prescribing specific behaviors to us that if we don't act upon, we're immoral. So
I didn't say immoral. I didn't say immoral. I would say that it's unethical.
Yes, you fucking did. That's the same thing. Don't play
I didn't say the word immoral.
Doesn't matter. You don't have to. You know what he meant, and he's right.
Timmy, but I have to agree with the lady on one thing though. If she doesn't know, like you keep saying like internet and everybody knows.
Again,
if she doesn't know at all, she has no concept that money is going to a war, she's not going to be held liable. That's a fact. In any religion.
Timmy, even Shrek understands this, bro.
No, I'm just saying my opinion again. I know for a fact you're not liable if you don't know.
Dude,
what I was saying
Go ahead.
They push that agenda for a reason. They put that stuff on the news for a reason. And then the more we feed into it, the more their agenda gets pushed, the further on it goes. So the more you bring it to the table and talk about it and then continue to not do anything about it other than just bring it up for simply, I guess, fear-mongering or what the fuck, I don't know.
No, you imply that I'm doing nothing about what I just said. How can you make that determination?
What are you specifically doing to stop that? Are you not? You're just not paying tax?
Not funding that and funding the operations in my community, my business, my family to grow it.
Yeah, like
that's the answer.
Man, the other time, Timmy said, Timmy, you're right on a lot of things, but let me clear a little bit for her. You're right for me, at least my opinion is, if you don't know, you're not held liable. But here's another thing that you don't know sometimes, because the other day Timmy brought it up. He asked Mitchell that he can't send anything, it has to be sent through UPS or something has to be taxed. That's not true. I have people that I know, secret people, that can send anything from here to anywhere in the nation, anywhere back home, and I don't have to exchange a single fucking dollar. $0.
We're not plugged into Al Qaeda.
No, see, again, you're presuming shit. It has nothing to do with it. It has something to do with families that are everywhere that connect with different things. They don't have to get taxed. If I give you a property back home, for example, you give me something here, there's no tax been done. That's the fact.
Okay.
Now, you guys don't have these resources. I understand and I respect that.
A family network is not a viable replacement for the post office.
I'm not saying it is.
No, but Timmy is suggesting that something like that is.
No, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying at times you may have to use that service if you have to, but really people that work in a certain community don't go way out of their way to be involved with other countries if they're not if they have any benefits over there for a reason. I won't.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Praise God.
Infamous, way too old for this mindset. Go ahead, Timmy.
I'm 33.
Bullshit.
See what I mean? I've already asked this before. Last time, not the last time, but previously when he was saying stupid shit.
Are you Mormon?
So now you're saying I'm lying about my age?
No,
He's not Mormon. He's just a retard. All right,
I'm saying that
Embers?
you're dumb, not that you're lying.
Right.
I don't understand.
I don't think he's dumb at all, but everybody has their opinion, I guess.
He's either dumb or he's
Yeah,
immature.
I just don't understand how
Why
you're
am I
that
dumb?
I didn't
You
say you
might
were
be
dumb.
naive.
Again, this is my point. This is like what my
Timmy,
point
you're trying to
is-
jack
is-
Talcott this
Moose, shut
panel.
the
It's
fuck
not going to
up,
work,
Moose.
brother.
Shut up. My point, Flo,
It's just not going to work. You're not bringing that Talcott vibe here.
look, man, Flo, my point is I do mean good faith. Like, I'm gonna even put the camera. I do really do. I come in good faith. I want to see people to invest in their life and their force, their
He
life
looks
force,
like
and
one
their
of
good
them
faith.
trolls
back-
with a gem
back
in their
in.
belly.
Moose, shut the fuck up, Moose. Don't interrupt me, you piece of garbage. Can't stand that guy. Thanks, Flo. I do come in good faith. I'm not trying to grandstand for me. I don't have a channel. I have nothing to gain from talking like this. And
ego.
To me, if we put our energy, life force, attention back into what we're doing, if we think it's good ethics and morals, I think this is the only and the best way to move forward.
Thank you for this
insanity
free,
that
totally
people-
free, for this
No,
tweet.
Hold on, and so, boy, shut up. And so this is honestly how you think your time and energy is best spent to those ends.
Yeah.
Oh no, I work 10 hours a day. I have my own stuff
No,
going
I mean,
on.
right now, before you came in, you looked at this scenario and you go, you know what? You know what will help me reach this goal is to go in here and piss off a bunch of people who don't already like me.
I don't know that everybody doesn't.
He's totally,
that doesn't.
I don't know
totally,
if I have to
he's
you
totally
every
empty
day. I've
goals.
never seen you
He's totally empty
before.
goals that everybody would agree with. That even could be stated by the UN. I mean, you're actually quoting the fucking UN, dude. Yeah.
Right.
you
Okay.
are.
And one of the things I brought up was why do you guys pay 30% of your property that you earn every year to the thing? And that's one thing. That's one out of
That's
100
also
things.
an assumption. That's also a big assumption. I don't know why you assume that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be.
That's why I came in and I
like you
asked.
are.
By the way, dude, Timmy, your optics,
You
dude.
repeat
The
that?
I don't give a fuck about what my optics say.
Well,
boy.
Look, and I
I
want to
don't
be clear
care.
that OnlyFans
Because
is
you have
not
the
a
same
job,
message.
Timmy.
The
You know,
optics.
you have the same message as your
The optics directly impact your effectiveness. If you don't care about the optics, you don't care about your effectiveness. You don't care about the end goal.
That's not it,
He
man.
cares
I
about
have the
the end
energy
solution.
and I'm bringing the conversation, and you guys won't you guys can't get past me being seemingly an asshole and a cunt. That was the poll was, am I a cunt? It wasn't, am I wrong and a piece of garbage and have malintent? That wasn't what the poll said. So
If
again,
you're
hey,
right
about
about
you just kick me out.
He is right
Nobody
about that.
cares
Kick
if
me
you're
out.
right. If you're a cunt about it.
That's
I'm not
Talcott
saying
101, dude.
saying that's correct. I'm saying that's what is. That's how people are. If you come with cunt energy, which you're swimming in, nobody gives a fuck about what you're saying after that.
That's Talcott 101, dude. If you really believe that? You want to espouse
I know that. That's how the world works. That's how it is.
Okay,
Look
then
around you.
I'm
Try
calling
it
out. I'm calling out to the.
You know,
I'm calling out
even
to
the guy
people
in
that
South Park
don't
named
think
Timmy
that,
was in a
dude.
wheelchair, and he was like,
Yeah, but I don't really care about your opinion. I'm
There's
calling out to
Nobody
people
cares that think that way. You're a dumb piece of shit.
I'm a dumb piece of shit. Okay,
Yeah,
just
that's a
because I'm
fact,
coming
not
like this,
opinion.
why can't you meet
That's a
me
fact.
and talk about the thing I'm discussing
So
instead
this
of
is exactly-
attacking me?
Perfect
This is
example.
logical
You want me to
fallacy,
meet you somewhere.
one.
When you want to achieve something with somebody else, right? You're trying to influence other people's behavior, and you want them to meet you somewhere and change their behavior voluntarily. It's not a good sales tactic to get them to meet you there by pissing them off immediately, especially when you're already facing an uphill battle. I let you in, knowing that we've never had a good interaction, and you pretend like you're coming here with a fucking real claim. You're full of shit.
Bro,
You're not trying to be
I'm
effective.
another-
I don't believe that at all. I don't believe it at all.
I'm
It's not
another
believable.
dude like any of the other people in the square, and I came up and I thought the conversation was about nonsense, the same shit that people have been talking about these fucking panels forever. And
Definitely,
I just
definitely
threw my hat
doesn't
in the
matter.
ring.
It doesn't matter to you if it was. You have no impact or no say in what we talk about. I
Mexican
promise you that the minute
That's
that we're done, I'm going to spend every last minute on this stream talking bullshit about other panels because of you.
That's
This
great,
is
okay.
in action. In action, I'm proving my point about what happens when you swim in cunt energy.
And then I'm going to make a bunch of shorts about
Okay.
it.
And so,
That's
see how
pretty
far
great.
this is just
Somebody
fighting the
did
bullshit? Absolutely big
I-
cunt
I-
backfires on what you're trying to do.
I don't care what your
Again,
opinion is,
Why
Moose.
can't you
if
just
you're-
meet me
if
there?
you're-
Why the fuck would anybody meet you where you want to meet, bro?
Because if I'm saying something that's true, you shouldn't care about how the message
Hey,
is
Shrek,
delivered.
how do you feel about this?
I'm telling you something that's true about cunt energy, and you're rejecting it because you're a cunt. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Good talks with Timmy. Who should we talk about now? Since obviously we have to talk about somebody. We were on OTW. We could talk about Paul.
Who's fucking
Well, I mean, we should
Paul?
circle back to OTW's failure. I mean,
Let's circle back
he's
to
supposed
OTW.
be
Then I'll
live.
play. All right, you do OTW. Since not everybody knows who Paul is, I'll pull up a little clip so that people can meet Paul.
I want to know. I want to talk about I want to talk about Amber.
To Tim, I think that we talked about Tim.
Wow. Good stuff, folks. Yeah. I don't even know what to say at this point. I'm just so sick of these bozos, man. I'm just so fucking sick of these bozos. And I kind of want to go watch some of the Paul stuff from the day before yesterday when he was talking about maybe having some sort of communal type of living situation, which I found interesting. But which is fair, but it's not going to fucking happen. Can we all face the reality that, it's not going to be nobody's ever going to pick a particular piece of land and say, okay, this is the land, and whoever wants to come be on the land can come here and build their own tiny home, right? This is not going to fucking happen. Now, I'd love to be proved wrong. Show me, don't tell me. I have no way of, I'm just calling it like I see it. I'm saying this is not going to fucking happen. Meanwhile, there's communes out there you guys can go join. I don't know if y'all know that. There's fucking communes all across this country. I think there's at least a couple in Arkansas, right? But they all have rules. They all, you know what I mean? Like it's already a structure, So to me, this is just a bunch of fantastical nonsense. It's people who want to feel like they're part of something, that just there's some fantasy notion that this thing could possibly materialize. And let's just say it does. Now what, you're one of the founding members of a commune? Like, is that really that much different or better than just joining an already established commune? Right? Meanwhile, folks can't get along online. Folks can't work together online. Folks aren't able to organize online. How the hell are people going to go do it physically? I just don't see it which is a different thing, of course, but I just don't see it happening. Yeah, I love the land. Oh, man. I love land. Yeah. Well, that's a good point, Sterling Ray. It's like, what am I going to do? Am I going to work at the corporation and then go home to the land every night? Like, I just don't see how that gets me out of the beast system. I just don't see it. I just don't understand. I don't, I'm able to sort of analyze all the dynamics, and I just don't see a path to what's being espoused here. Hey, yeah. Woody, by the way, Woody Guthrie had an excellent book of his memoirs about, he used to travel around the country riding the rails and all of this, and would have to, back then you had to sing for your supper. You couldn't just post up at the corner with the fucking cardboard sign like I used to do, right? So he used to sing for his supper, literally. He also talks about his dad, was big in the oil business in Oklahoma, and that part of being successful in the oil fields back then was his dad's ability to fight. That his dad was just a naturally skilled fighter, apparently. So that's how the disputes were settled back then, was they duked it out. So that part of his dad, being successful for a time, was his ability to fist fight people. And then, as he got older, he was, less able to successfully fist fight people, right? So then, I guess the guy's, his income fell off, and maybe the family fell into poverty and destitution. I don't know. I haven't read the book in a while. But yeah. Yeah, good one, though. Yeah, Woody Guthrie, This Land Is Your Land. Pardon me. All right, what's next, folks? I think we're going to go to that, let's go to that Paul Enslaved. Although, I never know what y'all are into with the some of these YouTube creators. I like to follow some of these channels like Tom Dark, who follows some of these content creators. Like, what's that? Hell, I can't even think of the guy's name. Fuck. Anyway, doesn't matter. But yeah, let's check out Paul Enslaved from yesterday. We got a timestamp here. I haven't watched this, so I don't exactly know what this is about, but here we go. I'm sure we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Tommy, 5,000 of broken implement.
Thank you. Actually, you reminded me of something I want to look at here. Imagine hoarder shut-ins tilling soil. Exactly. So let's see, what does it look like to engage in manual labor all day long? So, because I've done a day's work. Like I've done Mexican day labor. Now I'm clearly not fit for it right now, but there was a time when I have dug a fucking hole all day long. Right. And I asked Timmy at one point, I said, have you ever dug all day? And he tried to hem and hawing around, and he tried to say, well, yeah, But he admitted it was only like a few hours, right? Like I think he said like 4 hours, because I was like, yeah, I've dug all day. That shit sucks, man. But I've done it, right? I've been paid money to just dig a fucking hole all day. But anyway, I did want to show you this real quick now that you brought it up. This is brick making in some African country. But it's one of these TikTok style videos where the guy's asking himself questions, right? And, you know, I'm out of the fucking loop. I don't even know what this is anymore, but let's check this out.
Excuse me, bro. Yo, what do you do to get this insane physique? In this village, I only make bricks, bro. Can you show us how?
This guy did a...
Fuck.
Excuse me, bro. Yo, what do you do to get this insane physique? In this village, I only make bricks, bro. Can you show us how you get it done? Sure. Okay, let's go. This is how I do it. Come on. Yeah. Come on.
Yeah, build your house, truthers.
That's
brick
it.
by brick. I don't know. I guess somebody's got to be the skinny guy.
Excuse me, bro.
Who's not making the bricks, right? I guess that's the guy who gets all the mud. You know, he gets all the consistency on the whatever they're. I don't know, what is that, mud? I don't fucking know. Concrete. I don't know shit about building, so I have no idea. But yeah, it's that sort of thing all day long. Yeah, exactly. Well, and I'm trying not to make it personal, Sterling Ray, but the chat can certainly make it personal all they want. It's like, yeah, I'm not fit for fucking labor either right now, but I was at a time, and I enjoyed it because I just turned everything into a workout, you know, whatever I was doing. I just turned it into a workout, but yeah. Oh, yeah. Anyway, back to, oh, shit. Yeah, here we go. Back to this one. I'm sure this is going to be wonderful. And again, I agree with a lot of what Paul says. I'm a fan, so you know, it's not like I'm just a hater. I'm not a hater. I don't hate anybody. I mean, well, that's not true. I'm not a hater, meaning I don't see somebody successful and then start hating on them. Yeah. He just, in my opinion, some of these ideas need to be tightened up. First and foremost, this idea of going off and living communally on the land. No, well, maybe a few people will. You know, isn't versions of that probably happening all across the country? When I talk about Dick or Yurt and the way they're living, I mean, isn't it possible if they wanted to that they could find a couple of other families that were like-minded and then just decide to live in the same area? Like, I'm not saying that's not going to happen. I'm just saying this idea of people who go to a broadcast or are in a live chat every day, this idea that, you know, they're going to wait until the shit hits the fan and then everybody's going to travel to one fucking piece of dirt and just build a community. It's like, no, not gonna happen.
Who lives in a favela in the middle of Denver next to illegal immigrants? Why, Tom Todd does. Who trades Bitcoin incessantly with hopes of moving out of their favela and away from the illegals while claiming to be rich? Why, Tom Todd does, of course. Ah, yes, on the next episode of Lifestyles and the Broken Infamous, Mitchell! How are you, Mitchell?
Very good. I'm cold, poor, broke, lonely, homeless.
Who masturbates in a Chevy truck?
And my pants are starting to leak on
It's off afterwards, so they pull their sweatpants up and let it dry on the inside. Why, Mitchell does, of course. Lifestyles of the Broken Infamous.
Hold on.
You know it's still 80 on the East Coast, and you're out there freezing in Colorado.
Yeah, that 80 on the East Coast won't last long, buddy.
Well, I don't care. I know how to make a fire and have clothes to keep myself warm. But anyway,
well, I do too in Colorado as well, dumb fuck.
Why I gotta be dumb?
You're worried about how fucking comfortable I am. You stupid fucking moron.
I just said you're my favorite lesbian, and I love your.
Hey, what the fuck is wrong with you over there? Get more comfortable, you bitch.
Right.
Keep the underwear on that dog, okay? Don't take them off like you do at night, Mitchell. Leave that dog alone.
That's a false claim.
Mitchell, I'll find some fucking half-acre lot to buy you.
No, man, just find it in your heart to give me some cash app, bro. I got it.
Grifting, motherfucker.
Well, listen. Don't be mad at him. Don't attack him. He was attacking me for the longest time. He says if you can't beat it, might as well join. So we found resolution. Why are you being mad at him? Everyone's grifting now. Everybody's happy.
Yeah, well, I can't non-grift. I can't do anything right around here. Fuck.
I know. These people got like this. They got an axe to grind with you, it seems. Oh man,
he's like one of those kids.
I know methadone kicked in. I know he might have left the park to go get his daily supplement. That's what he calls it. His supplements.
He's like one of those kids that's too light.
Lewis, please go. Stop existing. if you wish. Are you open to that?
No, fuck you, bitch.
Yeah,
I said Mitchell's like that light kid.
God.
Oh, fuck.
I'd rather you not talk. Like, why do you keep talking?
That's something to say.
That's arguable.
When I think of Mitchell grifting, I picture like one of those kids that's too light to let the other side of the seesaw go down. Everybody's heavier than him. Damn. You know?
Shut the fuck up.
So he's trying to push the other side of the seesaw down, but it just doesn't go. And then everybody fucking jumps off and he falls flat to the ground, busts his ass. That's Mitchell's grift.
If you really want to help Mitchell, you should like amp a cop up to go fuck him up. So here's another $50,000 lawsuit.
He's been looking for one of those.
No, I got too many already on the table.
So what are you waiting for? Go get your money. Money, money, money.
I'm getting it.
All right, do you want to do a begging session here, Mitchell? A begging / grifting session?
I'm hungry, man. Sorry, I can't laugh. It's not funny.
You can't laugh?
No, that's just not funny. It's serious. It's serious business, man.
Oh, I thought it was
dog food's for the dog, Mitchell.
My dog's hungry.
For the dog.
There we go. That's it. Lou just touched on it. All right, fuck me. Forget me. My dog is hungry. My dog is suffering.
That dog needs an advocate.
That dog needs an advocate and lots of Cash App donations, please.
What about if I send you a 9mm and we could deal with the dog that way?
Look how sad she is.
I won't be hungry anymore. Poor dog would probably love to have its taken out of its misery.
Lewis, shut up. You're hard.
I was talking first, motherfucker.
It doesn't matter who talks first. It's about who talks best. That's what.
Just because you can't. Just because you.
The tards online still haven't figured out this isn't a foot race. It's not
just
about
because you're deaf in one ear and can't hear in the other.
Talk best. The same way with fucking, the tards still haven't learned. It doesn't matter if you fucked your woman first. I fucked her best. Okay? It's not a foot race, and you wouldn't win that either by the looks of you.
She was sleeping though when you did it.
Please stop talking. You're horrible on air. We're shaking the cup right now. We're rattling the cup with the chain because we need a beg here. We need a grip for Mitchell's new kennel. Not only for his dog to live in, but him to share the space as well. Go ahead, folks. Come on. Come on. Go ahead.
If I'm going to donate, what would you say is the best minimum contribution?
I'd say nothing less than like 10 or 20 pieces of foreplay. And of course, everything goes to me, and I will reappropriate to Mitchell through the SPLS fund.
All right, so I got to donate to Paul right now.
Yeah, he's go ahead and ring the bell there. Good.
It's the season.
Yeah, we gotta put you in the red outfit.
An officer.
So, hold on. Yeah, go ahead and there you go. And then make a plea, right? Like, because I want people to see you and feel sorry for you, and then give it to me in the SPLS. So go ahead and like make a sad face and kind of give some kind of pitch.
It's really cold out here, guys. I'm hungry. Please help support my daddy who supports me.
Salvation Army bell ringers going.
You forgot about the dog already.
Oh, my dog. Yes, fuck me. Forget me. It's the dog. I'm a real man. I can handle this shit, but my poor dog. My poor dog.
Right. That dog needs some help immediately. It looks cold. It looks really cold back there.
It's 21 degrees here currently.
Like, do you have anything really bad happen in your life?
I can come up with something. My cancer is hungry, and yeah, I'm sure a lot of bad things have happened. I'm so traumatized, I can't even think about it right now.
And the thing is, too, you're so humble and modest that, like, I happen to know so many bad things have happened to you, but you don't even see it that way because you're so faithful and righteous and godly.
That's right.
That's amazing, man. You have such a great attitude for somebody who's so burdened and put upon. Yeah, go ahead and ring that bell. Just keep ringing it. I feel like people are...
Same here.
John Thomas, shut up. This isn't about you. There's always someone trying to scam and fraud on the side. Right? He's trying to cut in on Mitchell's fucking...
Right.
Like, he's obviously in need. He's obviously suffering. And there you go, piping up. Like, yeah, me too.
This keeps my hand busy so I can't beat the kids up and steal their Halloween candy. I'm getting pretty hungry out here, guys. It's pretty rough.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do what you got to do on the streets, Yeah, just keep ringing. I'm sure. Hold on. I think there's something coming through right here now. Thank God. Praise God.
Praise God.
Okay. And you're out here for children too, I understand, right?
Oh, that's right. Yep. Selfless. It's none of this is for me. It's for my dog and
All
the
right, yeah,
children.
Tom. We got Tom here for the you and or the Mitchell Creature donation fund contributions gifts.
I'm getting weak and hungry. I can't ring the bell
I
anymore.
can see that you're kind of wavering there. This is for the Slavation Army. It's an army of slaves who are poor and broken, weak and cold, and they need sponsorship immediately. This is touching. Go, just keep ringing there. Don't stop the ringing.
Yeah.
People like that. That gives people feeling like you're doing something with your time. You know, they're kind of walking around. They hear you ringing.
I gotta whip up some more whipped cream.
So lazy, he can't even keep ringing the bell. Let alone work.
Well, that's the thing, right? I mean, he's freezing to death, and he's malnourished. So, I mean, he can't be faulted for that. Why are you insulting him, saying he's lazy? See, this is the problem. People like you, who don't give, right? You're an equitist. You're constantly insulting people, attacking people, divided. You're not a loving person.
Listen, his dog would still be ringing the bell.
What do you got on you right now? You got anything in your pockets or what?
I could send him $1.25 Canadian.
Well, you
That'll
gotta
be
give something after this display here today. What you've done today. I mean, if I were you, I'd be giving something.
If I sent $1.25 Canadian, he'd end up with 3 cents. I think
Look at that child's face. He's obviously got 4 layers of clothes on. He's freezing half to death.
All right, Terry.
He's showing he's vulnerable. Tarek, please. He's desperately asking for help, and this is what you all do. You know, the measure of a man is how they treat the weakest among us in society. And I see very little to no contributions at this point. What do you folks have to say for yourselves?
I'm for putting him down.
I said I'll give him $5 for food.
What am I going to buy
Just
for food?
$5? See, this is funny right now. So now you're going to do. Why are you laughing, Mitchell? This isn't funny. See, this is the thing. Mitchell's so joyous and loving. He can have a great time with anything. I don't find this funny. Now you're going to do some kind of mocking ritual ceremony where you go, I'll give him $5.
Here, go buy you a bag of potato chips.
You have, and this is what you tithe with, $5.
All right, I'll give you $10.
No, forget it. You know what? Just forget it. Keep it.
Just forget it. Fuck it.
Okay. Why should someone continue to live? No, we'll just let him die. No, you guys are all death worshippers anyway. You don't
Put
give
him out of his misery.
about Mitchell. He's poor and cold and hungry, and you don't even care.
I care.
This is the Christmas. Yeah, you don't. You really. I've seen how you operate. This is what this culture's turned into, even during the Christmas season.
Sad. Mitchell, I'll give you $10 and my E-Thug hat.
All right, look at my PO box is 566 McCaslin. I think it's Boulevard, number 270641.
I can only do it through PayPal.
Oh, okay. All right. Hopefully PayPal sends the hat. Oh wait, I only have Cash App. I'm fucked.
Oh, dude. I only have one port. I gotta have like 5 different firewalls to make sure nobody hacks me.
Fair enough. Well, you'll have to just send it to Paul, and
Yeah, I can send it to Paul. I can send it to Paul.
He'll pay it forward, I'm sure.
But how would I send the hat for the E-Thug?
Well, I'm sure Paul has a few of those already.
Oh, cool. Okay, we'll trade.
Yeah, I think he's covered on the E-Thug hat department.
Did you need any GOTS?
oh, yeah. Is that the hallucinogen? Yeah. I definitely want some of that.
No, this is a family broadcast, so we can't do any. We can't go any better.
Tariq, ask Wizard. He can make you a couple of stamps and you can send it through the post office. Then Mitchell can go there, wait for it, do an audit, and maybe catch a little lawsuit there.
Lou's on to something.
Bro,
this man's brilliant. Give it up for him.
Wizard is a fraud, bro. Fraud. What do you mean? I mean, Snapper exposed him. He's a fucking fraud.
Yeah, but we're all frauds if that's the case, because we're all one self.
There you go.
I agree. To a certain extent, I agree, yeah. So does that mean if somebody's a homosexual or all homosexuals?
Oh,
no.
No, that's just for you. That's just for you and Mitchell.
Oh my God.
Mitchell, I just sent you your first take of your grift. So go ahead and open that up and just kind of repeat that you're a poor, pathetic slave, and you're just kind of really thankful and grateful for whatever you've been given.
Ring the fucking bell, too. Fuck.
All right. Well, I gotta wait for the notification. I didn't get anything yet.
Didn't go through yet? All right.
Oh, there it is. You hear it?
It's at least a 6-inch Subway sandwich.
Pedro, fuck, man. I'm fucking ripping off Pedro out here. This is brutal.
I have a question. Are any contributions being commissioned towards the game?
All right, that's enough. I'm starting to feel bad already. Pedro Castillo sends 553. Says, hi, Gimpy. Spear Taco. Oh, I'm sorry. Fuck, my bad. I'm new at this. God damn it.
Oh, man. You just doxed him. All right, well.
You're new at grifting.
Yeah, don't read the names.
You're very
Mitchell.
right. How you dox somebody?
What do you say? $5?
Don't read the names.
Yeah, fuck.
It's because of all those
man, you're
kale,
right.
kale sandwiches.
You're already.
Pedro, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Hey, I want
genuinely
$2
didn't
of
need
that. I get $2 of that. All right.
I owe you a refund, man. I'll send it. You want me to just send it back to Paul?
No, that's for you, man. That's for hot cocoa. You're freezing to death out there. We got to keep you alive to grift them all.
No, I'm getting hot
I
as
got to
fuck,
send you the
man.
minimum release. I got to keep you alive so you can look pathetic, and then I can grift off that. The more pathetic you look, the better I do.
All right.
Man, I love these bells too.
Starting to sweat.
Mitchell, did Briella give you your money yet? Or no?
Go ahead. Yeah, that's a good imagery. It looks really pathetic, and I think that's going to work well.
Please fill my stocking. I'm begging you.
You already come in your socks. What do you need someone else to fill that for?
I didn't even get. It wasn't even worth fucking coal this year. Come on.
Hey, let's check in on Slave Con, see how bad he's bitching and complaining.
All right, I'm feeling
Everybody's leaving already anyway. I've already turned the broadcast into insanity.
Yeah, bail me out.
This broadcast does have my face on it.
Spell that with RT. He's one of the good ones.
I'm sorry, Pedro. My bad, man.
It was London Man who.
Yes, I'm hoping to understand more, and I am coming in full strength today, man.
Come on, what did we miss?
This life. Greetings.
What did he do?
Back to chats with Jack on this Sunday afternoon.
Didn't do anything. He's full moon out. Or it's because of the thumbnail. He's at war.
Sometimes this life. Let it go loosely. Let you go
Oh shit!
loosely.
Thanks, Paul. You're making me feel bad. I'm not very good at this. I don't know how to do this.
Well,
But,
it's important to completely be absent of all morality and conscience.
You're not supposed to send me money. Just saying.
What, me?
Yeah.
I just told you. What do you think I was lying? You're poor and pathetic. I mean, I've insulted you for a year or more. Of course, you willingly choose it, so I don't feel bad about it. I'll continue to insult you, but I mean, it is the 100 holy days of enslavia. So I figured, you'll never contribute to me because you're a pathetic, poor, broke, loser, failure, angry, bitter, miserable cretin. But I don't have to be that way. I don't have to be like you. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know what to do with the money, so it's just a fucking grift. But
go buy another rainbow outfit, I guess.
What about dog
Really?
food? Dog food.
Dude, my dog eats better than I do, man. It's not like that.
Okay,
That
just
is
for
true.
that,
The dog
Mitchell,
gets kibbles and bits, and Mitchell eats dick constantly. So the dog is definitely eating better than Mitchell. All right, I'm kidding. I'm just, having a back and forth. Razzing.
Yeah.
I'm razzing a little bit.
Yeah, when I get a steak. Yeah, let's get with it. Help me out here.
I mean, I've hardly broke the bank sending you a contribution, so don't worry about it. Go get a Subway sandwich or a Subway ticket.
I'm all fucking nervous because I feel guilty. I don't know what the fuck to do.
Well, stop being a piece of shit. There's your first order of business. If you weren't such a piece of shit miscreant constantly, you wouldn't feel bad when someone gave you something. You don't deserve it, is what it is. But that's okay, right? You don't have to deserve it for me to give it. I see past your miscreant ways.
Yeah.
It's the holy day season, Mitchell. I got 300 it's the 100 days of holy days of enslavement. So I have 265 other days of the year to shit on you and call you out for the miscreant that you are. But for these 100 holy days, I'm practicing something different. Testimony of my magnanimous nature. Christ-like, some might say.
Loving it.
Hey, can
see where you're going? You're gonna
Hey, pure nonsense. Okay, let's get to the
doesn't accept responsibility. He just wants to continue this nonsense. and
Uh-oh.
Here we are.
Here we go. They
That's
talk about politics.
fucking bullshit right there. Accept
Well,
responsibility is all I've fucking done. All I've shown that you and that Pauly boy don't do. Now, whatever the fuck he said on his stream could have been said to this fucking face. And the reason he doesn't is because he's wrong. Now, what's the chat that you said you were oblivious to the story? Oh, Jack, you're oblivious to the thing you just did a whole report on. So tell me about London's bullshit stream. Faggot fucking liar.
It's irrelevant to me, Tommy.
I haven't seen his face.
It's
Oh my
not
God.
relevant to
Art,
me.
please.
It's relevant to you. Now, I could,
Sorry.
should you want to change, Tom, I could help you change the way you feel. But you're convicted in your insulting, disrespectful opinions of me, Tommy. Yeah, sitting there flipping. He's in the back flipping me off. So tell you what, let's move on. Welcome, Yolanda.
Hey, Jack, how's it going?
I'm feeling
I came
blessed.
up to help you out, man, with the peace and the tranquility and maybe a little bit of, change in frequency. I've been watching Tommy be upset for a little while over this, and so I wanted to help him calm down.
Do you think you might be able to help? I'd love
I'm
to help.
willing.
him calm
Yeah,
down,
I'm willing
too.
because I feel really bad that this situation is going on. This is pretty fucked up.
Tommy's serious when he's cammed up with no filter.
Right. No, you're
Well-
good, Tommy. I hear what you're trying to say, buddy. I see how you're trying to mend it your way.
Here, hold, Tom. Let me turn you back up before you get going too long. Okay.
I'm listening, Tommy.
Try.
I'm
Go
not
ahead.
talking.
Please,
Like
please
I'm
speak.
trying not to make an all-out campaign against this jackass as we speak. Like the fact that the community doesn't see you carry yourself as Mr. Brothers and Sisters, and look at how you can't even be told a thing and lie that you don't know what I'm talking about. You're a fraud.
Please be specific and let's discuss your claim.
Oh,
I'm happy
now you want to talk about
report.
my thing? Is that right? Is that right?
Your claim against me.
Oh,
What is-
let's keep it about you. You mean?
Okay, let's Tom, please.
Jack, please.
I want there to be peace.
You want to know what went down on London stream?
Welcome, Steve.
I think we all know exactly what happened on
I didn't
London
watch it. I'm
stream.
not going to because I see now I can use this. The fact that everyone's coming at me about his portrayal, I don't want to see it. That'll only cloud the truth. Because the truth is very simple, and everyone is running from it. Let's cloud as much of the situation as we can.
Here, this I under. Whoop. Oh wait, what am I
No,
showing?
we need to bring up my chat from the show he's mad about. I don't know that he's sharing the exact
no,
chat.
This is what I saw on London stream. Your comment.
Hold on, I need my
London,
screen to catch up. Okay, that looks like my chat. Let me give it a second for the chat. This active chat. Yeah, that is what I was saying. I said, if he can get mad about people talking about his kids, who he displayed, why can't I be mad about?
All right, hold on. We got to stop the Tardia rambling. It looks like we have Ace here. You got an update, Ace? Can't hear you, sir.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, we have like you said, a black shirt with "You're a slave," right? So it'll say it like this. Here, hold on. You're a slave. Shit, the lighting sucks in here. Okay, you're a slave, and then in the back, like you said, here we go. Now watch me. Can you see that, big dog? Right now, watch me walk off with the ISIS lettering.
No, that's gonna be my shirt.
All right.
Nobody else gets that, bro. That's limited edition.
Oh, I got you. All right.
You only get that shit if you put in work.
Okay. Hey, what do you think of putting something like this on the side on the side of the sleeve? Proper instruction motivates people. Oh shit, I can't get the fucking angle. Okay, there we go, right there.
Oh, I gotta see if
you know, like on the shirt, on the sleeve.
Yeah, I gotta see. I gotta do the poll and see what the difference is from the last shirt to that. I'm curious to see.
Well, the other one I'm working on. You're gonna trip out. I added more stuff, the trees and all that. So go check it out. I'll show it to you.
Where's that one at?
It's in the pad right now.
Oh, okay.
I gotta go get that right now. But give me a second. I'll show it to you.
All right, let me.
All right.
All right, I'm pulling up the poll right now. Leave that one up. I want to leave that one on. Can you leave both sides of it on camera? Is it possible to set it up that way?
What do you mean? Oh yeah. I'm taking both of them right now.
Can you leave it displayed with both sides, the front and back? All right, I think it was about 50-50 last time. This time it's about 70-30. Yes, folks would buy that shirt.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's easy to make and print up. So maybe we start with that because it's the easiest. And then I mean, if nothing else, I'd like that shirt because I'd like to wear it around.
Sounds good.
Or you just do whatever you like, man. Because I trust you're kind of creative.
Yeah,
M.
Davis
I like the other
with the
shirt for its own
constant
reasons. I like that shirt for different
telephone
reasons.
game, by the
I think
way.
the first one's obviously more creative and kind of
Misrepresenting
incorporates a bunch of
what
different
people
ideas
have
into
said.
it in its own way. It's got some color to it. That one's just kind of straight to the point. Going to kind of provoke people. And I think that's always a good idea. Triggering folks. If you're going to market, you got to trigger them. You got to make them feel something. So they can say, this dude was walking in Walmart with a shirt that said, "You're a slave. Now watch me walk off." And the bottom it said, "Pimp unslaved." So they're going to want to go see what that's about.
Sounds good to me, man.
Paul, you know how what's his name? Steven Crowder, that fucking retard.
What do you think
where, sorry?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Well,
you know how he has
or
that thing where he
trying
goes
to
out
get
and he
us
says,
money
whatever,
and attention.
X, Y, or Z is wrong, change my mind. Well, what about a certain shirt that says, "You're a slave, change your mind"? Just an idea.
Yeah.
May not be that great, but I thought it was interesting.
Yeah,
People will
if you got your own ideas, Ace, that you want to try out, try them out. I mean,
Sounds good. All right, big dog. I'm gonna get going. I'll see you guys later.
all right, thank you, Ace.
You got it, brother.
Yeah, I mean, even if you just did a scriptural verse, the one about not guilty with an infidel. I mean, it's just like, it just depends on who it is that is going to see interest in it for their own reasons. He says, "Oh, that shirt looks terrible." So 60% of people like it. He says it's terrible. I bet you he buy a shirt with that scripture on it that said not to yoke with an infidel, but I don't know.
The simplicity of that shirt with the "You're a slave, now watch me walk off." That's what shirts kind of need. If they get too complicated, people just don't even bother reading them. They just kind of glaze over. But that's really simple and nice and to the point, then it works.
Yeah, Mitchell likes that one. I think the other gorilla one that Talflix put up was kind of cool. With the gorilla with the chains breaking. I think it's a gorilla season, something to that effect. All right, I'm going to go back for a couple minutes and then we got to get out of here.
Guys all pull family members, spouses, children, all
No,
that. shit
I
to trigger
didn't
one
say
another.
anything about his kids. See, I'm not sure you have the
Well, see, that's the thing is Tom. See, he's structured, and especially since I'm a writer and I've read a lot. See, if you look at how he structured the fucking wording, he mentioned children, right? But what Tom, you have to read what he's saying. But again, the problem is, Tom, again, he's gotten too popular. He's gotten too much acceptance. He can't fucking deal with it. This is one of the first things I noticed about Tommy is he has to alienate himself. He just has to. He must alienate himself. So this is his way of, because he understands that a portion of the people, aren't interested in the nuance of the way, and I'm not either, by the way. I don't give a fuck. I just don't care. It's just like, I don't give a fuck. You can't make me care. This is what I said hours ago in the broadcast. I'm not, I don't have no involvement with children. I don't have kids of my own. My nieces and nephews are now, approaching grown. I don't really have a relationship with them anyway, right? I'm not that close with my family. Me and my immediate family have relationships, but, my grandmother, she's got, she's senile now or whatever, but we were close. My dad's parents are dead. We weren't close. So, other than my immediate family, I don't have family that I'm close with. So I have there's no grandkids, there's no kids, there's not really nieces and nephews, that are children anyway. So, I don't know what to tell you, but the way I see it is Tom knows that he knows his comments are going to be interpreted a certain type of way. And he also knows he can defend himself, on the technicalities, right? He already did it on his broadcast that we played earlier. The thing is, we all know what Tom is by now, right? Like, don't we just, more or less expect this at this point? And let's face the reality that these communities we don't hold each other accountable at the level of our behavior. Certain folks talk about accountability, but it's just not a thing. Like, it's pretty much any and all behavior is pretty much tolerated as far as I can tell. Now, please, the chat will correct me if I'm wrong. That's the way I see it. So I view this as Tom being a way, to get some heat. I think he enjoys it to some extent. He likes the verbal battles, and he likes the attention to some extent. I mean, hell, everybody likes attention, whether they admit it or not. Depending on the type of attention, right? And yeah, he has to alienate himself. Hell, he's even cammed up with his face, for fuck's sakes. Like, what is this?
Incomprehension, Yolanda.
Tom, the comment shown.
Yeah, Tommy Neutron.
His.
Yeah, Tom's blows. I like that notch.
Let's read it then. Bring it up. Let me bring it up. Let's read it.
Yep.
London, take your daughter issue. Take your daughter issue, as in the issue he has with his.
Well, see, this is the thing is when I read this, and by the way, this was on my stream. I didn't even read it in real time. I had no idea this even happened till London, and by the way, right above this is me in fucking highlighted name saying some shit. It's like, okay, well, now everybody knows it happened on my channel. And then look, the first word that got typed after Tom's comment is my name. So I'm just looking at this. This showed up whenever, London started talking about it, which, by the way, London is completely fair for him. He can take issue with, any and everything he chooses to take issue. I don't have a dog in the hunt, but it's like, yeah, I'm seeing this and it's like, okay, there's my name is the first thing you see. And then, it happened on my stream, and then, I'm trying to go to sleep. I'm getting emails, I can tell it's going to become an issue. It's like, I'm going to sleep. And it's part of the reason I didn't go live Sunday. Part of it was I was exhausted and my body went into rest mode. But part of it was just like, I'm going to have to talk about this Tom thing. I'm just not, I don't care. I just don't care. But the problem is when I read what Tommy wrote, it's like, yeah, he clearly structured it in a specific way to just be able to say, well, obviously I wasn't talking about his kids, right? My thing would be, Tom, how about we just don't bring up anybody's kids? But, Tom's going to fucking do what he's going to do. Like, he's already shown that he's not going to be controlled. He's not going to be brought to heel. He ain't going to follow rules other than the rules he chooses to follow. One of the first things I recognized about Tommy when I started having him on my channel is you can't wrangle Tommy. Like, you either have him on the channel or you don't. He's either here or he's not. He's either banned in the chat or he's not. That's how that works.
Daughter being talked about. Pretend for a year someone said I would.
Oh, and he's been banned in the chat. He's been banned from the StreamYard at times. It's not like Tom just has free fucking reign to do whatever he wants around here. He's annoyed me several times. We've had a back and forth relationship, but that's the thing is, he has to alienate himself. And I've told him that to his metaversal face on the panel, and he's argued, and you know how he is. He can argue his way out of anything, just about. But I think there's some truth there. He has to alienate himself, no matter. He just has to. That's how I see it anyway. So no matter what, especially lately, he's been getting attention for his live streams. He's been getting attention. You know, he had 87 in the live. Was that Saturday? Whenever that was. Sunday, Saturday? Yeah, I think if Paul hadn't gone live, I think Tommy would have hit triple digits. That's way bigger than what I do over here. Let's just call it what it is. Yeah, I mean, good on him. I'm happy. I'm a fan, by the way. I like his live streams. But, you know, his prepared videos, he's been getting a lot of love. So surprise, surprise, here he is alienating himself, talking about a subject that there's no benefit. I don't see any upside to Tom talking about this. He doesn't gain anything, but people like me, you know, I'm put in a position to possibly have to explain myself. It's like, well, I didn't have anything to do with it. I don't have no control over Tommy, for fuck's sakes. Meanwhile, if we're going to start excommunicating people, I think we're going to have to start with other folks, right? I don't know that it's going to be Tommy. We're going to be, you know, there's probably other people that need to be run the fuck out of here. The so-called truth community, whatever this is, whatever these communities are, seem to have a policy of just pretty much anybody can be a part of it. You know, so until folks get excommunicated, you know, I don't know. Is Tommy going to be the first person that gets run out of here? I doubt it. It just doesn't seem like a possibility to me, and I'm not calling for that, by the way. But yeah, he knows when he types this, he knows that this might be the result, and he knows how to defend it. I don't think y'all realize, well, apologies, now I'm talking down to the audience. Some people just don't realize how fucking smart he is when it comes to stuff like this. He's very, very sharp.
Comprehension, Yolanda.
The comment shown includes his kids. It's
Jack, your
his
kid.
daughter.
Let's read it then. Bring it up. Let me bring it up. Let's read it. London,
Yeah, I need
take
some
your
help with this
daughter
too.
issue. Take your daughter issue, as in the issue he has with his daughter being talked about. Pretend for a year someone said I was effing daughters. Does it say you're effing your daughters? Give me some cry laugh emojis about it. That was me saying, why are you boosting Snafu for saying I diddle kids? Now, why do I need to explain this to a bunch of enlightened, truthy adults?
Okay, please.
You just looked stupid on your own goddamn show, Jack, and my rage is justified. Yolanda, as illiterate as ever. Now, what do you motherfuckers want to do?
No, I'm glad.
This is what I'm saying is, see, he intentionally structured the way he wrote that so that it's hard to attack it, knowing that a bunch of people would just jump to a conclusion because of the emotions around children. Do you see that he's done this on purpose, right? I hope you folks realize he's done this intentionally.
Glad you read it.
So I took one look at it and said, well, okay, obviously this is what he's doing here. Meanwhile, I don't care. It's like, I don't even care about this. But now I know I'm going to be on a broadcast talking about it at some point, and I don't want anything to do with it.
Tommy, I'm glad you read it.
I'm glad you read it and took some fucked up meaning from it, you dumb bitch.
Okay.
Tom, I'm going to please mute you.
Call
for a
Yolanda
moment.
names now, Tommy. Come
Let
on.
you calm
I
down.
don't think there's any more to it than what I just said.
Okay. Well, then you can continue your rage and
Oh, man.
unresolved. Or,
Terrible.
praise God. That's
Yeah, thanks, Tom, by the way, making my life difficult over here.
actually a perfect segue to one of the points I wanted to make. But
I was about to agree with him.
he just
Well, exactly. That's the problem, Flow State, is that he's technically, you know, again, I'm not going to be bringing up people's children, but not in that context. But, you know, yeah, technically, I think Tommy's right. Well, he's correct. He's technically correct. And certain folks like me and probably Flow State are going to just be like, okay, well, logically, rationally, based on the fucking words he typed, right? But other people are it's going to feel some type of way, and I get that. Believe me, I do. But you see the game he's playing here.
left.
I think you're doing a good job, though, Jack, of bringing it up and letting him.
Feels good to actually offer mercy, to know that you can. So
Being
I
right feels
agree.
even
I
better.
agree, fucking Jack. But also, I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is that London seems as though he has no evidence to back it, but he loves standing by that, and it's fucking weird. Because I could say the same shit about half the people I've seen online about accusations, but certain people stand on an accusation when they have no firsthand experience, much less like secondhand experience. So it's fucking weird.
Well, and Tom ain't going to tell on himself, y'all. I mean, that's just not going to happen. There's not going to be a gotcha moment that Tom fucking told on himself. It's just not possible. He's not dumb enough to make that much of a mistake. So when you see Tom type something like that, the first thing I think is, okay, why did he type this? Because he's not dumb enough to just get That's another problem is folks like myself and folks like Tom who are emotionally fired, people detect the emotion and they assume, oh, he must have gotten his feelers. He was feeling some type of way, and then he typed a bunch of stuff he didn't mean. Well, that's not what happened at all. That's definitely not what happened. So, please be aware of. Now, I say all kind of shit I don't mean out of emotion. That's a different thing. But Tommy does not do that I've ever seen. And if he does, he knows to do it in a way where he can pull himself out of it. He's very fucking astute with these dynamics.
Shows character.
We call them repeaters. They're just repeating shit they know nothing about.
Well, yeah, the thing is with this world we live in.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, Sterling Ray.
Accusations.
The
can
point I'm
destroy
making is
someone's
he
life.
knows that he's doing that. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying that he knows that the implications when he does that. And you can see he did it in a very specific type of way where it's diabolical, actually. He did it in a diabolical way. And I don't mean that he, had an evil intention. I just mean it is cunning, I should say. It's quite cunning the way he did it. My thing is, why talk about anybody's? I just don't see the value. I don't see I just don't see any reason to be talking about people's kids. And I'm a bit disappointed that it happened in my chat, and I don't read all the comments. I didn't see it. I don't know that I would have done anything, but I didn't happen to notice it at the time that I can remember anyway. But okay, well, but here's the thing: can I please get more money? I'm not getting enough money. Then let's just call it what it is. I need more money. If this is what I'm doing, if I'm a scam artist, I'm a bad scam artist. Because I need about $2,000 a month to live on. I'm not scamming $2,000 a month. So let's just go ahead and accept your premise here that I'm lying about having a dying illness. Meanwhile, listen to what I'm saying. I'm no longer actively dying as far as I can tell. I think I've gained at least 10 pounds. I haven't stepped on the scale lately. I might be up 15. I might be up to about 135, which would be on the low end of what's halfway normal for me. Now that I've lost most of my muscle anyway. Don't fall for a scam. Well, exactly. They're not falling for it. Benton is lying about having a dying illness. So, so can we shorten that? Do you have something else I could refer to you as, please? But here's what I'm saying is, I'm clearly not very good at this. Why not a GoFundMe? If I'm actually gonna do a cancer grift, why not cancer grift so that I can at least do a year of lives? You know what I mean? Like I haven't made that much. Right now, I'm thankful for the donations. By the way, I think we're at about $375 for next month's payment from YouTube, from the whatever's left over after they take their third or whatever it is. So yeah, today and tomorrow are the last 2 days. So if y'all want to, you can push me over 400 for next month. So the first month we hit right at 300, but that was I did. I mean, it's not really a we, but y'all helped, right? Thank you, by the way. That had my birthday was in there, so that sort of got skewed, and then some of that ended up getting remitted to Unslavia in the form of tribute. So then the next month was like 315. So that would be even if you took out the probably $100 extra for it being my birthday in August. Because that skewed it, but. Yeah, so September was 315. Then October we're at I'm at 377, I think it is. So yeah, if y'all want to push it over 400, feel free. If not, that's okay. I'm not doing this for the donos, but it certainly helps. But I've said it before, but it looks like this may be the final month of the live streams. As far as in the motel room. I don't want to go back to truck driving, but I might. We'll see how it goes. But if I do 2 more months, if I do this month and the next month, and then I will be basically broke, most likely. Not trying to get into that, so it'd be easier to go truck drive, get this car fixed. Because if I'm going to do the IRL streaming, I'm going to need a car so I can drive to various. I don't want to do events, though. I was talking to the potential producer about maybe even like a Trump rally. I'm just like, I just don't want to go to a fucking Trump rally. Are you kidding me? But, I think I could probably find gatherings. It doesn't have to be, like a protest or in a political event. There's all kind of gatherings that one could go to and just talk to people, right? And it is one of my specialities. I'm really good at cold approaching, and I'm really good at starting conversations with people. It's one of my talents. Yeah. Well, I do have the Cash App, Sterling Ray, if you're ever interested, and just saying, Venmo also. But yeah, the point I'm making is, if I was going to do some version of a health grift, wouldn't I probably have a GoFundMe? I'm just assuming. I don't know. But no, you're good, Sterling Ray. I'm not even worried about that. I don't have to have donations. In fact, when I was truck driving, I didn't take donations. Eventually, people wanted to donate, and they were like, "How can I donate?" And I took some Walmart. Well, and you can do a Walmart money transfer if you want to. I'm just saying it's a possibility. But again, I'm not here to push people into donating. If you want to give, it's possible. If not, that's okay. But another way, if you want to, is Amazon gift cards. Although probably would have to buy that in person, because what I found is some people tried to buy a gift card through the Amazon site, but because so much fraud happens with Amazon gift cards, most of the time it just declines the transaction, is typically what happens. But anyway, it doesn't even matter. You contribute in the chat here, Sterling Ray. So if you want to donate, we'll figure it out. If not, it's not that big of a deal, I can assure you. But thank you anyway. Uh-oh, what happened? Oh, okay. Are you talking to TBE, I guess? Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I mean, and it's funny seeing how people... It's funny, just because I've known TBE long enough now, metaversally, it is kind of interesting just how people try to interact with him. I wonder if it doesn't even matter. It's just interesting. It's very, very... This is never a dull moment around the metaverse. Are people still here, by the way? I mean, I know some people are still here, but at a certain point, I don't even have to have content. We can just do the chat dynamics, right? 42 in the house. We're not going 12 hours, I can promise you that. We're probably wrapping up. Let's see. I've set a timer, actually. This will be somewhere near 6 hours when that hits a zero. I think I gave myself like 15 minutes leeway or something, but yeah. Oh man, 51. Excellent. Mine said 42, but either way, who knows? I mean, just who even knows? Who even cares? Oh man. Goodness gracious. All right, back to Paul. Oops. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm back to Paul watching Jack.
Hi. Hello. That's part of my my story, and my life lessons were pretty painless. But I do believe that, I'm telling you guys, please consider the facts.
Jack, people
God
destroy
is
their
with
own
us.
lives, Jack. Sorry to cut you, Jack.
Go ahead.
People destroy their own lives, right? They clearly show you they don't want no help. They're clearly going in, one direction, and it shows. It shows. So we don't really destroy people. They destroy themselves. We might give them a helping hand. That's the way they want to go. But I don't know.
Hey, brother, you're you're absolutely right. The reminder I received at church today was that scripture. Yeshua was asked, how many times are we supposed to forgive? 7? And no, 70 times 7. We forgive.
490.
This is no longer needed. We don't need
490, and then we're done.
No, that's the point. We're not supposed to keep track. We're not supposed to keep score.
He needed to use a bigger number then. We're smarter than that.
No, it's not. The point is that like you think it's fucking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's over. No, multiply that times 100. It ain't over. Point being, you'll never get to 500 times you got to forgive someone. So point being, keep trying.
No, 500 times in total for all forgivenesses.
No, also an incorrect fucking assumption. It's the point is.
I'm just reading it how it's written.
Right, and the people that take the word of the fucking Bible as literal, black and white, are the retards of the world.
Oh, okay. How? I guess you're the one that knows how to interpret it correctly.
No, it's all parables.
So 7 times 70. What he meant is
you take
an
this black and
unlimited
white,
number of
you
times.
show how limited your soul is. Flow state, or like a motherfucking.
Hey.
Sorry, I should stop.
Thomas, the supreme authority on the Bible, not God who wrote it how it is.
Well, yeah, God wrote the Bible. You're smart.
I actually don't even believe what I was saying. It was tongue in cheek, but you dumbass took it literally.
I don't care less what you believe. I'm just.
You obviously did care what I believe. You felt obligated to say something.
What is going on?
Full moon yesterday.
Oh, it is. That's right. And even though we didn't get it in North America, it's there was an eclipse too. I heard.
I was about to say we sure did get a full
Hey,
moon.
Jack, let me put it this way, right? You see how you remember the other day when I was saying to you, some of your associates keep people wanting to join with you, right?
Yes, sir.
We're in that same ship with Tommy. You know how many people want to stay away from me because Tommy is around. So for me,
oops, sorry.
No,
If your biggest problem is Tommy, you need to fucking figure life out.
No.
Hey, who is this clown? Jack. Hey, Jack, who is this clown? Who is this clown, Jack?
He's one of Paul's buddies.
Oh, it makes sense now. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
it's
cool. Makes sense. It makes sense.
I haven't seen Thomas for a while, but he's actually being more tame and probably more respectful than I've seen before. So it's the full moon energies. Everyone's where we are supposed to be. Okay. And London,
it makes sense, London, man. I'm the guy you suck the feet of and respect so much till you talk shit about me other places where you think it's not hurt.
For Tommy, even if I remember, invited him warmly, defended him.
There you
and
go.
So I do understand what you mean of enough's enough. If you're feeling personally challenged or attacked by him, and you're getting feedback from others reinforcing, hey, it's time to walk away. I get it. I'm trying to practice, and like I said, I was reminded myself this morning that 7 times 70, and the reality is, the people that trigger us, that really offend us, there's a reason. There is a reason.
Anyway, that's what I wanted to come up and address. There's no need for me and Tommy to interact, right? He does his thing, I do my thing. He can stay over there, I stay over here, right? Cool, that's what I want to say. But much love, JT. Peace out.
I agree, other than the fact that thing isn't a word. Yes.
Whatever, dude.
Hey, these cult boys don't stop, do they? These cult boys don't stop. These cult boys. Look, we got another
Pissy energy.
Weird energy. Look at this one at the bottom of the screen now. He's all the way fucked up.
Tarek's all right. Tarek's all right. He's definitely but
he's all the way creepy.
He's my
a
favorite of the
creepy
cult, I
fucker.
think.
He's a creepy fucker. Hey, Jack, peace out, Jack. Flo, peace.
Later,
Yolanda, much love.
Blessings,
Much
brother.
love.
And thank you. Golly jeez.
No, London, man, what's creepy is you
well,
posting
hello?
pictures of your children to clout chase and get more viewers on your YouTube. That's fucking creepy.
Hello?
Tarek, I trust what I saw in the chat. Blessings. Thank you. And let me recognize, thank you for your past contributions. You are a generous man, and
No, I just not okay to kick somebody off the the panel or whatever. But I actually contribute to keep you on the panel so you can voice your opinion. But Steve, whatever, it's his thing. It's okay. Maybe he'll learn one day to be humble and not be the way he is. But that's him and that's me. If you got something to say to me, if you disagree with me, no big deal. We'll talk about it and let it go. If there's no solution, there's no solution. There's no need to hate and do all that.
yeah.
Can I respond to that, Jack?
Please feel free. Yes.
Hey, Tarek. How's it going?
Oh, great.
I find it interesting. I hear a lot of double speak from you on panels all the time. You absolutely confuse the fuck out of me all the time. I was watching how you interact with people in chat, and then you come up here and you do the opposite. So, is it just me? Anybody else see that?
No, I see it myself. What is that? Who is that? I'm sorry. Who am I speaking to? I didn't look yet.
That was Thomas.
Yolanda. Yeah. No, sometimes, like everybody else, I'm human. I get in my feelings a little bit, even though I'm very balanced and centered. I get in my feelings, and then I got to check myself. So I check myself next day, and I be centered, and I refocus. So you're not seeing anything that's not human. Very human. But at least I admit to it. That if I hurt somebody's feeling or I offended anybody, I apologize. And at the same time, I don't contribute to kick somebody off. That's just a low, demeaning character, I would say. And I would do the opposite. I would put you on panel if you want and contribute. So I can hear what you got to say to me. Just like London. He said I'm creepy. How do you define creepy, London?
Here, let me, he's not here, but there is this comment, and I don't know if I'll agree with this, but I do know for a fact, Tarek, you agree with Paul on a lot of nonsense, particularly about me. And yet, see, so then you show yourself to be supportive as well, yet agreeing with nonsense. So there's a contradiction for you to try and see, all right? Because who's right about me? Am I a good man, or am I just worthless and confused, and everybody from my past is right, and I'm nothing if it wasn't for Daddy Paulie? I mean, that's kind of the nonsense you've agreed with him about. Who's right?
You want me to answer the question? Yeah. This is what I think, Jack. When I agree with Paul, I agree based on my own opinion, my own perception, right? Again, if I agree with Paul on whatever I agree on, doesn't matter if it's you, Flow State, or anybody else, that's just my opinion. If it bothers anybody that much, that means something else that person should work on. Because if you can cuss me out, you can do whatever you want. If you bother me to that point, that means I'm letting you in my space, in my mental space. And then the next day I come, if I feel like I did that, I recenter, refocus. So nothing against you, Jack. If I agree with Paul on anything, it's just my opinion. Nothing. I'm not hateful. I don't mean ill will against you or anything like that.
Right.
I don't.
But Tarek, I understand it doesn't affect me. That's what I realize that. I don't give a shit what you think, to be honest. I mean, I do,
Exactly.
but I don't.
Yeah. No, you should not. I agree with you.
Yeah.
But this is what I want you to recognize is you have been agreeing with things that are untrue. You claim to be showing your own discernment, yet
I disagree.
How do you know my own discernment or not? Like I would say if you said something, you believe something, Jack, I would take it face value that that's what you mean. You're being honest, and that's your discernment, right? So my discernment is my discernment. Why does it always have to be tainted or painted like it's Paul's discernment?
Well, this is what I'm challenging you to consider.
Go ahead.
I don't think you're paying as close attention as you think.
Okay.
I think you're see, here's what happens. I know I know many things about the patterns of our minds. If we tell our minds something, guess what? That's what is there. So Paul's for hours I've seen talking about me, a lot of insulting nonsense, not just me, but many other people. And you're saying to yourself, yes, hate,
But also Paul says tons
disrespect,
of great
fear,
things about
anger.
you.
What's that?
I was saying Paul says tons of great things about you all the time.
Does he?
You're here for brownie points, aren't you?
Fuck you, Flow State. You're like a
Well,
lack of Flow State. You're
Thomas,
a
hey,
fucking
Thomas.
stunted state. But no, I'm trying to help fucking Jack see that Paul has the utmost love for him, and I don't need to.
If I went back and rewound Paul's stream, would I find him saying something like, "Hey, you better go over there"?
All right, stunted state.
I've had enough. Thomas, I know we can get along. There was a short period I thought we were, and then you're like, whatever. You think you're better than a lot of people, dude. And CIA, you know how it's going. You know the details. So that question is about the people, the Christian Investment Group. And actually, you know what? Fucking hilarious. Praise God. Praise God.
Praise God.
Christian Investment Group who fucking stole my home as a very wise investment. Yeah, as far as I know,
Jack's doing it again. He's a perpetual victim. Somebody came along, saw he was a loser failure, and offered him an ability to take something away when he was going to get nothing. And instead of he be thankful and grateful, now they stole the home from him because he can't continue to pay for it, and he's in the rears, and it's everyone else's fault for why he can't pay for his own shit and manage his own affairs. And he's never thankful and grateful for what he's been given that he wasn't owed. Amazing.
They're doing pretty well.
93 fucking cases.
Incentive from the solar panels I installed as well. So they're just fucking making money off
93
off
fucking
me.
cases.
Praise
93
God.
fucking cases.
Praise
God.
Hey, yeah. And Jack,
Praise
you see me
God.
wearing my the hat sideways like a thug today. You know why I'm doing that today? Because Ben has been after me like crazy, call me E-Thug. So this is for Ben. The
Hello?
Look. And again, I don't hate Ben. You may disagree with me, but I'm giving you context, Ben. There you go. I love you. There we go. No big deal. This is my E-Thug look for you, sir. E-Thug.
It's a behavior, not a look, sir. It's a behavior. You didn't look it up, did you? The E in front of the thug has a specific connotation, sir. E-thug, online thug, not a literal thug.
Tarek, I do like you. You're pretty funny guy. You are very lovable. You really are.
I tried to, Jack.
You know, hey, something that I'm really considering, a lesson for my own life, and I encourage all of you, pay attention to the words you think. You tell yourself, I will never.
Yes.
You tell yourself, I will never, and I'm pretty sure the gods have a laugh. I actually think many people I've seen just button heads here on this YouTube realm.
What are you, crazy?
Metaverse. They've said they'll never work together, but I know how much the world could benefit if they did. And that is, see guys, the micro is
You are crazy.
The micro is the macro. It's just all the same thing. Once you find an answer for yourself, consider the collective. When people who don't like each other figure out how to get along, guess what? Wars are done. Debts are forgiven.
Yes.
New opportunities start coming forth rather than investing time and energy, preparing for what? For others to do something against us. So let's do things for us by accepting.
Right.
Our judgment creates an unnecessary burden and an unnecessary bond. And if we just live today, I mean, right now, it's easier to live when you don't spend so much time choosing enemies, holding, keeping score, trying to remember the details of every slip up someone else made while you remember all the excuses for yourself. Guys, life is meant to be shared freely and honestly and with love.
overcoming our differences if possible, right? If not, then if you can't overcome them, then why keep butting heads? Why, subject yourself to, a type of energy that seems to be going nowhere and just keeps to be spinning and looping?
And I'll add to that, Jesse. Jack, from my experience, when I used to box, you can hate someone, your opponent, and you want to, he can get to your nerves, talk shit, talk trash. But when you get in the ring and you finally do it, and say you guys are very competitive and very close, at the end, you like, this guy went all the way with me. You give him respect. And you're like, you know what? Put that shit aside. That's a man that went all the way with me that way. And then you don't worry about competition. You start seeing a man for a different thing. So I strongly agree that you should not always fight. And if there is a competition, it should be hopefully at the end to a healthy conclusion.
Respectful, and that's one of the things about the combat sports is, a lot of that stuff is just to hype it up for the fans, and there's not really a lot of hate that goes into it. Some people need to fuel that fire just to get energized, but afterwards, almost always, there's obviously a few instances that they actually really don't like each other, but that's a small group. Usually they have that mutual respect. After they're done, they can shake, hug, and even have a beer afterwards, after they, go through that type of a war.
Yeah, or can become best friends. I mean, some of the best rivals became best friends. Like Muhammad Ali and Fraser, yeah.
Jack was mentioning that earlier, that he's had, some real conflict with people that's become, lifelong friends of his.
Because a lot of times those people, Jack or Jesse or Flo State, they're really real with you. You may disagree with them, and at the same time, you're really real with them. So the ego may kick in sometimes and may not, be a part of that. But then you just put that aside and you're like, I've seen the worst of this guy. What else could come from him? He's real. Even if we disagree, he's real.
Yes.
Just because somebody's unpleasant doesn't mean that they're real.
No, I understand that. Flo State. Yeah, I'm just saying, like in a nutshell, if we're thinking about it in terms of both persons are hopefully in a good space.
Hey, I'm as white trash as it gets.
Hey, Steve, if you were back there long, I'm sorry, I didn't notice. I was looking at trying to figure out Jesse's mic. Your mic was coming in a bit funky.
Is it my mic? Like, can you hear it? Should I turn it up? Should I turn it down? I'm not sure. Is this better?
Actually, it is better.
So I turned it up a little bit.
Oh, that's good. Well, okay. Thank you. What is going on? I don't know where we were at. I lost track of the conversation.
We were talking about that.
Great stuff. Travis T says he'll give Mitchell 10. Praise God. If he licks his dog's nutsack. So Mitchell, if you hear this, if you lick your dog's balls, Travis T will give you 10. If not, I guess you're out. But he did send a gift.
And you don't even know you're being dragged until the end.
Can I say that?
Sometimes
I want to say I got Tommy's back in all this craziness. I'm getting sick of everybody running around, little trolls like Snafu likes to be, irreverent and everything, and supposedly they're the ones that care. You know what I mean? They're the vanguard that's going to keep everyone safe, and it's disgusting to me. And to me, it's a beard for possibly their own activities.
Right, but Tommy does the same exact thing.
I'm not sure exactly what else going on, but I'm just saying I got Tommy's back in that.
It's kind of weird because Tommy does the exact same behavior you just outlined and described for the exact same reasons. He needs conflict and controversy on here. He doesn't know what to do without it.
Well, I don't know. I've seen Tommy get more serious about things than, say, for instance, maybe a snafu or
constantly going places where he's not wanted or needed or where he has controversy, and he never knows how to create resolution or reconciliation. He knows how to, but he won't, because he needs conflict on the metaverse to substantiate his position and his arguments. Without that, he has nothing to present.
Maybe so. Maybe he needs to come away from being like snafu and getting always frivolous about everything.
Just keep doing your thing, and the failure will come naturally.
You're really low, Tommy. We can't hear you.
Oh, that's because I just got off Jack's panel, and I don't know who's worse for lowering me, Paul or Jack. Let me check it. Okay, so I just sat on my panel with Paul and London Man in the Title for an hour and a half, and you were streaming the whole time. You can't tell me it wasn't brought to your attention. You don't get my content anymore. Sit here and lie about it.
You don't think this is hilarious that no one actually knew you were doing that, and you seem to think everyone knows it?
You seem not to know.
You don't think this is so great right now that you're exposing your.
Hello.
You don't think that this is great?
You're talking over me.
You don't think that this is great that you're exposing your grandiose narcissistic tendencies, thinking we all knew what you were doing?
Because I'm not.
No one was even thinking of you. No one was thinking of you or paying attention to you, as always, which is why you're so upset.
And you don't even know you're being dragged
for some reason
until the end.
If you were a real man, you wouldn't go around stating
If I was a real man, I'd be constantly stalking you and watching you like you do with me, so I would have known you were sitting on panel live with my name in the title.
Once again,
no, that's not how that works.
Once again, if you were a real man, you wouldn't say why anybody else does a thing except you, and you wouldn't be lying lying about what people do. Go.
The point is, I'm going to continue to do whatever I want, and you can't do anything about it, and it burns you up inside. So just keep cycling and cycling
Welcome
and
to
trying
the
invite
internet.
people to your channel, and then when they don't show up, we all knew it, but we didn't go because we're not real men, and it's just the same. See what I mean, John Thomas? You're saying you have the person's back who's doing the same behavior they're all doing and more, because without that, he's got nothing. In his delusional mind, we all knew he was live on a panel sitting there with my name in the title when none of us heard about it, seen it, or cared. He's a delusional, in denial, desperate for attention, online cretin.
Why are
No
you
real life or
special
purpose
that
of his
you're
own.
not going to be made sport of?
Similar
It
to all the
happens
folks
to
you are
everybody
listening to
who's
and speaking about.
insane enough to have a
I'm
channel or
just
go on a
saying,
panel.
when push comes to shove, Tommy's able to show his true metal, and I can relate more with someone that can get real than, say, for instance, Jackie Chan type coming on here, and then
Jackie Chan is a child with his own things going on. What does he have to do with? So now you've chosen the best of a bad lot. That's your motive.
Snafu and a
Right.
bunch of
And still, Jackie Chan, the child, doesn't come on here to cause chaos and controversy. He comes on here to just be accepted. The same thing Tommy comes on here for, with all the wrong ways of making that happen. So, Tom ran, and now he's back because he's desperate for more attention, power, and control that he can't get in his own life or on his channel.
Wrong. I'm back because I didn't notice.
Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure Tom's last live stream got up. Well, maybe not the last one, but whichever one he did on the weekend got up to 87 people in the live. So, runs somewhat contrary to the narrative that Paul's putting forward here.
Lou was up here, and because you don't know what I do or see what I do,
You hear that, Tom? You should practice that more. Practice sitting in
watch
silence.
my video.
Practice sitting, and we're not going to watch your videos. We don't
Because
like you.
it
We don't
shows
respect you, and you suck at making
It
videos.
shows Lou's.
We won't be watching.
It
We won't
shows
listen.
Lou.
Well, and the constant backstaging and muting is just, I don't know, man. There's been so much of it over time. I just don't get it. Like, why have him on at all? I don't understand.
You're burning up inside because you have no audience, and you're failing and losing, and you're desperate for this platform to make your pitch, just like you are everywhere you go. It's the same thing every day with you.
Keep it up, because those who know
I will keep it up. Those who know are in your head, and you're not interested in what the rest of us real people are having as an experience. So he ran again because he doesn't know how to get past the armor of God where there's no chinks in. You have no way in with me. How long do I have to tell you this over a year before you get it? Every time you come here, you're going to get the same outcome and the same treatment if you take the same approach. You're not going to get what you want. You're not going to get your way with me. It works with most other people. It's not going to work with me. Just keep talking about me with nobody listening, but don't come here and talk to me because you're not going to get your way.
Sorry.
Well, and see, Paul has no problem just making shit up that he knows isn't true. It's like, with nobody listening, well, except plenty of people listen. And in fact, I replayed some of Tom on this show this morning. So this idea that nobody's listening, that's just not true. And Paul knows it's not. I mean, I can't speak for what Paul knows or doesn't know, but it seems unlikely to me that Paul's not aware that, people actually watch Tommy's channel. 87 folks in his live stream. And if Paul himself wasn't going live around the same time, I think it could have pushed triple digits.
Hey, Paul, that's the weird thing, that it doesn't work with anybody for Tommy. He does the same thing everywhere he goes, and he gets the same result everywhere he goes. And for a smart guy, he acts real dumb because he can't figure it out.
Right, he's pathetic.
John-
just like he jumps on and off panel multiple times a broadcast because he can't control his inner space. He's not in control of himself.
Oh, that's very fair, Notch. I got my own opinions on that. Notch says, on the other hand, Benton, if Tommy knows what will happen to him, why does he go there? Yeah, I got my own opinions on that. Yeah, I can tell you this. I've never been backstaged or muted on Paul's panel, and part of that is if he started doing that to me, I probably would never come back. In fact, he timed me out in his chat the other day, and I'm in his chat way less than I was before. Now, some of that is the, whatever's been going on with the personal in the personality dynamics, but I am still a fan of the channel, right? I'm still a fan of the man's material. The fact is, I was a big fan of Chalk Body Outline, and at a certain point, me and Drew started going back and forth, and Drew's backstage me, and I don't know that he's ever muted me or timed me out, though. I don't know that ever happened, but I know I've been backstage. He's backstaged me more than anybody, actually. Drew has, but the point I'm making is I don't know that I would. It's like I'm not going to be. Just basically, I'm not going to be around if I'm going to be subject to heavy moderation. So you're right, Notch. That's everybody has to make their own choice. Yeah, so you're not wrong. You got a point there, sir.
For his life, so he seeks control outwardly, and he doesn't even get that because he's so chaotic from the inside, and it's so apparent to everyone who deals with him. And instead of him listen to me and update his program and get better and do better and be better, he'd rather fight with me because he's got too much ego and pride to look at himself and his life. It's a pathetic case. A lot of these folks are pretty much hopeless, pathetic cases who are never going to change or get better because they don't want to, and maybe they don't believe they really can. This is all they have.
Well, and part of that, Notch, Tommy doesn't have to backstage you or mute you because he's he is the best talker, whether we like it or not. He's overall the best at talking. And I don't know if you know, Notch, but there's been at least 2 famous battles where before Paul had the keys over here, and he doesn't now, but in the old days, Tommy and Paul went at it at least twice on this channel, and Tommy did quite well head to head with Paul when nobody could get muted or timed out or muted or backstaged. And Tommy took on Paul and Wizard at the same time and did really well. So, he can hold his own. So I don't know that he feels like he probably wouldn't feel like he needed to, but I can't, speak for him, obviously.
Fighting and arguing online day after day and trying to drum up support for their meaningless causes on the metaverse.
Tom uses his words.
I have a sense in my heart that most of the times Tommy feigns the being upset or angry or agitated, and it's not real, but I feel like it's
but I mean, here's the thing, Rachel. The fact that he knows that y'all feel that way, that's going to make him want to do it, if that makes sense. It's not it's not an excuse for his behavior. And in fact, I've already went over how he was doing a very specific thing with the way he structured his language. But the point is, Tommy's going to go right for the thing that people feel like should be off limits. That's just what he does. He's not going to let other people tell him what's off limits. Meanwhile, if we want to talk about freedom and freedom of speech and all of these things, I mean, that's part of it, right? And again, I don't see, me personally, I don't think about people's children. I don't have any involvement with children. Children don't occur to me very often, just generally. Now I do realize the plight of the children around these masks and the jabs and all of this, and just generally how society is causing a lot of harm to children. But as far as, an individual person's kids, it's just not something that would occur to me. Number 2, it's like, I just don't see it. It's like, what's the point of even bringing it up? My thing with Tom is he seems like the type that he's going to use it to accomplish a specific goal, which goals, right? Goal or goals. And he definitely has to alienate himself, whether he wants to admit it or not. Tom always alienates himself at various times. He's done it repeatedly. I would assume he's going to continue to do it. And I just see that he used this also to try to, whatever his purposes were, I have no idea. Whatever he's gotten, whatever fires he stoked with the London man and, London's communities and all of this, I can't even begin to understand. I don't know. And Tommy's he's difficult to deal with. I'll just put it out there. He's a tough one to deal with. But then we get into, is the juice worth the squeeze? Well, yeah, for me it has been. Meanwhile, he's annoyed the fuck out of me at times. I've banned him from the chat over here before for, probably weeks now that I think about it. Once I've had enough of his shit, I've had enough of his shit. He was banned from the StreamYard. He wasn't on panel for a while. I mean, look, I know how he is, so fuck it. I don't know. I'm not wasting any of my time trying to wrangle him. Basically, I deal with him. I enjoy him, but right up until he annoys the fuck out of me, and then I don't deal with him for a while. That's just, anyway, I don't know. But as far as him and whatever comments he makes, I guess he's willing to deal with any potential fallout. So it's really all I can say about it.
Real today, and I have a sense in my heart that the reason it's real is because in his mind, you've brought out earlier today, if I heard correctly, something to the effect that it may not be true that he's rich, like he calls himself, that he's probably...
We know he's not. We've known.
That's bullshit. So it's just wrong. You can't say Tommy's not rich. It's just not, you just have number one, you have no way of knowing that. Number 2, you can't judge based on everybody with money flexes their money. No, they don't. I'm from Arkansas. Plenty of motherfuckers are millionaires and multimillionaires, and you would never be able to tell it from observing how they live. It's a common thing in states like Arkansas or West Virginia culturally People that have money don't necessarily show that they have money. It's just not a thing, man. So we can't just assume that Tom hasn't been financially successful. It's just plenty of people, by the way, have gotten rich off of crypto. Is it really that hard to believe that Tommy would be the type to be disciplined and intelligent enough? Meanwhile, he, as crazy as he comes across, he absolutely shows intelligence and discipline on here, like it or not. If we know many people have gotten rich off of crypto, why can't Tommy be one of those people that's gotten rich off of crypto and trading various financial instruments? I just don't understand it. Of course he could be. You're telling me because he chooses to live in a place that y'all don't think is nice? Meanwhile, I lived in the streets for years. I don't care that this isn't a nice place. If this was a nice motel versus this, makes no difference to me. Now, there's been times when I went to visit my mom and I just paid, $90 or whatever to stay at I can't even remember which hotel it is, by the way. There's been times where I was just like, okay, $90, I'm going to be here 2 nights visiting my mom or whatever. That's, who cares? I had plenty of money. It's nice. Yeah, you're like, yeah, it's nice, but it's not that much nicer, right? So if Tommy could afford an apartment that costs twice as much, to him, it's probably not worth that extra money. He would probably rather have that money to do something else with, I'm assuming. I don't know. I can't talk for Tommy, but it seems that way to me. Good to see you, Machine Lies, by the way, as always. And you're on the list of people who can get a link anytime you want, just so you know. Machine Lies. I'm prioritizing content creators and specifically live streamers. So anytime you want to, anytime you feel like you have something to talk about, you can always ask for a link and be brought up. Just so you know, because I haven't even dropped a link today. I probably won't, actually. More and more, I'm not even interested in paneling, but there's certain, again, Z, although he's live at the same time I am, or I'm live when he is, more like it. But pretty much anybody that wants to can, especially, not anybody, people who facilitate, especially people that host panels. Anytime you want to come up here and if you have an idea or you want to respond to what I'm saying, you're more than welcome. Just so you know. If you want to come up and talk shit about TBE, that's also fine. I'm not encouraging that, but if you want to, you can, right? And as we see with Sterling Ray, trying to donate, it's just, the thing is, I hate these fucking apps. I hate these platforms. I hate banks. I hate the financial system. It's insane. If I was going to try to be supported by donations, I would probably just get a P.O. box and let people send money orders. I mean, and it has to be postal money order because I don't even have a bank account. I don't even have a bank account, by the way. I don't want anything to do with this crap. In fact, it was months and months of people asking me to get a Cash App or a Venmo. I finally went and got Cash App and Venmo. And some nice folks have donated with, Walmart to Walmart transfers where you can go to your local Walmart and I don't know, it's not that expensive, but there is a fee involved, but people have sent me money. But for smaller amounts, obviously that wouldn't make any sense. But I've had some kind folks send, some money here and there, which has been much appreciated. But, regardless, I'm most likely going to be back to truck driving. Most likely, but we don't know. We don't know. So I'm not trying to threaten the audience. I'm a big boy. I'm certainly capable of earning my own living, so it's not a problem. But to the folks that have donated, again, we're at $377 for the month just on the YouTube side, and I think I've got 500 in my Cash App. Although I made an Amazon purchase of like $75, so that hasn't come out yet. But yeah, we're doing all right on the donos. But again, like the person who wants to say that I'm doing some kind of a cancer grift. Well, I'm not very good at it because the total amount of money we've taken in, it's been awesome. I'm very happy, but it's definitely not. If I was doing a cancer grift, it's not even close to. Because we've all seen those where it gets exposed to be a scam, and then the people have taken in like $100,000 or whatever, or like this is. I think we're total. What would it be? I'm trying to think if I tried to add all this up, like $1,500 maybe. Well, if you included the old days of the Amazon gift cards, I used to get a lot of Amazon. I would say in live stream history, probably $2,500. I'm guessing altogether. Folks are generous. I certainly appreciate it. You just off the top of my head, if I included all the Walmart to Walmart stuff, all the Venmo, which the Venmo hasn't been a whole lot, but it's been one person actually, so it's been a lot considering it's been one person. If you add in all the super chats, yeah, I'd say around 2,500 with everything. Yeah, not bad. Yeah, not bad. But that's like a month and a quarter of my expenses. So again, I don't expect to be able to earn a living doing daily live streams anyway. Although, like I said, I've been talking to a producer, a person who could help me produce the broadcast, and there's been some discussion of doing the TTS. If y'all know what that is, it's when somebody can give a donation and then it'll a computer voice will say a message, and then if I'm ever IRL streaming, I can have like a Bluetooth speaker, and they can say, but not bad words, right? We'll screen the messages clearly. Yeah, thank you, Sterling Ray. Appreciate that. I would like to think so, but again, I don't feel entitled to these things. Certainly, I'm not Dark Side Phil, who's going to start berating the audience because he's got bills due or whatever. Anyway, let's continue. I'm a little bit lost in the whatever they're talking about here.
Known that rich people don't live in favelas in Denver with
not true.
People next to him pushing drugs. His whole life is a lie.
That's not true. That's simply not true. He could absolutely live there and have gotten wealthy from crypto. Now, I would say that him choosing to live in the ghetto, if it's actually an unsafe neighborhood, although again, I chose to live in the streets, which was unsafe, by most people's standards. So I don't know. I'm not saying Paul doesn't have a point. I'm just saying, I mean, this doesn't make it impossible. And ultimately none of my business, by the way. And again, under freedom, isn't Tommy able to choose how to live? But I just don't. It seems reasonable and possible to me that Tom traded crypto and made a bunch of money. Which, by the way, what does he consider a lot of money? $250,000? I don't know. $500,000? I'm thinking we're talking less than $1 million, right? Because hell, I could probably live. I could live a long ass time on $250,000. And what if he's good enough at trading that he can? What if he makes enough trading every month to cover his bills? I don't know. There are people who make a living day trading, right? I mean, surely Paul knows that there are people who make a living day trading. So maybe that's what he does. I don't fucking know what he's doing.
Whole metaversal presentment is a lie. He's a fake person. I have the emails to prove it. And he's been saying for a year he's going to expose me, but we've yet to have any results because no one's watching and listening. And his exposés amount to nothing other than replaying my streams while stomping and tantruming. He's a pathetic, broken child. He needs love in his life. He has none. And this is the best he's got, is clutching for power online like the majority of them. He's no different than Jack Talcott. These folks are all the same.
I think we got a lot more in common than we're willing to admit, though, Paul.
I didn't say that we didn't. There's no we. I'm willing to admit all day long that we're oneself on the highest level, and on the lowest level, we couldn't be further apart. I don't live like these people in my life. I don't get the results that they get, and I don't hold the inner space that they hold consistently. So we couldn't be any further from the same understanding, vision, purpose, discipline, and results. That's by choice, by the way.
Hey, John, can I just say something to you? I don't know. I could be way off here, but in my mind, I would suspect you need to get out of yourself a little bit more. I have the sense that you're spinning. All these ideas in your head are all kind of locked within you, and you're struggling with yourself on all these ideas, and then you're trying to put them out, but you're not really out there. I think you're kind of stuck inside yourself, and like you just get out, because the truth is oftentimes not inside you. It can be out of you, and vice versa. Sometimes some people don't go inside enough, and some people go inside too much. So I would suspect, I could be wrong, but maybe you need to get out of yourself a little bit, because you seem to get stuck in these ideas like women, and I was there too, right? At one point in my life where I was blaming women, I was blaming the police, and I was blaming the government and blaming everything, and I never stopped to take a look at what I've done to create this.
Well, thanks, Moose. Good to see you, brother.
Well, that's what I'm after. I'm talking about societal changes of how it should be.
Yeah, but you can't change society. You can only change yourself.
Well, you
right? Like it's like the Serenity Prayer, right? I forget how it goes. God grant me the serenity to oh fuck, I can't even remember. To accept the things to know the things I cannot change, the wisdom to know. Fuck, help me out
Yeah,
here,
great
Paul.
stuff, Lou. Great fucking
I
stuff.
The
forgot
Serenity
fucking
Prayer,
saying.
Lou.
First speaker here at the NAAA rehab is going to be Lou.
Lou, all you have to do is say the Serenity Prayer. Everybody knows what that is, or hopefully. If they don't, you not being able to recite it properly is certainly not going to help.
And then right after, I'm going to have George W.
Well, by the way, do we really believe Lou? I mean, I'm not accusing Lou of anything, but do we really believe Lou's not on drugs anymore? He looks like he's nodding out on camera sometimes. He really does. And then he can't even recite the fucking Serenity Prayer.
Bush come up. He's going to give you a famous
God grant me that God grant me
there's an old saying, right?
God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Something to that effect.
Oh, fuck off and help me with it, fuckhead. Yeah, you know the thing. You know, you can't get fooled again.
So
I don't like that, Lou. That Serenity saying of
The point is, most people's perspective is rooted facing outward instead of facing inward. If you just inverted your perspective and focused all your time, energy, attention inward and on yourself rather than outward on everyone and everything else, you would see an immediate change in your consciousness and in your results.
You're asking me to change so that they like me. I'm talking about.
You're not listening. You're not listening. This is your point. You're telling me what I'm asking of you. First of all, I'm not asking anything of you. I'm telling you what would happen. You don't know what would happen because you don't have the experience. You just said you're after something. I told you I have what you're after. I told you the way to get it, and you told me what I'm telling you. No.
Okay, say it again.
Well, but this is a come on, by the way. It's like I have what you're looking for. Like this is to me it's creepy used car salesman tactics, and on the heels of him, not slandering, but him going in on Tommy, trying to basically say Tommy's lying about having resources and wealth, as measured in money. Meanwhile, while saying, yeah, Tom, and you're complaining about me and saying all these things to nobody, implying that nobody watches his channel, which is simply untrue. So, like, what is this? Like, what is even happening here?
I wouldn't listen. I apologize.
If you faced your perspective inward and you focused on yourself and your thoughts, emotions, and actions and your purpose and meaning and what you were creating, your life would change immensely. I've noticed, and Lou noticed, that you spend all your time on these panels talking about looking outward and what you see. And there's no point. Because the change doesn't come from out there. It comes from in here.
I agree with that, by the way. Absolutely. And I would like to think this is one of the things I've helped there be a refocus on some of these matters, I believe. Now, maybe I'm just arrogant and egoic, even though I don't like that term, I am those things. But, I'd like to think I helped here.
And then it seems to me that you bring it, you look out where you grab all this shit, and then you bring it around and you cycle and spin with it in your own mind, never really having a look at yourself. Just bouncing all these ideas in your mind to keep you away from the truth and your own responsibility and your own place in this world.
It sounds like you're saying I work on myself inwardly, and then.
Thank you for the generous donation through Venmo, and I err on the side of not doxing people. So if that person wants to be recognized individually, I'll be happy to do so based on their YouTube name. Or if they're here, they can post in the chat. I think we might have an idea of who that is, but that's as close as I'm going to come. I'm not Mitchell, who's going to accidentally dox somebody who sent him Cash App info or Cash App dono. So thank you very much to the person who sent the Venmo. Much appreciated. Thank you.
I'll manifest an external change that will be acceptable to me.
Possibly.
And the world is changed by me changing inwardly. When I feel that
right, like I could tell right now that you looked outward and you grasped onto your latest addiction called MGTOW and you used it as your identity and your symbol. And I've explained multiple times that A, you're given that nonsense, and B, men went their own way initially and did not follow the commandments of God, and that is why women went their own way, and that's why men have now started MGTOW and claim to go their own way, because they can't see by looking outward at everyone and everything else how they have gone their own way and done their will, not the will, and therefore manifested a bunch of Jezebel harlots as potential mates that never worked out.
That onto me, Paul. This is MGTOW, men getting their own way. So it's a little different.
What?
That's
getting MGTOW right there. Does it not? Am I illiterate? Does it not say
getting their own way down there? It's a little hard
it's
to read.
MGTOW.
Well, see, they've changed it from going their own way to getting their own way. Which doesn't that just sound like a child, like determined to get their way? Like, the whole thing's fucking stupid. Now, you know, some of the ideas have some merit, I would say, but I don't know, man. When I'm speechless, you know, there's something's gone very wrong.
Going their own way is what they mean by it.
And
well, anyway, I'll just watch them go at TBE down there. Good luck with that, by the way, guys. Been there, done that. Got the T-shirt. If you think you're gonna get anywhere going at TBE, good luck. And I don't mean that as an insult.
And see, I went inward on that, Luke.
Wait a minute. Panhandling on. Is that what I'm doing? See, I never know. Are you talking about me? Which is fine if you are, by the way. Oh, I see. Go scrub a toilet. Oh, man. There you go. Good to see you, Mr. Me, by the way. And I don't know, so many disagreements have broken out in the live chat. I've lost track, actually.
Lou, it's a time to be getting my own way.
I think you're getting in your own way. Get out of your way.
All right.
McGigtow. That's McGigtow, man, getting in
their own way.
Thank you, Sterling Ray, for your generous donation. Now that I got the what I would perceive to be permission to thank you individually. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. It means a lot.
Get out of the way.
Listen, what did Christ tell me, Lou? I can bring a message,
and
but
I can't do anything about the fact that I sound sarcastic.
Yeah, but what about
when I'm
what
being
about bringing
genuine?
the message to yourself? Stop trying to bring it to everybody else. And I'm not trying to preach from a righteous standpoint. I've done this a lot in my life. I've kind of come in and out of that sort of mentality in my life, and it never goes good. You know, it never goes good.
Well, I can keep preaching myself, but I mean, I have to interact with other people at the end of the day to have a life, don't I?
But you can't change them again. Okay, let me get the serenity prayer right. God grant me the serenity to see the things to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the fucking difference. There. Fuck you.
Me to keep on saying I can't change this, can't change that. Before I know it, I'll say I can't change.
You can change you, and you can change how you see this world, and you can change how you move in this world, and you can change how you react to other people and what you give out to the world. You can change that.
I don't want to change how I see the world. I see it the way I see it, and I don't want to make excuses for it. I want to change.
And
it's not necessarily about making excuses for the world. It's about changing the way you see your resolution with the world, if that makes sense. You don't have to make excuses for something in order to see it a different way, in order to approach it a different way and get a different outcome and result. I didn't have to change the fact that I saw everyone else as slaves at the risk of doing the them and us because we're all in it. But I didn't have to change that everyone else around me in my life was a slave to change how I saw that dynamic and made it my best teacher and tester in order to do and be something different than what I've been. Right? It doesn't change how I see the world. It doesn't change what the world is. I've just changed how I look at it and what I see in order to do something different to get a better result to facilitate the change that I say I'd rather see. That's the point.
At the end of the day, you see a bunch of broken hoes and slaves, and I mean, because you're not going to surrender your viewpoint, right? I'm the same way.
Right, but you don't have any solutions to point to. All you point to is the problem, perceived problem.
No,
what is the solution?
I've been saying that over and over. That it's daddies that need to decide, not kids. That's been my main focus on my message.
Okay, so what about the people that are like you talked about women and their daddies didn't teach them right? So what about these women that are grown up age-wise, never had a daddy? What do they do? So they can't change anything then. They're done. They're ruined.
No, I ain't saying that. I'm not talking that at all. Maybe MGTOW does. But
do you have any firsthand experience with folks where you've helped to facilitate a change in their life on the ground that works day to day for you with them?
I think I have. I think
you have. I think it's what happens when you don't.
Well, I mean, all you can do. I mean, you can lead a horse to water, and
right. That means no. Now you're getting defensive. You're not only saying you think that you don't. You know you haven't because you've tried to and gotten no results. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Right. When you're actually living the truth and you have the results, you have multiple examples of folks who you facilitated a change with an understanding that you apprehend and use for results in your life. Do you see the difference between my energy and presentment and my results and understanding versus?
Well, and I tend to agree, Sterling Ray. John just wants to blame women for all his misery. And what I would say is whether or not women, and I don't even agree with this, but let's just assume women were somewhat to blame for whatever he's complaining about. it doesn't do any good to blame. Like, it still doesn't help him to blame women, right? Like, it doesn't help anything. It's worthless. It's useless. So, like, why even go there? I don't get it. I don't understand it. Meanwhile, I don't agree, number two, but, you know, I tend to blame men way more than women, but, you know, that's my whole, we've been through all that in the past. There's no reason to, you know, get back into those dynamics, but, yeah, I don't see the value in blaming the women for some of these things. Even if they are to blame for some of it, like, it still doesn't help to blame them. What good does that do John? None. Doesn't do him any good whatsoever.
Versus yours, especially when we're asked questions.
Everything that you perceive that you've done as results, a person can relapse back on, and it can be considered a failure, Paul. So you think you've changed them or helped them.
So now you're going to invalidate or attempt to invalidate the truthful results that I've facilitated because you have a reason why somebody may
think.
Again, changing somebody's perspective doesn't necessarily mean they're always going to do the same thing. It means when they go back to doing the wrong, maybe they're going to still see it a different way and know better.
And you're staying, in my opinion, sorry if you're not finished, Paul, but in my opinion, you're staying in the easy way out, right? It's easy to stay in the frame of mind that, well, they won't change. So see, I did what I can and that's it. I'm done, right? That's not the point. That's how it feels to me. I'm wrong. File it under G. But it's like, it's easy to do that, right? To say, okay, well, they're not changing. I gave them everything I had and they didn't change, or they reverted back, or whatever.
Louis, like, this is real simple. Do you want to watch how simple this gets? John Thomas, do you have a channel?
Yeah, men getting their own way.
Okay.
There you go.
Why is it that I noticed that you spend the majority of your time on other people's panels instead of your own channel giving your message and solution?
I'm just getting started on that.
Right, you're just getting started. So in order to get started, you're going to need an audience, and that's why you're here and on every other panel, because you want to give your message and hope that other people resonate with it and find their way to your channel.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that is it's prideful. It's prideful and egoic. It's self-interested and selfish, and it's also a revelation of where you are in your consciousness and why you're not fit to give a message, because this is about the way, not your way and your message, which is a bunch of nonsense anyway. Whether it's your way, the way, or anyway, it's nonsense.
I didn't come in here to disrupt the energy you were on.
Again, it's not about disrupting or not. You want to play polite, kind, nice, and politically correct. I want to play honest, real, authentic, truthful, honorable, presentable, and trustworthy.
Politically correct, Paul. You're way more politically correct.
That's a side issue, sir. It's not about political correctness. Paul is not wrong here. So, yeah, it's not about that's a side issue, political correctness. That's not what we're talking. That's not the topic, sir. Can we stick to the topic?
Than I am on all of these topics.
Again, I don't play politics with people. I call it as I see it.
Perhaps, but we're all doing the same thing. If we see someone talking
No,
about
we're not. I go everywhere and I make it clear if I'm there, I'm going to take your audience because I know what I'm talking about more than most. That's the reason I'm going to take their audience. You come here and act like you're...
Well, and, you know, to be more specific, not just talking about feminism, well, more specifically, third wave feminism, which I would say women have been a victim of more so than men, although men certainly have been, the society's been the victims of that as far as I'm concerned. You know, one of the major it's arguable, but I would assert that one of the major problems with third wave feminism is it's at a certain point, you know, they've taught the younger generations of women that they can be pretty much anything they want to be except a stay-at-home, you know, mom, you know, to stay home with the kids. That's really, realistically, that's the only invalid lifestyle is Susie homemaker, right? It's like, well, wait a minute, if it's freedom and every person can choose, you know, their own way, how come there's only one invalid lifestyle and it happens to be staying at home and raising the children? Like, why is that the only thing? Because that's, by the way, that's how I was raised. That's how many folks were raised. That's how my dad was raised. My mom would have been raised that way, except that, you know, that was a single mom situation. But, you know, the point I'm making is it wasn't that long ago in this country that most of the children were raised with a mom who didn't have to go try to earn a living, right? It wasn't that long ago. But now, fast forward to now, and that's basically the only way women aren't allowed to live, or they risk being ostracized and shunned and, you know, not accepted in many of their peer groups, especially just in society in general. And, you know, men, again, the more time passes, the more these dynamics apply to both sexes. But historically, you know, we could have singled out women as a group and just generally say that they tend to be a little more susceptible to programming and, peer pressure. I don't even think that's the case anymore. I think it's pretty close to equal at this point. I don't know that males, are any less susceptible to expectations and social pressure and all of these things. But yeah, no bueno with the third wave feminism, certainly. And I'm one of these people. I never believed in trying to hold somebody back based on the composition of their genitals, right? And my thing is like, if you want to waste a bunch of time and energy, just go find a determined woman and try to hold her back. Good luck. But again, a person, the same thing with a man. It's at a certain point, it's not even that much about what's the gender of the person or what's the sex of the person becomes less and less relevant at a certain point. It's like, once somebody's made their mind up to succeed, they're probably going to succeed. They're probably going to, you will just, your resistance will just represent another obstacle to be overcome, But yeah, anyway, enough let me get off my soapbox.
You're here to spread a message to help save people. You got no solutions. And the whole real root motivation is just get people to your channel. What else is new? And you want to tell me that you're godly and righteous? Please save it.
That's yeah.
You guys are all the same. You're selfish, self-motivated, self-interested, and you're egocentric. You think your thoughts, feelings, and way matter more than the way, while you preach the way with no understanding of it.
So you're saying I came in here with nothing to offer?
Absolutely. The majority of folks come here
with
nothing to offer.
Because there's nothing to these ideas. And I say that as someone who, I did a podcast about ideas, some of which were similar to MGTOW, although I thought that was ridiculous. Going my own way. What are you even talking about? But, and meanwhile, I'm an actual hermit, but just meaning I prefer to spend most of my time by myself. But what the heck was I going to say? After I learned all of these ideas that John, and I haven't even heard him espouse the ideas. I heard him a little bit on MGTOW Forever's panel. And then, just the fact that he's trying to launch a MGTOW themed channel and rebrand as Men Getting Their Own Way, which just sounds ridiculous. It's like, if I'm out here winning and kicking ass, it's like, do I really need to tell everybody that I'm getting my own way? It actually sounds worse than men going their own way. Meanwhile, I do have, I don't want to out anybody, but there is a person who's a very well-respected member of these communities who took MGTOW ideas and transformed his life for the better. Some of the ideas are great and will work when a man, although a lady could probably apply them as well, but when let's just say a man applies them to his life and shuts the fuck up and does better and achieves things, but this person also did not make it his identity as far as I can tell, right? And this person, in fact, never mentioned MGTOW ideas until I became very critical, and then I got an email, and it was just like, hey, just so you know, my life changed for the better when I enacted some of these things, which is fair enough. But for me personally, once I learned, and I was never into MGTOW specifically. In fact, I was around before MGTOW was even a thing. But, once I learned a lot of that stuff, to me, it just became ridiculous. Like, to make that, why would I make my life about that? Why would I make that a part of my identity? It's like, I learned what I needed to learn. I taught myself to practice what I need to practice, and I moved on with my life to bigger and better things. So, can't John see that this is a trap? If someone identifies so strongly with these ideas and then just gets trapped in that. No, the ideas are to be used as tools to get to the next better thing. That's the purpose of the ideas, to move on from it, not to wallow in it, not to stay stuck there. Fuck that.
Yet they're constantly offering and it's never taken because it's not wanted. Yet I'm the one with something to offer and you all won't take it from me because I'm not the right one to take it from. Yes, it's the same motherfucking dynamic day in and day out. You have little to nothing to offer me or the audience. I have the whole world to offer you, but you won't take it because you're too busy trying to get a following from me instead of an understanding with me.
If I was trying to take a following from you, Paul, I would be trying to turn
It's never going to happen. I'm not worried about it. I'm just saying I'm aware of what you all do constantly. I'm not saying you're a threat to me and what I do. It could never be that way. That's the law of the universe.
No. You've got some sort of complex, some sort of...
You don't have a complex. I just got you to admit what you're actually doing here that you've not said yet till I asked you. You pretend you're doing other stuff here when the base root motivation is something else.
Well, and I would say this, to anybody who's going to have a communication with Paul or try to go on their channel, especially, with this particular theme, what you're seeing in this guy's icon here, I would recommend to them to be as focused and to understand their own motivations and their own goals as much as possible. Because if they have any hesitancy, anything that they're unsure about, Paul's going to immediately, not immediately, but he's going to detect it and bring it to light. So I would say where John's fucking up is by not really understanding or comprehending, the totality of what motivates him and what he's trying to accomplish. I think if he could just say to Paul, like, hey, man, this is what it is and blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to build up this channel and I want to monetize it and I want to try to, these bozos are getting all fucked over in the courts because they're too fucking dumb to protect themselves. And, they need help from people like me and other people that have been there so that they don't get victimized because of the legal system or whatever. Like, that would make sense, right? Instead of portraying himself as what? A victim and someone who hasn't come out of his own victimhood yet, right? So I think that's the problem is there's an incongruity, with what John thinks he's putting forward and what he's actually motivated by. And good on Paul, man, for spotting it. I don't really care enough to try to detect or bring that out. But once it's made known, I can certainly, provide a critique of it.
Your message is wrong. And your message is
nonsense. I wouldn't even care if that was your real motivation. I would just breeze right past it if you were talking some good shit and it made sense. It doesn't. You speak from your feelers. You speak from your feelers like most entitled, egoic, arrogant folks online who don't have clarity and presence, a la Jack Talcott. So the same people you're insulting and putting down, you're just like them, but you can see how they're that way and not how you're that way.
No, I don't sit there and side with the majority. I don't need people to pick my friends for me. And if you don't respect that, well, then you.
Well, but here's the problem, John, is you've become defensive. And so if Paul is right, or if Paul's onto something, you can't see it because you've become defensive. So what I would encourage him is just at least try to hear what Paul's saying. You don't have to agree, but you don't have to disagree. This defensiveness is, I find fascinating. And that does show some, back to Paul's earlier point, it does, and believe me, I've become defensive at times. I'm not saying I'm above this. The point I'm making is that it is to Paul's earlier point that, we can see, basically, my memory of it is that Paul was saying, you haven't done the work and we can tell, meaning, especially why is he becoming defensive? If Paul's just wrong, then it's like, okay, who cares? Just be like, yeah, man, well, you're wrong. So I don't know what to tell you, but it's just the amount, just the energy being put into this defense.
You've got a problem, brother.
Well, again, you must have a complex because I am what you just described more than you are. You don't do anything in the world that gets you consequences and sacrifice. Cut it out.
Slandered for going over to Talcott's.
Again, it's not slandered, right? Slander is when you knowingly tell a lie over and over again. Giving someone my perspective that may be true that you don't like is far from slander. I did you a favor.
It's just pointing out the obvious.
True.
It seems like it's guilt by association, and I don't need anyone to tell me, hey, you don't go over here.
It's not guilt by association. It's guilt by reputation. Do you understand the difference? You folks all have the same reputation with people who can see.
Well, I can see if you don't think I have a message that you need glasses, brother.
Right. If I don't think you have it, you're going to tell that to everyone else you preach to, the audience you don't have that you're going to get everywhere else? Are you going to tell them when they don't see your bullshit vision that it's them who need glasses? Wow, it sounds a lot like Jack Talcott. Tell us more.
I'm going to tell them that. You think
Of course, because you're egoic and arrogant. It's not that you don't have a message to give. It's that when you go to give it and it's not received, they can't see, listen, hear, and feel. I got it.
Yeah, I'm not the only one.
Got it. So what is your message precisely? Can we boil it down to 1 minute pitch and then we'll have you out of here? I'm going to let this audience know what your message is and then they can go see you wherever you're at. Preach the continued
politics. You got me pegged.
What's your message?
Again, what's the boil down minute pitch message so we could get your ministry up and running so you could give your message to make everyone's life immediately better? Because I'm sure your life is amazing right now.
I was speaking it when I came in and you're over there jumping for the wrong side, Paul.
Just say the message.
Louis, please shut up. He doesn't know when to just back off a little bit and let me do what I do. He can never figure out what to do and when. It was going pretty good there. Can I have the 1 minute boil down of your principles, value system, purpose, and message that will immediately make everyone's life better? Because I'm sure your life is so amazing. That's why you're on all these panels constantly telling people how bad your life and the world is.
The reason men have been going their own way is because our girls wasn't raised right, and those men are the honorable ones. It's the other way around, Paul.
Do you find it ironic that the same women you say that weren't raised right were raised by men exactly like you, arguably better than you?
No.
Okay.
I'm saying the guys that went their own way did so because they were in the right.
There is no in the right. You're still being egoic and prideful. There's making it right and then trying to be right.
Well, and
even if you are right and you
yeah.
can't make it right, you're still wrong because you're at odds and at war with the opposite sex, which we need to facilitate creation.
Well, and John has stopped thinking. Unfortunately, his brain stopped working. So Paul gave a specific scenario here in which the women were not raised properly, and Paul's saying, yeah, and that's the fathers, you know, in big part not being able to do their job, and then. You know, John's going to bring it back. You know, at some point it's going to come back to the victimization. But it's like, yeah, but, you know, if I had, you know, I don't have kids. But if I had, you know, children around the age of 20, like almost everybody does here in Arkansas, guess what? I would have stuck around and been responsible and provided what needed to be provided, just like my dad did, just like his dad did, just like almost everybody used to do. This is the thing, is people have shirked their responsibilities. People are no longer living up to, you know, the contract, the social contract in those ways. Now, we can discuss the reasons why that's happened, and somebody like John can portray himself as the victim of society or the victim of changing attitudes all he wants. The fact is, I can't ever be a victim of those things. And if for some insane reason I was defeated by this system, it would have accomplished something, meaning most of these guys, can we just call it what it is? Most of these guys just lived a specific type of way. You know, they didn't put out a lot of effort. You know, while they weren't necessarily irresponsible, they weren't necessarily responsible. And at the first sign of resistance, they gave up. They rolled over. They acquiesced. They said, they threw their hands up and said, well, I just guess this is how things are. And they fucked off and, you know, shirked their duties, like Paul is saying. Now, we can debate the reasons why that happened, and people like John can try to paint himself as a victim of whatever that is that he can say, well, this is the reason I shirked my responsibilities. And even if it's not a literal John, it's someone like John, right? Meanwhile, you know, I wouldn't have done that. No, easy for me to say, not ever having been in that situation. I know this. I would have put my all into it, just like my parents did, right? You know, at what point did people just become lazy and stop being responsible? Men and fathers specifically, at what point did it become more normal than not, or more common than not, for a father to shirk his responsibilities? Meanwhile, when I'm out here with my strong male voice, and I can tell it triggers a lot of people, because those people have daddy issues. I'm like, well, I don't even have kids. It's got nothing to do with me. But I can detect just from my strong male voice and the way people respond to it that these people got daddy issues. It was not the case when I was a young person. There was nobody was triggered by a strong male voice back in the day. It still served the purpose of discipline and you know, getting people in line, right? Or at least, you know, sort of putting people on their best behavior to some extent. Like, that's all gone. Now, whose fault is that, right? Well, it's probably society's fault, but I don't view the fathers as a victim of that, right? Now, at the end of the day, if a father puts in maximum effort and the system still prevents him from seeing his kids and still prevents him from effectively raising his children, well, that's another matter. But until I get to the point, you know, until we can bring that out, and until we can see, okay, well, this person did absolutely everything they could have possibly done, I don't see that happening. I see a bunch of people more or less just throwing up with their hands and giving up, and then blaming the people who were never properly parented, by the way. Interesting. So Paul's way closer to the reality than John is, that's for sure. John seems to be delusional and in denial, as far as I can tell.
Absolutely. But it's the same broken hose that'll laugh at MGTOW and say that those guys are the problems, when those were the honor-able men who decided,
again, you want to make yourself and your group always the honor-able group, and you don't want to listen to the critique and
criticism. That's bullshit. Because the fact is, let's just say some of them are honor-able. Most of them probably ain't. That's just society, by the way. Any fucking group. It's most of them ain't shit.
Criticism coming from without, while you look out to make your decision about who and what you are.
Who's going to agree with you on this, Paul? And it's going to be the same people that you rail against all day.
What do you do for rights, freedom, principles? What do you do for your country and your land? What do you do to serve and protect women and children?
Yeah, you know, that is an
Have to
interesting
speak
thing about
the right
men getting
ways.
shorter
Okay,
because, because on my dad's side, historically, all the men are tall. You know, all my dad and all his brothers are 6'2" and taller. My grandfather was 6'3", you know, back when men supposedly weren't as tall. But it's funny, most of the kids of my dad and all his brothers, some of them are above 6 feet, but most of us are under 6 feet. Like the vast majority of all the fucking, my generation and the ones who are a little younger than me. Like I'm 5'10", I got a sister taller than me. So it's like something's happening to the men. Now there's still plenty of tall men. I'm not saying there's not. There's still a lot of men over 6 feet. But, you know, just looking at my own family, it's like, did everybody just marry women with short genetics, or what the fuck has happened here? It's very strange. Yeah, very strange. And none of us are like big dudes. Like, my dad and all his brothers are just big, gigantic. They're just big men, and like none of us are, man. Like even the ones that are tall are not. They're not big guys. It's strange. I'm trying to figure it out. It just doesn't make any sense. Maybe just bad luck. I don't know. It's bizarre. Quite bizarre. Because typically big people make big people, don't they? I don't know. I've found it to be a mystery. But then, like, I have some of the big people stuff. Like, I got these gigantic hands, and I got size 12 feet. But it's like, okay, why isn't the rest of me, like a big guy? I got small shoulders, I'm 5'10", but I can palm a fucking basketball, and I got size 12 feet. Like, something's going on. So I don't know. Did the system, was something done to me intentionally? I don't know. This is quite strange. Although I did eat a very poor diet as a child, that might play a part. Who knows?
I asked you a question, and you're answering a different question I didn't ask. The reason you're doing that is because you already know the answer is going to be something I'm going to jump all over you for and prove that you're full of shit.
No. An idea. I'm spreading ideas. I already told you that.
I don't want you to spread your fecal matter you call ideas here. I got enough fecal spreaders here with their ideas and big brains. I asked you a question to prove your case. You deflected from the answer because you know it will undo your case.
I'm spreading ideas.
I didn't ask you to spread your fecal matter you call ideas. We've all heard it before. You're all the same. You're not unique and special. We haven't heard any ideas from you we haven't heard before. So save it. Answer the question or spread your fecal matter you call ideas in your own channeling session.
Like that, Paul? You see our women, you don't see a problem?
There is no our women, sir. There's no our women.
Hell are you talking
You're
about?
at a mass hallucination event. Could you come back to the room?
I agree with
now?
Paul
It's
here,
me
by
and
the
you
way.
here. We're not even in the same room. You're in the room alone. I'm in the room and Jennifer's I'm in the room here and Jennifer's laying down in the bed down the hall. Okay? So unless Jennifer's like part of your women or our women, if we're going to do the our women, well, there's our women, me, and then there's the women you don't have in your life.
No. So see, I can see you're.
Do you have a woman in your life, sir?
Matter. I'm
Do
married.
you have a woman in your life, sir?
That's right. I'm married, brother.
You're married. So why are we talking about our women unless you're married to a woman you're also complaining about? Are you?
Absolutely. I'm complaining that her daddy raised her the wrong damn way.
Absolutely. So you have no reconciliation and resolution in your household, which you're the head of, and that's whose fault exactly?
People like you that gang up.
No, wrong answer. Wrong answer. The correct answer, try this out, little personal accountability, is it's the fault of you. Because you picked a woman who isn't doing what she you picked a woman who isn't doing what she needs to be, and you don't have the answers she needs to help make her better. So it's your fault in the beginning and your fault at the end.
Fact.
And you continue to stay with someone who you're going to bitch and complain about like a broken hoe instead of lead, guide, and protect like a man, like her daddy should have, which he didn't, and you can't, so you won't. Do you see how it works, sir? It's very simple. If you get out of your own bullshit pride and ego.
No.
Bet you if you gave your wife to me, I'd have her together if she was willing and able. And if she wasn't, bet you she wouldn't be in the home. Or I wouldn't be there.
Good point.
Pretty simple. No.
Well, see, I agree, by the way. Yep, he's right.
But no.
But nowadays, now we're back to the men going their own way, meaning, well, if she ain't going to, if she's not going to behave based on certain standards, why would I be around? See? I mean, yeah, there's something to that.
You're a victim. You talk like a victim. You walk like a victim. You look like one. Your energy is of one. Your language and thought processes of one. And that's why you're victimized in your life by the same woman who you can't lead, guide, and protect indirectly.
And yet all day you rail against the same society.
I don't rail all day, every day against the same society. I'm revealing to them and to others what the truth is and what I'm revealing to folks what is and what I'm revealing to folks what is, and I'm giving them solutions to each and every problem.
Same here.
You don't have any solutions. Your life is in shambles. This is the same theme with all of you people on here. You come to me and around me needing what I have, whether it's numbers, attention, energy, conversation, whatever it is, content, because you don't have it. And there's a reason you don't have anything in your life on your own, because you're not who and what you need to be. So stop making false equivocations and equalizations between us. You live an inequitous life claiming to be equitous. I don't. We don't have the same experience. We don't have the same understanding. We don't have the same results, and we don't have the same energy behind all of it. That's clear.
That's because you're headed towards the darkness, brother.
There we go. You're the light worker. You're the one going to heaven. I'm the devil. I'm going to hell. You're self-righteous. Blah, blah, blah. You have to go back off the screen and live your horrible life with your horrible wife that you can't fix. I don't have the same set of problems as you. So you just keep bullshitting yourself and everyone else online, but you can't run from yourself and the life you've created. So who are you really fooling?
You don't love
Who are you fooling? Who are you fooling? Nobody. You're just acting like a fool.
Much as I am.
Okay.
Well, and the fact is, because Just a Gal says that dude is married and MGTOW sounds like he's miserable. Well, he is miserable because he's not the king of his own castle, most likely. And that's, the fact, and I'm going to say this without blaming women. The fact is that for whatever reason, women are typically now in charge of the relationship. And there, by the way, when people say it's equal, what they mean is the woman's in charge, because it's never equal. There's always, there's never a power vacuum. Somebody holds the veto no matter what. At the end of the day, when a decision is going to be made, somebody can always put their foot down and lay down the law, whether that's her or whether that's him. And, I just happened to catch the tail end of, there was no version of me being in a romantic relationship without being in charge of the relationship. That doesn't mean I boss her around. Doesn't mean I tell her what to do. It means I always hold the veto, because that's what was modeled to me. It's not, oh, I'm special and it's my way or the highway. It's not the case. But I was always the king of my castle, right? And if I wasn't, do you really think I was going to stick around to not be the king of the castle? Well, of course not. Because I can't respect myself under those situations. So what you have is a bunch of males. These are not men. Man is a status. A man ain't a man, got a woman for a boss. If he's not the king of his castle, he ain't a man, period, end of story. So you got most of these guys in romantic relationships, the woman is in charge. The woman runs the show. He's not in charge. He doesn't have much say at all as far as what goes on in the home. Period, end of story. She more or less dictates to him how it's going to be. Now, you can argue that historically, there was a division of labor in which the women, had a lot of influence in the household, but the man, when he was physically present, was deferred to and treated like, at least the person who's going off to work and earning the living. And, he was treated with some modicum of respect, and at least placated to at the level of at least people pretending like he was the boss, right? He wasn't emasculated. But now what we have is these emasculated males, and the mama runs the show. And we all know if the man and the woman are if the male and the lady, if mama and daddy, or we can't even call him daddy, you can't even call him a man. See, that's the thing. If the male, right, the husband, whatever, if him and the woman are in bed and here comes the intruder, she's probably going to be the one to take the leadership role, and to, she's going to be giving him orders. She's going to be, he's going to be hiding behind her. I've seen this happen on body cam video. I've seen it happen on, neighbor disputes, and it's the male hiding behind the woman at the door. Like, it's just disgusting. Meanwhile, an actual man, he's going to tell her what to do. He's going to jump up and say, hey, call 911. Don't leave this room. And then he's going to go downstairs and maybe get fucking stabbed or shot to death. But probably he's going to defend the homestead, right? And that's just one example of a man living up to what he's supposed to live up to. And that's, by the way, that's engineered into us. But what happens is that can be engineered into me genetically. But if I then don't act on those things, I lose all of those abilities. The testosterone goes down. The emasculation, again, I can't even relate to this. None of this has ever happened to me, but, I can see how the dynamics play out, so that, yeah, he's not the boss, so he's not even a man. So it's just like, becomes like one of the kids at a certain point. It's just another thing. It's another thing for her to contend with and be annoyed by, ultimately. It's like, but yeah, thanks for the income, right? Anyway, nothing more useless than a weak male, by the way. Good for nothing. No utility. And the fact is, like it or not, fellas, A lot of being a male or a man, especially a man, is utility. What can you do? Right? I can at least pop a fucking hood. Now, I'm not a mechanic, but, you know, I have wandered by and somebody's car was broke down or whatever, and thank God it was an easy fix, and I popped the fucking hood and fixed their car, right? Like, just, you know, change a tire. Like, it's not complicated, guys. It's really not complicated. Just be able to do a little bit of man shit, right? And my dad could do more of it than I could, and his dad could probably do more of it than he could. But at a certain point, these guys can't do any man shit. They can't do any man shit. It's like, what is this?
I forgive you, though. You'll come around.
There's nothing to forgive. Don't try to do the sanctimonious bullshit. Take that to Talcott's. I didn't do any wrong to you. There's nothing to forgive. And I also didn't apologize. So why would you forgive me for something when I didn't seek apology because I didn't do wrong? I spoke my perspective of you just like you spoke of Jackie Chan and others who came here tonight. Why is it that it's wrongdoing when I do to you what you do to others regularly? Why is it that you think I need your forgiveness? Why would you offer forgiveness when an apology wasn't asked for? See, there's
Thank
your
you,
pride and
Pamela.
ego
Good to
again.
see you, by
Even
the
from
way.
the other side, you're showing it.
Much
Like you're
appreciated.
self-righteous, you're above everybody, you got them all high ground, you're a light worker, and you know the truth. But why are you here then? Is always the question for all of you same type of people. Why are you constantly here and on other panels instead of on your channel channeling this Holy Spirit and solving the world's problems? It's very strange. It's almost as if God does not favor you people, does not work with you and for you, and you need an earthly man to provide for you.
And this is where I've chosen, you know, I have taken some of the Paul stuff personally, but, you know, the fact is he's not talking to me with a lot of this stuff because, yeah, I'm over here on my own channel doing a broadcast. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I see some of these folks, you know, it's not the case, right? So it's interesting. The optics are interesting.
One you might call a daddy.
If I was of the world, Paul, the world would love me.
I didn't go to panels and everywhere else to generate an understanding of who and what I am. I was asked to appear. I was asked to appear after a viral video on broadcast to bring an understanding to the hosts and their audience. Do you see the difference in our walk? Build it and they will come. Speak it and more importantly, live it and you will attract it. You wouldn't know that walk. You want a shortcut. You want an easy way. You want the wrong way to set.
Well, and real quick, I mean, you know, I have been critical of Paul here lately, more specifically some of his messaging. But the fact is, you know, we, you know, in these communities are way better off with him doing daily live streams than not. I mean, I think that's clear. That's just my opinion, but I'm pretty sure many of us would agree.
Suddenly be the right way because you got a set of feelers and a big brain full of ideas. Isn't that special?
And you want everyone else to do it for you.
Of course. Of course. It's always people who dodge accountability, responsibility, who always think they're entitled to the most while doing the least.
I'm not asking for entitlements.
No, you're not asking for anything. You're too prideful and egoic to come here and be real and say, Paulie boy, will you help me build my channel with my horrible information and presentment? No, you want to come here and act like you're going to give the word of truth that only you have to all the people who need it from you desperately. And maybe, you know, just by off chance, somebody might make their way over to your channel when you constantly promote it everywhere you go. And when you come on camera, have a whole digital background with the fucking channel name on it. You guys are see-through. It's like transparent central. And you all seem to not realize that the one thing I study and make a life practice of is consciousness and awareness. It's the one thing you all come here that you need that you won't take because you're too busy in your dogma. So you stay in your dogma while people like me read you like a book, while you focus on that book and still don't understand where the true power and results lie. Consciousness and awareness. It's what allows me to have so much power with you folks and be able to discern who and what you are and what you're doing, sometimes better than you do for yourself. Right? There's the truest knowledge that they told us from the beginning. Knowledge is power. The truest power is self-knowledge. If you don't have that, I don't care what books you can recite. You ain't got it. And if you ain't got it and I got it, well, that means the power and the value is going to flow one way and not the other way. And you're never going to like it, any of you. But you're always going to try to use what I have, including God. You want to use God and everyone that works with it instead of be used by God to actually generate the truth and the revelation for others to really change their life. No, you're not looking to serve that truth and really change others' lives. You're looking for others to serve you online and help change your life. So you can have more options of women, so you can have more money, so you can have a different career path, and so you can be validated as a leader of a community. See, I know myself, therefore I know you. I'm not even saying all of those things are genuine motivations of mine, but I know that it's within me subconsciously, if nothing else. And it's clear as day when I meet folks on here who never have a healthy, functional relationship, when I do on some level, okay? Never have a financial opportunity, when I do on some level. Never are perceived as people of truth and honorability and immaculate presentment. I don't mean physically, I mean verbally, which I have that you don't. Okay, so I just always find it interesting how I could look into me, even see the most subtle of subconscious motives and then check it, and then watch you guys all run amok with the same thing inside of you that's in me and never realizing it's running a train on you, let alone look at it, realize it, check it, and redirect it. Okay, so that's all I come here to do. That's all my work, in quotes, is with consciousness and awareness. That's the only place I believe me and the rest of us are going to find power in this realm. Okay?
I'm not totally disagreeing with you, but all that stuff about consciousness and introspection and all that stuff, at the end of the day, there's got to be rubber meets the road solutions. besides me just
Yeah,
changing
and
myself inwardly and
I've
hoping
got a
that
brain.
magically the world just instantly.
No, wait a minute, John. I have transformed myself inwardly as much as that people might not, look, believe whatever you want. I know I'm a very different person than I used to be. I know I've grown and changed and evolved in many ways, and I'm still going to do that. But the fact is, when the individual undergoes that process of transformation, they then become capable of solving their own problems, meaning, yeah, maybe some of the MGTOW type ideas do have some merit. I'm not saying they don't, but what do I need John for? I can just go read about it and learn about it on my own. What is, and again, so, and as I'm saying this, I'm already critiquing when somebody could say, well, what about your channel, Benton, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm here for my own reasons, mostly for my own entertainment, but also because I do want to give back in some way. I do want to, I want to give what I have to give in some ways, however that may be. Meanwhile, just whatever I'm doing in life to serve, again, the force that Paul's referring to. But again, none of my business. If that is a thing that I can serve and I can get out of my own way to be used by that force, I don't know what that's going to look like. None of my business, ultimately. But yeah, it's I'm here for the same reason most of us are here, because we ain't got nobody to talk to out there anymore. Because these people have shown themselves for what they are. They're so highly suggestible. They're so susceptible to the system's programming. We got our own problems collectively in these so-called truth communities. The truthers are also heavily programmed in a lot of ways, but we can't talk to them people no more. So we got to come online and find people to talk about. And I don't think it's a coincidence that we've done this entire broadcast, and Timmy is the only one who brought up Palestine or Gaza, right? And that was on a clip we watched. And I read this live chat all day, every day, and nobody talks about Gaza. Nobody talks about politics, right? Thank God, because I can't. Meanwhile, God forbid I end up in a conversation with these bozos, out here in the real world. What do they even talk about anymore? We're going to talk about sports? Well, that shit's fake, right? I used to love sports. It's fake, unfortunately. It's just basically wrestling, right? Politics, we're going to pretend like Biden's real. We're going to pretend like, Trump's going to come back and save things. There's nothing to talk about at the level of these normies. Meanwhile, if you do find somebody that you can have a conversation with, the next thing you know, they just let it fly that they're jabbed or whatever. It's just like, I keep everything at a surface level. I'm not even willing to go to anything beyond the surface level with these people. So if I want to have real, actual, somewhat human interactions, where else am I going to go? So that's why I'm here. I think that's why most of you are here. But meanwhile, if I can accomplish other things simultaneously, and be, again, possibly used by, whatever that is, you can call it God. We can't even really talk about it without being clear about what in the world am I even discussing. I'm pretty sure most of us ain't atheists, but what does that even mean, right? To just say, well, we're not atheists. And not we, but, most of the individuals here believe in something, I'm assuming. But meanwhile, that's not even interesting conversation to me. So yeah, I think I made my point. I don't know. Hopefully I did. Seems like I did.
Sees my point. It takes calling out the bullshit, man.
You can't call out the bullshit in others completely until you've called it out in yourself. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Thank you all. Looks like I'm on something down there.
I don't see folks who have called out the bullshit in themselves completely to the level that they call it out in everyone else. Quite the opposite. That's one of our running themes here. Go ask Jack Talcott. He's got a list of things that he's calling out about me while he's ignoring the list of things he needs to work on within him that have caused him all of his problems way before he met me. So, again, the difference is we may all have the same problems in different ways. Some of us are looking at them, become aware of them, and are actualizing and realizing and not living in delusion and denial. And then there's the average person completely lacking in self-awareness or dedication or discipline to co-create from that space of understanding of strength and weakness, or alignment or resistance, if you want to call it that.
I hear the same message everywhere I go, Paul. You attract more honey with flies with honey. Well, I don't want to attract flies. No, you attract flies with shit. That's how you attract flies. That's not what I'm looking for.
That was just so dumb, I have to say.
You don't even understand that in everything you speak is the undercurrent of a prideful ego. Do you realize that a fly is a higher level consciousness at this point than the average human being? Would you like me to explain how?
No, that's exactly.
Right. So you'd be lucky to draw in a whole bunch of flies, yet you don't want that. You and others would have to work hard to be like a fly. The fly does nothing all day except serve its function. It eats up all the shit that would cause disease for us in this realm. The fly is a godsend in its own right. It does nothing but perform its supernatural function and bring harmony to its realm. You'd have to work hard to become like the fly, sir.
No. Those
Yes.
flies could do the
Yes.
introspective.
You see the difference in perspective from someone who is self-centered and selfish versus someone who is conscious with cosmic awareness?
So
The
now
fly becomes a beautiful creature who restores harmony and prevents disease. You and others like you are spreaders of fecal disease, if not physically, metaphysically.
No, I should
with
be
your
lucky.
nonsense belief
Right,
systems
right.
and projections. The fly doesn't do that.
I should be lucky to find fecal spreaders.
We're going to wrap up here, sir. Do you want to promote your channel? Because I know that's the only reason you're really here deep down in your core. That's the only real reason you're here anywhere else. So let's just get to that. We'll wrap it up. I'm already an hour and a half over my latest ending time. Excuse me, an hour and 55 minutes bonus from my latest ending time, because that's 4 hours is the latest I ever want to go. So I've entertained all this way more than I planned on doing, to no avail as always, because you're too busy making non-points and ignoring all the gold I'm dropping for you. Right? You want to focus on your fool's gold instead of the actual supernatural stuff, right from the source. So continue with that, please.
No, I'm hearing what you're saying, and if I do
You're
have
hearing what I'm saying, but you're not listening.
just as
Right?
many
I get it. You're hearing what I'm saying, but you're not processing and listening. And that's part of my problem. Actually, it's part of my solution. It's part of your problem. Because my solution is to continue to let fools spin in their folly while I increase my value by showing something different and not entertaining that as much. See, while people keep looking around and seeing nothingness and nonsense and no resolution, and continue to see me bring understanding, resolution, and co-creation in my life on the ground, the more my value increases. The more you all are seen for who and what you are. So it's a great solution for me. It's going to become a problem for you and others. Already has. That's why you're here with me. I'm a show me, don't tell me kind of guy. In which case, if you meet me on panel, you're probably going to get little to none of my attention unless we do a share screen. And oftentimes when I do a share screen, there's nothing to share. So we never do that.
Well, I'm not here to make enemies. I'm just here to spread my message.
I've got your enemy. You think that I think that you're an enemy of mine, or that I'm an enemy of yours? Absolutely not.
You think you're the only one with a plank not in their own eye, but okay.
You're entitled to whatever perspective that you hold, just like I am with you. I give everything away that I have for equity reasons. All right. So anything that I have that I wish to hold, I give it away to you because I want you to have the same choice. I have no adversity to you. I'm not an adversary of yours. I'm not an enemy of yours. I don't want anything bad or wrong to happen to you. I would only, if anything, if I had my wish, presuming I'm going to be self-indulgent or egoic, I would only wish that I could give you folks one day or one moment of pure consciousness and awareness and discernment separate from your feelers and experiences. And we'd have nothing left to talk about at that point. But that's never going to happen. So there's no point in wishing and hoping, because desiring would only lead to suffering for I and you and probably everyone else. Perfectly happy the way things are. Everything is as it should be, for better or for worse.
I'm willing to receive that, brother, but just being honest, I think you overcomplicate the message with all that, and it'd be hard to receive for me.
Again, I appreciate that, but your presumption that I've overcomplicated a message is, again, from my perspective,
that's also a lack of humility.
I think that folks
on
like you
John's
have not
part.
used your consciousness enough in order to be able to take in what I'm giving, so your comprehension is lacking. Right? Do you see how we could both do the egoic, non-egoic game in a sense? Right? It's the same way my father will watch my brother.
Well, and the fact is, unless a person's able to access some measure of humility, they're not going to be able to receive much of what Paul is saying. Because as you notice, I've sat here and received much of what he said and just been like, yeah, he's right. And I'm not saying I'm a particularly humble man, but I'm at a greater than 0 on the humility scale. John seems to be at a 0. He has 0 humility. And that's a problem for him. Okay. Now, I might be arrogant and egoic, and again, I don't even like that term. But generally, when we say egoic, we mean lack of humility. But yeah, I might be full of myself and all of this in certain ways, but I do have some modicum of humility. I got just enough, right? Just imagine being at a 0 level of humility. That's a problem for the individual, because that's going to prevent the individual from being able to grow and change and evolve in a lot of ways. And Paul's a lot of things, he's not at a 0 level of humility. That's just simply not true. He's clearly got his own challenges. I mean, I think that's obvious. But guess what? So does everybody. Like, he's not unique. It's not. That's not a unique situation. And I'm not even here to critique Paul across the board, but I am going to continue to, at least attempt to provide some measure of balance at the level of some of these notions, right? While hopefully entertaining the audience to some extent, occasionally going on decent rants and all of these things. But I said that I'm going to keep these under 6 hours as much as possible, although Who knows if I will even, live up to that or not in the near term. But we're coming up on, I think, 5+ hours, so that probably going to go ahead and wrap it up. Yes, right. Let Benton, indeed. 68 in the house. Well, see, now I don't want to wrap it up if there's 68 in the house. Now we're back to my ego, right? What was this about the e-thug? Well, that's what we'll play, Texas. We'll play Paul not having a conversation with me. How about that? This is just for you, buddy. In fact, I uploaded this to my channel for just such. So we'll go out on this. Paul on this broadcast, I think 5 days ago now. Wait a minute. OTW is about to go live with. Oh shit. Well, maybe we're not wrapping up. God, maybe I got to get out of here. We can't. How long's it been? Hang on. I got a timer set here. All right, I got about 30 more minutes. Do I even want to play this? I think I do. Well, let's not do that. Let's not do that. But yeah, Texas, were you not here when Paul was on the channel about 5 days ago? Less than a week ago? Weren't you here for that? Yeah, 69. Holla. Weren't you here for that, sir, when he mostly just talked the whole time and didn't bother to listen to me? So I'll tell you what I've told everybody else. I will happily have a conversation with Mr. Paul Enslaved anytime he wants to have a conversation. But you're going to have to get him to agree to shut the fuck up at times and hear me out. So if you can get him to agree to that, I have, again, for the millionth time, sir, I'm going to put very little energy or effort into wrestling a gorilla so that I can have the floor for half a sentence. I'm not interested. Yeah, I can yell and scream and hoop and holler. Thank you, Cricket Day. Much appreciated. The 1999 Super Chat. I think maybe we will get over 400 for the month. We'll see. I'm at 377. Of course, YouTube will take about 30% of that. But thank you so much. I appreciate it very much. It means a lot. But yeah, I'll say this, Texas. I'm just not willing to try to have an hour-long conversation with somebody that's going to involve at least 30 minutes of me just shouting them down to try to get the floor. Not interested. I prefer to speak with people who will shut up and listen to me for part of the conversation. Meanwhile, I'm happy to do most of the listening, right? But at times I'm going to need the other person to know when to be quiet and listen to me. And that's a him problem, by the way. See, it's not for me to say, okay, Paul, now is the time you need to shut the fuck up and listen. Why hasn't he developed that part of himself? By the way, he's not a good listener. I don't know if y'all have noticed that. I'm years ahead of Paul when it comes to actively listening. Meanwhile, it never came naturally to me. I taught myself to do it. I taught myself to tune into the other person. Now, I understand he's running a broadcast, and if he knows I can talk, maybe he'll use that time to read the chat or whatever. I don't know. But my point is, yeah, if you can get him to, if we can have a gentleman's agreement that he will shut the fuck up and let me do some of the talking, then yeah, I'll have a conversation with him, whether it's here or over there. Maybe we can flip a coin. I don't know. It doesn't have to be here, but it doesn't have to be there either, does it? So yeah, thank you very much, Gary. Yeah, and I'm just, with what I'm managing with my health, meaning actually healing. I think you folks can see I actually have some color in my face now. I'm not white as a sheet anymore, right? And I'm starting to put on some weight. I have Cash App. Yes, it's actually, if you mean me, it's in my name there. Cash App, $ Benton303 if you meant me. So yeah, we'll take it. Yeah, exactly, Sterling Ray. He's not a good listener. And, there's times when I don't listen, but I typically tell the person, I'm like, hey, my bad. I got to read in the chat. But yeah, I think we're going to wrap up here in a few minutes and let OTW take it away. Although you never know when I might come back. If it gets good and they start talking about me, I might go live again and with some rebuttals or whatever. But yes, indeed. Thank you for the healing energies, Heidi. Much appreciated. But I will say this, 3:30 to around 9 or so is probably going to be closer to my normal hours here for a bit. But then if the drama pops off, obviously, the broadcast might go a little longer. But man, I was so, I went into rest mode this weekend, and all of these side projects I planned on getting done, I got none of them done. I made a bunch of thumbnails. That was about it. Shout out to Smith, 69 Smith W. He complimented the thumbnail. So it's good to get a little positive feedback. Not that I don't normally, but sometimes with the artistic ideas, I don't always know. I got Venmo and Cash App is preferred, just for the record, but we certainly do take Venmo. Cash App is only preferred because I have a Cash App debit card. But what happens with the Venmo is I end up transferring it to my Cash App, and they do take a fee. But that's okay. I can deal with that. But yeah, it's always something, right? But again, thank you all for being willing to donate. I certainly do appreciate it. People who've donated, those who may very well donate in the future, it's always appreciated. But we're about to wrap up and give way to OTW. Although he tends to go live, he doesn't always go right when he's scheduled. Sometimes he reschedules for a future time. Oh, I'm giving him his first thumbs up, apparently. Pretty cool. Yeah, share this tab instead. Yeah, and let me drop his link real quick. OTW News. OTW News. Yeah, I also have Venmo. Thank you, Sterling Ray. I might have misread your deal there. Yeah. Well, and I think shout out to 70 in the house, by the way. I think EBT might know me well enough, and I appreciate you. Good to see you, brother. EBT may know me well enough that part of the reason why I promote some of these channels is I do feel like it makes me look better to some extent. And I don't mean OTW. I actually like his show, believe it or not. But yeah, he is a fish out of water without Paul. I do tend to believe that. I agree with that. Yeah, raise the donos. That's right.
Praise God.
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. Yeah, it's hard for me to leave when so many people here, and yeah, I do like attention, as does everybody, and I'm certainly not unique there. That's right. Yeah. Oh man, I'm assuming Paul's going to stop by later. Who knows? But I'm going to shut down not early, but 6 hours. I think 6 hours is a little more of a. It's just more realistic. Maybe I can actually get some soundboards done today. Although probably I'm just going to make more thumbnails. I'm assuming. Yeah, 70. Amazing. Appreciate y'all. Yeah. All right. I think I'm about done. Let me see. I do this thing Yurt does where I threaten to leave a bunch of times, so just the audience gets smaller and smaller. I've noticed he does that too. Oh, we got Bex live from Truth or Rehab. Let's watch some of that, actually. Yeah. In fact, I was wanting to watch this, so we can go out on this. This is what we'll go out on. Oh, wait a minute. That's me. Okay. Come on, Internet. You can do it.
Now, that being said, I didn't realize I have now submitted my appropriate applications for permit to travel or my right to be sovereign. I'm not sure. Again, that's my True for Rehab. My True for Therapist is like working on all that stuff for me. Exactly. Let me see your papers, But I did learn. I've learned, right? I've learned. And look at Harry down there. Woo! Shout out to Buckingham Palace. I think that might be Prince Harry. Is Prince Harry here? Okay. Because he's here saying, shout out to Buckingham Palace, Okay, we got this doobie here, really shitty joint rolled, okay? And I'm also wearing because I've been to the bottom of rabbit holes, my rabbit fur coat, okay?
Nice.
So I know people are like, she just sits pantless in a tank top with her greasy hair all the time. Actually, no, I have really beautiful, beautiful leather, that matches my boots really nicely. And you're a ginger in English, but poor, unfortunately. Oh, just financially though, Harry, just financially. Those people, man, they can't even breed, right? Just live like you're in Poland, 1940. All right, we're gonna light this super dry doobie, my free marijuana for life. So that's okay, because I've talked to my therapist about like maybe submitting some papers to Buckingham Palace and Scotland Yard to find out who my handler is, right? I just thought that maybe if I could get to know my handler well, like, oh, I forgot, we're in Trooper Rehab. We're in Trooper Rehab. There's no handler. There's no handler, okay? I'll tell you out here though, some of them handlers, they like to accuse other handlers of, you know, of influencing, of being the influence on the Bex Factor. And then next thing you know, those same handlers are like, ooh la la, up to those other handlers. And so, I'm just joking that there's handlers out here, friends. Everyone's like, Bex, you called them all agents. I know, bitten on bits, bit real bits. Nobody ever really knows what's going on with the BEX X Factor. What's her name this week? This week it's Becky, okay? I'll fucking do what I want to. Yeah. Handler Bing rip. R.I.P. Handler Bing. R.I.P. We got the coffee. We got the doobie. We got people actually walking. Hilarious Orphan Annie. I don't know, Dean, about that loss of inheritance. I think it's temporary. I think we're going to get it back. Wow. Oh, this shake tastes like it makes it smell like camping. Like I feel like I'm sitting here at a camping. It's probably the taste of the marijuana. It's really cheap. It's just shaky, but it's free. Okay? So when you get free marijuana, you don't fucking bitch about it, all right? You just smoke it. And out of the bags that I got, out of the pounds and pounds of free marijuana I got, there's one really good bag of buds, and the rest is all just this sort of milled, shaky stuff. And but still, I'm gonna complain about that. We're gonna complain about that. I don't think so. We're just gonna smoke it. Oh, it's beautiful. It's so quiet here, you guys. That's one of the things about places that like yank up fucking sky rises from the underground. I'm sorry, build the sky rises. True for rehab here, people. We can't just, you know, can't just go with my conspiracies. I gotta be okay. They constructed all these buildings they're going through, and so, you know, these buildings that they build. I was just about to be like drag up from the underground. They're going up all over my town. There's cranes everywhere, you know, but there's not enough people to fill the jobs.
I know that
then,
I'm not necessarily somebody that everybody wants to listen to.
Market,
You know what I mean? So I mean,
now people just buy those floors.
you know what I mean? So I mean, I know that I'm not necessarily somebody that everybody wants to listen to.
Popping up like fucking a few thousand new homes, like we need them, right? They got people out on the streets while half the buildings downtown are fucking empty. And then people are raised to be like, oh, those people on the street, they just choose that, blah, 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 blah. You know, it's fucked up shit. It's all orchestrated. By the bankers, my friends, by the bankers. Who are they? They're the bankers. You know? Yep. Sorry about your sister if she's a teller. You know? Tell her. Yep. Anyways, we don't need to blame the bankers any more than we need to blame the whatever oil oligarchs and stuff like that.
Hello?
You know. Anyways, true for rehab, friends.
Hello?
True for rehab.
93 fucking cases.
Yeah, Orphan Annie, I've been working really hard. The chemtrails up here, not tons, but when they do, you can see it. I think it's more because the ocean air really dissipates that kind of stuff really quickly. Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of that, a lot of Stephen's philosophies, working hard on like taking like a creator or a purpose, not purpose, but definitely trying to abstract, you know, on my own, a creatorless space, you know.
Praise God.
Really embracing this philosophy to try and counter it or add on it or embrace it. You know, it's exciting.
I allow the truth
Harry,
to
I'm not
flow.
I'm not in real rehabilitation. I don't know what area of YouTube you've come from to be here on my YouTube, you know, third YouTube live that's posted. But here in these YouTube streets, a lot of the people on my channel are people who followed the truth in YouTube over the last few years, you know, like basically the opposite of the lies we were taught in school. And so in that brainwashing that we've all been subjected to, I've been trying to come to center for a few months on it, right? I was actually hopping back over onto the indoctrination train just to try and see what I'd missed. And so my True for Rehab is a play on that, right? It's a play on the whole, we've been brainwashed again by the publishing houses that brainwashed us in the first place. And now we need to take some time, get out of our houses, have some conversations, inside, outside YouTube, about what's real and what's not, So my rehab is from, my rehab is a play. Yeah, it's a play on addiction. I'm addicted to this community. I'm addicted to this app. I'm addicted to learning, quote unquote, learning things, which may just be imagining things, friends, right? But nevertheless, there's a lot of great things that have come out of this. And the beauty of not being truly addicted, it's not a life-threatening addiction. We're not talking about, this is just a play on words. So a trooper rehab may very well end up with just more prescribed hanging out with troopers. But for now, as somebody who was streaming, 27 hours,
and you don't even know you're being dragged until the end
on other people's channels, I've really been online, 12 to 16 to 20 hours a day for a long time now. And I'd have to look back and see exactly, but I know that it was easing up about 3 weeks ago, then another week hanging out. But it's been a good portion of the last 2 weeks easing back on being on panels, on figuring out what do I want to do with my channel. What do I want to do over here? So this is another stepping stone to what I'm going to do. Yeah, me too, Orphan Annie. I do really resonate with him and his confidence and his willingness to just like poo-poo things. Like, I love that. The thing I think about some of these beef scenarios is when people have beefs with in a beef war on YouTube, people end up like, going back and forth, and the subs go back and forth from channel to channel. Whereas Steven at the Sanity Machine, he's not starting beefs. He's just giving his opinion, and a well-founded one, on a lot of different content creators. And I find the beauty of it is I never end up going to check out the other person. Now, sometimes I don't watch them all, but if it's someone I didn't know, I definitely don't go check them out. If it's someone I did know, then I might go look to see what it is, because I knew that person.
You're about to get fucking wrecked.
It's just the general energy of just like having someone criticize and have a paradigm that their criticisms fit into, and it's solid and confident, and yeah, I just really enjoy it. And funny as fucking hell. Okay, I don't know if hell is funny, friends, but I think we're in it, and I think it's pretty funny. So. Yeah, I don't think anyone is, Timo. Anyone here actually fixing anything? You know what we're fixing? Is our social isolation, right? It's our social isolation is what we're fixing here. And some of us like to do it from a place of love and connection. And I think there's I wouldn't say,
because like I always say, social shame has a particular effectiveness on humans.
Media for many years,
social shame, social stigma,
that tension, that sarcasm, that commitment to misunderstanding, because that's really what I got from Steven's yesterday's yesterday's premiere, was that idea that one of the things that's really missing in humanity is the desire to understand each other. I think people, we're all very quick, and maybe it's just due to like overworking, technology making so many different ways.
Stop with the psychobabble shit.
It's almost it almost becomes superficial, like with all the ghosting, all the like, I don't have to answer you person on the other side of the world, I just think there's some aspect of watching, old TV programs and stuff all the way up to the now that has us very quick to assume we're right about something, and not trying to get to a position of understanding. If you don't have two people willing to have that conversation, it's a moot point, right? It's just a moot point. So, but that's where I would say is that's what I embrace in my fellow humans, or in, I don't care, even in my fellow fucking lizard people. Okay, friends.
Benton has it. Bex has it. Paul has it. I recognize these guys, and even Zetetic Warrior has it.
In the people that walk around us, I think we all have the ability to work harder at understanding each other.
93 fucking cases.
Goal,
Benton could just restrain.
So that instead
I like Benton and all, but didn't he say he was going to die?
For sure.
I like Benton and all, but
doesn't mean you're not allowed to get offended.
Die?
It doesn't mean you don't fucking jump, when somebody's been offensive. I'm just saying that there's, some lack of desire to understand each other really permeates the way we communicate, whether we mean for it to or not. And I'm guilty of that,
What is up, man? What's up to EBT?
Danny says they have us in constant survival mode, that we have little time to have quality relationships, nor do we have time to master our own gifts and desires. 100%, Orphan Andy, 100%. And that's what I've loved about being on YouTube.
I hope you do, TBE. I can't wait for that. Please do. I'm still wanting some
is to be able to at
some
least
original music.
have. We
by
may
the
not
way.
have the time. We may be easily swayed and easily.
I thought it was a bummer that they didn't
swayed
give
by optics even.
your recent live
we may
music
even have a
performance
difficult time
chance
having
on Flow.
conversations.
That's
with
what I
people
was
who've
going to tell
had
Flow
optics
State.
on things longer to actually give
I
each
had
other
Flow
advice.
State
because
here
it's
this
public
morning. I
place, you're not
forgot
gonna,
to tell him that.
come out and be maybe
he
open.
should
But
have given
ultimately,
your.
over time, some of us
He
have
didn't
been rubbing
quite give
elbows
your
in
performance
chats
time enough
for
to
over 3
breathe.
years. And so it's definitely, I would say, some of the senses we have about each other out here. If you're an authentic person looking for genuine connection and understanding, I think that we have made good friends. Like, I don't know you. I mean, Orphan Annie, we've had conversations in chat. We've
Let's
never
go,
talked in
man.
person.
Let's do it.
But I know how long you've been, I've seen
Let's
you
go,
in Charles
Let's do
Schwaz
it.
long before I knew a lot of these people. Like, I feel like, for instance, Orphan Annie likely knows me better than a lot of the people that have come to know my channel.
What are you,
she was
crazy?
regularly in a room that I hung out in long before I met most people here.
Yes.
And so does she know me, quote unquote, know me? I don't
Yes.
know. I'm not Annie, but I feel like we do.
What are you, crazy?
I have instincts
You
based
are
on
crazy.
textual based on someone's text and who they present themselves to be. Now, on that same note, there's a lot of people wear many hats out here. I'm not saying Annie's one of those. I'm just saying in general, there's also people very good at manifesting a different aspect of themselves where they're a different character under a different avatar. Who am I to fucking judge that?
Read the tea leaves.
But it's making sure
Why?
it's understanding, what's authentic, right? And who we resonate with. Maybe even some of those people's alter egos are people we resonate with more than the person themselves,
Now, how do we break through this?
What's Megan
Now,
saying?
how do we
Snakes are
break
coming
through
out here,
this?
And they ask for a reptile handler every year, so they're around. I was going to make a joke. I was going to be flirtatious. Oh, just kidding, friends. Okay, my last name isn't Irwin. But I am a heterosexual woman, so
I'm a
there's
woman.
no shame in that, friends. There's no shame.
I'm a woman.
If anything, I think we've been preaching inclusion and tolerance for so long. It's like you can't have conversations, strictly heterosexual conversations, without a bunch of people being like, "We're gonna get you. Don't even know you're a bigot." It's like, no, I just want to have some conversations with some fucking heterosexual people,
fairy,
right?
queer.
And I can narrow it down from that. Right? It's not a big deal. I'm not saying I don't want to have conversations with non-heterosexual people. That's not what I'm saying, but that's what people are gonna run with it. Oh my gosh, clip that, baby. Clip that one, baby. That's the beautiful of, I don't know, there's something really like beautiful about these little like Facebook, these little YouTube lives versus like the panel, holding the panel. I don't know why I feel like I'm in my little
Yeah, you're onto something, Bex, and no paneling here today. 6 hours, no panels. Although we played some, we replayed some panels. OTW live, by the way.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Orphan Annie. I resonate with you as well. Yeah, and Charles is solid, man. He's a solid guy. One of my faves. Okay, that doobie's. Oh, nice doobie. We're at 1 hour and 6 minutes, friends. I'm going to roll another cigarette. Yes, Yellow Cake Maker. Rebex, Becca, Bex, Becky, Rebecca, don't all gods go by many names? Even that there devil guy who's convinced me. Anyways, doesn't matter. I'm not going to get all religious here.
It's fucking bullshit if you're playing music right now. Are you playing music right now?
Even though it is,
are you playing music right now?
But way more
it's fucking
Charles
bullshit
style,
if you're playing music right now.
And I don't care how that seems. All I'm saying is that we are the gods. We are made in the image. If that ever was the case, then the image is of a creator. Is all I'm saying. So even if there never was one,
We are the saviors everyone has been praying for.
Get in touch with our own creative ability.
I think God is using me as a wake-up call.
You can't be made in the image of something faceless. Okay? Like, anyways, I'm not going to get too much into it, but that whole...
Let me see your war face!
Creation...
Let me see your war face!
Everyone's always trying to, like, read so much into it. It's like, no, we are fucking creators, man. We have, like, fucking X-Men powers, motherfuckers, right? And I don't care. Someone clip that. Like, she's delusional. She thinks she has X-Men. I do have many X-Men powers. Do not underestimate me. Many. I can only...
I think I'm old enough to receive gentlemen callers.
So...
I think I'm old enough to receive gentlemen callers.
And that's why we get so offended when we look like we with this fucking soul trap system, okay? That's the grave offense, okay? It's not just a bunch of
taking your energy.
Little fucking
taking your energy.
Down on, right? We're gods with amnesia, motherfuckers. Okay? That's what we are. you know, and that's why being trapped in some fucking moon matrix or whatever the fuck people call it, it's a really grave offense to our eternal essence, which actually has more than fucking air to it, you know? It has physical form. Good night, Timo. In my opinion, you know, but that's just me. But yeah, I don't revere my spirit over my body. This body is as trapped here in this system as this spirit is. Okay?
Right.
And I don't even like, I've been pretty critical.
Anyways, what a beautiful stream. What a wonderful stream.
Yeah, exactly. Not really here.
Welcome to the internet.
Doing, step bro, with step bro, what you doing, step bro? Is that what you did? What's Maggot saying there? Oh, hello. Oh, so nice. Okay, we have this smoke. We got like half our coffee left. All I've eaten today is a donut. I treated myself to a donut. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, "Ow, she's eating again." Ow,
you're all being killed. We're all dying.
Again. That fat bitch fucking eating. Oh my god. Oh fuck. I'm gonna do a pierogi cook-off channel. I'm just gonna fucking be one of those. You see, that's the thing about me is I've been watching some of these influencers who like cook their meals online and tell people to fuck off even if they're fat. You know, like body positivity and stuff. I'm just gonna say I'm not big enough for that, you know? Oh, nice, Yolanda. I'll have to go check it. So Orphan Annie says she thinks our full potential is being oppressed and our artistic ability to create is being crushed. If anything, it is being used for the controller's good, not our own. Exactly, Orphan Annie, exactly.
Oh, Bex is fucking nuts. I mean, I'm just gonna call it, but you know,
we just been hanging out here over in Trooper Rehab, watching the sun go down. You know, there is a big exhaust plume in the cloud in the sky right now.
Mr. Me.
I'd lift the camera up, but it can't be seen.
She's fucking nuts.
We might walk back along the boardwalk.
I identify as.
It's noisy though. I've got my wooden shoes on.
Whatever.
And I might huff and puff a little because I've been inside for 5 years. Okay, but fuck, look at me. Look at what is going on, you know? It's so great. You know, we're out here enjoying the fucking great outdoors of the inner city outdoors.
And I don't mean that as
a
pejorative or an insult.
The Western frontier. But as everybody knows, and I know the people in the community that hate Canadians can just stuff it actually in terms of this, I'm the most patriotic American the China virus ever made. High five.
Get that drop, by the way.
The American archetype spirit, friends. You know, speaking about archetypes out here in these streets and what they represent.
Problem
is
I've got way too many
American
back
spirit,
sound clips already.
The Eastern Hemisphere of this realm. But I do know that Hollywood permeates the whole world. You know, so does Bollywood. Now, and I'm just gonna say that archetype of freedom is there for a reason, and it ain't Canadian, okay, and it ain't Russian, right? And it ain't Chinese, you know, so not to knock the Chinese, the Russians, the Canadians, none of them, right? I'm just saying that spirit is not a landmass anymore, motherfuckers, right? And I'm as American as they fucking come, okay? Born that way. With the social structure of Canada, which makes me a little bit privileged, I'm not gonna lie. You know, look at where I'm sitting and where I'm not working right now. Praise God, right?
Praise God.
And by that I mean praise me, motherfuckers. Not you guys, just me. You praise yourselves, okay? You know, I'm no.
Whoa, man, praise God.
I know we're like,
whoa,
like
man, praise God.
Like, oh, gotta go clip that one. Gotta go clip that one.
Indeed,
you know?
Sterling Ray. Indeed. I know. I don't want to end up on a
but here in
sound
Trooper
clip.
Rehab, yeah, it is just sorting through, getting back to that sense, like that person that I was sitting there by myself, enjoying consuming content, long before I ever discovered there was live chat people to hang out with. You know, and I loved being by myself, getting in touch with all these huge content creators, watching their material for days at 1.5 speed, and feeling like I know them. You know,
now, see, this is where Joe Money shows himself to be quite
by myself, hanging out with one other person in their
out
videos,
of the loop,
you know?
On things.
Now it's a whole community of us that's done that, you know, and we have all the tools at our fingertips to
and
to do that together, whether we're in live chat together,
You're showing
whether
yourself
we're in
to be a bozo
together
there,
doing it, you know, reviewing something that already occurred live, whether we're doing it private, like.
Because somebody made a joke and a meme and you took it literally. Imagine taking memes literally.
On community definitions of myself, you know, I guess. And lucky for me, that's a wide range of opinions.
Bozo.
And in the last few weeks, just, you know, getting to know some of my friends better, getting back to just spending time by myself, doing my own thing, listening to music, making little shorts, fun little shorts, you know, listening to music I've never heard before, trying to do that. You know, it's like, it's a new aspect of the creative person that
You guys sitting with me while I sit with me makes being me
and I
more
look forward
comfortable
to
with me.
getting back into that comfort.
You guys sitting
level
with
on a more
me
mature
while I
platform for
sit with
myself.
me makes being
And that's what I'm
me
here
more
doing. This is my
comfortable
YouTube
with me.
channel. This is what I talk about. You know, I can talk about anything. Right now I'm talking about my process out here, and that, you know, getting back to who my best friend is. Who's my best friend? Me, right? Me, you know? And
You guys sitting with me while
I'm
I
really
sit with
grateful for
me
that.
makes being
Grateful
me
for all the
more
experiences
comfortable
out here
with me.
helping me like really solidify that and get into I think a state of better maturity. I feel like and more solid immaturity, actually. I don't know. That's the beauty of fucking, I know people like, she's not making any sense. Did she just say she's getting more mature and less mature at the same time? Yep. Yep, I did.
Right?
That's another thing about us, I think, as people still here in YouTube thinking all those other truthers left and they got their channel shut down. I don't think they ever existed. It's a form of propaganda, friends, that makes us believe that all these, you know, it made us believe all those people on those other channels were speaking truth so much they couldn't speak on YouTube. Like, it's a
Joe
psyop
Money,
unto
I'm a
itself.
long-haul
You know,
truck
the people that are out
driver.
there on these other,
When you go
other
to the
platforms
store
screaming, like, because
and you
they
look
weren't
at all the
censored and
things
they
on the
could speak
shelf,
more truth out there. I don't know, I
every
haven't been on the
single
other
one of
platforms.
those items
I'm not
got
trying to
there
nullify their
because a
existence. I'm
truck
just saying that
driver
the
urinated
kind of
into a
information and the way
jug.
it was rolled out 3.5, 5, 7 years
There's
ago. Who knows how long you
nothing
guys were
at
down these
any
truth
of
trails.
your local stores that
it's,
did not get there,
you know, it's
at least
orchestrated.
partially as a result of a truck driver urinating in a jug.
And
so yeah, I have peed in
I already was
jugs
drawn to it because I already
on a
thought
daily
all of these
basis
things,
when I
right?
drive,
So
when I do
all
long
I'm
haul.
trying to say
Guess
is,
what?
like, yeah, I
So
feel
does
like I've gained a
every
lot of
other
maturity
trucker.
as someone who wants to become a lot
Literally
more focused
all
in the
of them.
conversations I have and the things I do.
I don't know how
also
you
to
think
take
you're
a
going to
lot more
shame me
things
about
with a grain of salt,
peeing in a
you know,
jug.
to be playful and understand that there's a lot of fun can be had here in this platform that we
And I
can.
think you said that I
You know,
consume
we
it,
can't do in
which
real
I
life, or
don't,
if we do,
by
it's
the
like
way.
very complicated.
You
We
said I
need, like,
drink my own
to be rich
excretion
and
from a
have private
jug. So
airplanes
yes,
to
I held it up for people to see, but at what point was it implied that I
Are we still
drank
talking
it,
about the
sir?
Chinese? Fuck, I love the
Now,
Chinese.
EBT made a funny
I think we might all
meme
be Chinese.
about it. That's called a meme, sir. So you're showing
just said we
yourself
might
to
all be
be
Chinese. Yeah, she did.
quite the bozo, which says nothing
Looks like
about
Ezra's
me.
gone live.
So yeah, I've worked a job where
Over at Mindful
almost
Exposures.
effectively everybody pees in a jug. So yeah, so you think you're going to make me feel shame for
having a
doing the exact same thing that all the other long haul
before my birthday
drivers do?
with a content
You
creator
are
saying that
a
there's no more free
bozo
stuff on your
because you
birthdays,
believe that was a
right?
literal thing.
Well, I wanted to say
No, I'm
that
not a
I
piss
got a,
drinker.
you know, from Tim Hortons, they sent out a thing
Not
because I
a
used
piss
to have an
drinker.
app. I don't have it anymore,
Yep.
but I did reinstate it to get a free breakfast sandwich on my
I'll talk
birthday.
however I
Got
want,
coffee.
Joe Money.
It's
I'll
convenient
talk
'cause I don't have any
however
car
I want to
insurance on my
talk.
car right now, so I'm bound to walking until I go get more car insurance.
Let's see. Come
At
back
least I chose to
tomorrow.
do that. You know, I was driving it around without insurance for a while, getting ready to
Come
call.
back tomorrow, sir.
Call in the
Actually,
the people who might be able to help me if I fucking
I'm
got
gonna
caught. And
whenever I
thought,
get
no, you're just
around
being
to it,
ballsy
you'll be
'cause you're living
unbanned.
your YouTube life
How
out
about
here in the
that?
real verse. You can walk to where you're going. So anyways, I got my free breakfast sandwich, and then later in the day, I called the
Yeah,
Chinese food
Joe
place
Money's
across the street,
hidden.
which I don't buy from
So
very
now you're
often.
dependent on me
But I've lived in this
remembering to
building for a long
unhide
time,
you.
and I lived in it before as well. So these people I've gotten to know over the years, and I'm just a
Well, and I knew
personable
somebody
person.
would bring
I like
up
to
the
get to know
woman
people,
thing,
and,
but the fact is,
anyways, I
it's the
called in
vast
and I was like,
majority
it's
of
my
all long-haul
birthday,
drivers
right?
are
I'm buying
men.
myself dinner for
There's
one,
some
this
women.
and that, and I splurged on a few
Most
things.
of them are
and
men.
when I got there to pick up my meal,
So I chose to
it was free,
leave
guys.
the fairer
was free.
sex out of the equation.
You know, lots of great things happened on my birthday, but some stressful communications with family.
They do make a
and I'll tell you,
device,
just like
but I don't
the
know if
metaverse and what you guys represent
I'm
to
not a
me,
lady, so I
you
don't
know,
really
the
know
ones
how that works.
I love and love me back. Even the ones I love and don't love me back.
Joe
but a little
Money
bit
seems
less
like
so.
the
I'm
type to
just-
have
what I'm trying to
multiple
say is,
screen
like,
names already prepared.
like
though.
those people don't give free birthday meals, you know? And so it's like, yeah, you know, it's just another one of those senses of community where
And then, you know, the gotcha
timing was
moments,
perfect,
but with my own
you know?
statements.
The timing
it's like
was
you
divine,
didn't show up,
you
you
know?
didn't hold a jug up to the camera. It's like, yeah,
Lots
of
of
course I
divine
did,
timing
sir.
happens out here on the metaverse. But
You're
just
going to
that them
convict
buying
me
my
with
dinner
my
for my
own
birthday and
fucking
you know, me even trying to offer a
metaversal
tip, which would be insulting, but that's, you know, my culture
undertakings.
classing.
You're an idiot,
you know, like
sir.
just being gracious and being
You're
grateful and
dumb.
you know,
And I'll
knowing
talk
me in the
however I
past, I
wanna
would have
talk,
avoided
sir.
them for 6 months because
When
they
you
gave
can
me
get
free
50
dinner.
people,
It's
when
supposed
you
to be
can
the
get
opposite,
59
right?
people
I'm
to
like,
come
oh, I'm
listen
so
to
moved
you,
by it. I don't want them to bother
then
themselves so
maybe
much.
I'll care about
like,
how you think
that's
I
one
talk.
thing I can tell you this YouTube channel has done for me.
But let's see
is help
you
me
go
fucking see
live
my
every
worth,
day
man.
And have 59
fuck,
people listen
so
to you
grateful for
talk
that.
at one time.
You know, I had it. I've always had it, but expressing it.
All right, we're out of here, folks.
With all the other fucking
Appreciate
bats
everybody
that we use
being
or
here.
people give you to fucking beat yourself
Thanks
up
for
with,
watching.
or, and I'm the one who has them. Only we can do it to ourselves and let these things influence us, right? But I'm not even talking